Hey, cool, we're online. Good morning, everybody. Set that back to normal. And that should change it. There we go. Yeah, cool. Hey, yo. One viewer resubscribed while you were away. Wonder who that viewer is. Yeah, it doesn't show me. Anyway, hey, I'm Perry. Hey, Hideo. So today, first is going to be upload bot. Well, first is actually going to be test botland. Update today changes. Figure out whether I'm doing Pixie or Pitsington. Okay, and then let's make a, what is it, Tuesday. Adam is going to upload botland and handle some start of day tasks, and then update this command again. There. It's going well today. How's your day been so far, Hideo? Is that Adam blazing a trail 13531? It is the very same. Let's take a look at the game. I'm pretty sure that I put these in and that they're going to be useless. And what have we learned about useless things? We've learned that people will use the useless things and then complain that they don't work. That's what we learned. So if I leave this button in here and no one's able to press it, they're going to get upset. So let's try something. We either remove the button or we give people money, but there's actually no way to open salvage packs, right? Or is there? I believe there is debug main.open salvage. Yeah, the only problem is you don't know what you got. EJ. You know, I came up with an idea last night. I don't know where this came from, but viewer trading cards. You'd have something like this. You'd have a picture here. And then you have a bunch of stats down here. So it'd be things like art skill 0 out of 10 and botland control or something. And you'd have a bunch of these sorts of things. And I was thinking, what would the different viewer cards be for everybody? Hey, Durdu. Pretty neat. Spent the day working on sagas and now unit testing all the things. Honest, smoothest tonight. The way you phrase this. Never mind. I hate 3D extended. So wait, working on sagas. Were you already using sagas or are you trying them out? Aww. So, wait, EJ, I don't know if you're able to hear me right now since you're on mobile, but Liquidor would probably want it to. Yeah, so let's see what happens. If we say update users set sudo money equals 0 where ID equals 2, and then we log in as Adam2, we have no money, and we click the plus button. How is that working? Oh, wait, Adam2 is not number 2. Yeah, there. Something's wrong. What? No, maybe I just need to click this more. 100 times. There we go. Yeah, I already had. Actually, that doesn't make any sense, does it? Yeah, I should probably just remove those controls for now. What is sagas? I believe he's talking about Redux Saga. Oh, he uses it all over the place. Okay, not a huge Thunk fan. Gotcha. I was just curious because I'm pretty sure you don't use Blockly, but I know you have used Blockly in order to help me. Okay. So silly jokes aside, I think we need to get rid of those. The UI here. Yeah, or give people money, or give a better error message. Purchase salvage, open salvage pack. We send a message back, but because it's a 500, I think we just disable this for now. Which kind of sucks because I did a lot to start working on this. And now we're going to disable it again. Well, that should be it. So we'll go right from report bug over to the credit card and money symbol. Or sorry, the credit card symbol and money amount. Yeah. Well, that's that. Fine. I used 13531 sort. Remove salvage pack UI for now. I am about to upload a new version of Botland, and I don't want people to be confused by the partially completed salvage UI, i.e. the buy button showed, but no open button showed. Yeah, also let's do a couple of other just quick tests. For example, all of the tests. 4 should be failing, maybe 5. Yeah, 5 failed. Yep, that's gone. So that's fine. And then I'm pretty sure I did this yesterday, but yeah, this looks like it's okay. Cool. Well, we're approaching the end of April. As we get closer, we are going to find that the free tier has run out of AWS. And that's going to be a sad day. Create all. In fact, the day that happens, it'll probably be a day where everything's just kind of thrown into chaos on the stream for a little bit. I'll probably need to stop putting Botland online for a little bit, figure out the new budget issues. Okay, cool. So yeah, let's kick off the deploy process. Do you have an EDU address? You can get a $100 credit. I probably do. But isn't it, I mean, the spirit of that is that you are a student, not that you were a student, right? So I don't think I should take advantage of that. Hey, Wraithy. Can you hack stuff and make us all billionaires? Yeah, I could, but this is like, if someone wins the lotto and you ask them for $1 million, are they going to give it to you? Hey, Pawn. Okay, cool. So let's exit out of this, do a clear IPs, AWS. Hey, John Coot. Cool. Wait, why did I... Oh, I took the wrong letters. I meant ANS, not AWS. Ansible, not AWS. Got it, cool. Great. So this is all set up to work. Let's see what actually changed, because I don't remember this. It's been a long enough time. I'm uploading a new version. Oh, the last one was here. So really, I didn't do anything. Yeah, there's basically no change. Okay, cool. Well, good to know. It'll be easy to type up the changes here. Oh, 0.1.26, April 18th, 2017. In general, the only changes here were in refactoring or on the back end. That sneeze took a long time. All right, let's save this page. So that's been done. That's been done. Upload Botland is currently in... Nope, actually that part's done. Okay, cool. So let's do this. Close out of these things. There's actually no reason to do any of this, right? Because nothing really changed. All right, well, doesn't hurt to do this. Working on supply drops today. I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to be doing yet. I actually kind of want to pivot to something different for a little bit. Okay, so let me do this. You got me, pawn. Okay, there we go. Do you actually just push everything to master/develop, or do you bother with branch for each feature or such? So when it comes to deploying, I only have one branch. When it comes to developing, I sometimes make a new branch, but the way that I use branches doesn't actually do much different from just doing everything on master. So I have the master branch. And every once in a while, I'll branch off for some feature here. But all of this feature, if it gets completed, will actually just get lumped back up into master. The only time a branch actually does something for me is if I partially complete a feature and then eventually come back to it, so that it never gets merged back. Then there's a point in having branches. But I think typically branches will help you a lot more if you have multiple people on a team. For a one developer job, it's not super helpful. Yeah, why not? Okay, that stuff's fine. You need to wait for this to finish. And then we can figure out what's going on today. Well, I guess I have to the date command after that. So this part's pretty much done. We're gonna need to test this too. The matchmaker's online. Oh, there we go. Cool, so that worked. So now we just started a game server, which we shouldn't have already. I hit send over here. Yeah, cool. Great, that's that. Yeah, nice. So the game should be online pretty soon. So today, here's the difference between these two things. If I were to do Pixie and Salvage, what would happen is, well, there are three different steps I could do. Salvage UI. I could just have the basic version would just be show text that says what you opened in a pack. The advanced version would be render the items that you obtained using Pixie and some fancy effects. Or we do this, walls and pits. Implement walls and pits in the game for defenders to use. Okay, so part of the question is, what do you guys want to see me work on? And part of the question is, what do I want to do? So what I'm leaning toward is this, but I wouldn't really mind doing this. I just don't think there's a reason to do this, because the basic version is just so you guys can open packs, and it's not really that important. Which I think would be more fun to implement. I think doing walls and pits would be pretty good. And I that's really what I'm leaning toward. So we should probably just plan that. Yeah. But at some point, I do need to do this. So I can't really remove it from here. So salvage packs. Exobots? Yeah, okay. We're going to work on walls and pits then. So Tuesday, Adam is designing how walls and pits will work in Botland. Okay. So that's good. Now we need to go make a couple of things. Walls and pits. Tackle walls and pits from that particular header in this file. Call them firewalls. Yeah, unfortunately the naming isn't really in line with the graphics that we have right now, so they're just going to probably be walls and pits. Because if you look at the computer tile set, the walls are little computer components, buttons and capacitors, and in the jungle tile set, they are these pillars. So yeah, I don't think I can name them firewall. Firewalls at core times. Hey, Glowing Soul. That I'm programming. Okay, cool. So design for this, and also let's take a look at whether Botland is working. We'll go to play.bot.land. I'll check the health summary of all the servers. We don't have a game server online yet, but we can at least connect to the game. Yeah, it hasn't been online for a while, so all this stuff shows 1 week ago, 2 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. Oh good, a game server is online now. So I should be able to save my defense if I want, or attack somebody else. Let's attack this person. Yeah, nice, it's working. Okay, good. Three bots, almost killed him. Code timeout was hit on that bot. It's too bad. Hey, Shuttle Joker. Okay, cool. So we are done with that. Nice. Is it online now? Yeah, it is. It is. So walls and pits, we've got a couple of things to design here. There are some questions. So questions. Let's see. Is artillery stopped by walls? And when a projectile is traveling diagonally, how much of it has to pass through a wall to be stopped by that wall? Just direct shot. Hey, Banana. Ooh, nice banana. And hey, Monadic Vine. Cool shirt, mate. Man, you remember that day we wore a similar shirt and what's her name, the receptionist, said, "What are you, both brothers?" That was a jerk thing of her to say. But we were wearing cool shirts. Okay, so these questions we're going to eventually need to answer. I'm not too concerned right now about that, but the other thing we're going to need to do at some point is the UI for this. Well, this isn't that same shirt, but yeah, I didn't know if you remember that particular statement or just that we had similar shirts. So the way walls look in this mock-up, they're just other structures for you to have here. And I think you just drag these from here. So it shouldn't be too bad. Add walls and pits just above chips. Actually, I'm not sure how this is going to work exactly because we have chips right here. We could add walls and pits and they'll take up not too much. Yeah, that's probably what we'll do. And yeah, it is similar. Add walls and pits just above chips. Dragging from walls and pits will drag an actual wall or pit entity. Getting this to work should really involve making the drag code more generic. Right now, dragging chips. So a lot of time is probably going to be spent doing this part. Really just this particular part. Adding walls and pits as a section is trivially easy. I already have this here. And then dragging them out wouldn't really be that hard either because I have the chip stuff as well. The problem is if you look at this right now, so if I want to drag a bot out here, I can drag it, sure. The other thing I can do is just select it and then click where I want to click. With chips, you can't do that. And there's no good reason for why you can't do that. When you drag a chip, you're dragging some like text glyph and then you drop it and it actually puts it there. And when you drag it around in the arena, it looks a little bit better, but it still doesn't work the same way. You can't click this and just kind of paint the chips in the arena. So I'm going to have to fix that. Oh, nice, Monadic Vine. Yeah, you'll have to give me some details. Maybe I can show up to that. Unless it's during the day. But if it's in the evening, give me the details. Right now, dragging chips, placing chips requires you to drag. I should allow you to just select the chip that you want and paint it into the arena. Crosshairs should show, etc. Yeah, Monadic Vine. Then definitely let me know. Email me the details. Was this project ever in Python? Hey, Pants for Birds. There was about 7 years ago, I worked on a Python prototype, but it wasn't ever really in Python, I'd say. You're not talking about like in the entire history of the project. You're talking about just in the last year and a half. No, it was never in Python. Okay, cool, Monadic Vine. Sounds good. So I think this is entity design of the wall/chips, how I'll block projectiles, and how I'll stop movement. Yeah, I think this is going to be a lot of the work. The other thing we're going to need to do is add in tests for all of this. Ensure that lasers can be stopped by walls. Ensure that walls can't be targeted. Or that walls don't have life. Something like that. And Pants for Birds, it's fine. I think a lot of times languages can look similar because of either the keywords they have or maybe the syntax highlighting you're used to seeing. And yeah, Pants for Birds, if you want to, I don't know if you checked out that Sublime blog post I did, but that's got a lot of tips. So I need to do this part at some point. Okay, so let's form two of these questions on straw poll, and you guys can help answer these. So should artillery, how about this? In botland, when a laser or missile encounters a wall, the laser or missile, the projectile ends up doing no damage. Should artillery be affected by walls, or should it fly over the wall? Is there any other option here? I don't really think so. I guess it could be something based on range. So the difference between lasers and missiles and artillery, lasers and missiles are instantaneous. Artillery has travel time, and presumably travels in sort of an arc instead of just zapping your opponent. Do walls take damage? No, walls are invincible. Otherwise, I don't think there'd be much point to having walls in the game. Do you have any splash damage for the missiles? Some missiles could have splash damage. And hey, Axemy, do you plan on making projectiles with splash damage or only on hit damage? Yeah. So like artillery, for example, has splash damage. There's nothing stopping lasers and missiles from eventually having splash damage. Yeah, that's true. So regular artillery should be stopped by walls, and there should be a different hardware option entirely that is allowed to fly over walls. How big are the walls? The walls are one tile. Okay, so here are the three options you've got then. So I'm going to put this straw poll here for now. Where is it? This. Okay, and then I'll also link it into chat. So let's clarify a few things. One, you will be allowed to have maybe 4 walls at the highest level. So if you wanted to, let's say I go back into my defense and I just clear out all the bots, and I make a wall bot. That's what this is going to be. So let's just act like what I'm doing is really making a wall and not a bot. And so I could put like 4 of these here, and that would be a wall. Oh, Shaquin, thanks for resubbing. Welcome back. So the question is, when a laser is shot from, let's say, here to here, that'll definitely be stopped. When artillery is shot from here to here, should it shoot over the set of walls or no? So that's what that question is about. So you guys can answer what you want. And then the other question that I need, are walls upgradable? No. So walls are just, the UI is just going to look like this. You have a wall and you have pits, and they take from the same sort of pool of resources. So if you wanted to, you could make it so that your bots, you probably are going to have some placement restrictions on walls so that you can't place them just anywhere. But you could put pits here maybe, so that you could put bots on the side of it that shoot lasers over the pits. But melee bots would have to travel all the way around to get to there. You could have artillery go over walls, but the travel time could make it more balanced. So I think this is interesting in a manual control game, but I don't think it's as interesting in botland. Travel time in a game that you manually control. So for example, if you see, let's say there's a really slow moving projectile coming over to where you are, a bomb or something like that, you could move away from it. In botland, you would have needed to write the logic to move away from it like days in advance. So I think it's not as interesting in botland to do something like that. Is there any way to break walls? No. Are you going to be able to surround your... No. So you can only have a total of 4 walls or pits, and that's at the highest level. So there's this design document here. I don't think walls degrading would be interesting in botland because they're only a defender tool, and I don't want to make it... I'd like to just have them not have a life value yet. Maybe I should code them such that they have infinite life and they could be killed if they ever got down to 0, but they just can't get down to 0. So if you look at this chart here, this table, we have, let me size this such that you can see. So as you level up, the number of walls or pits that you're allowed to use also goes up. So by the time you're in your second week of playing the game, you can have 1 wall or pit. Now granted, this is probably not going to help you too much. But once you get to the point where there are 4, you can actually start to block off certain sections of the arena. Four walls are enough to surround 1 bot though? Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think that's fine though. Remember that as an attacker, you would just see this happening. So if let's say the defender put walls like this and put a bot inside of it, you would see that this is here, and you'd be able to click them and see exactly what they've got. So in this case, you see lasers and you'd be like, okay, this bot does absolutely nothing then, because it can't shoot outside of the walls. But if you see a certain kind of artillery that lets it shoot over walls, you would probably try to counter that. But yeah, maybe I should stop this sort of thing from happening. Or I don't know, maybe this is allowed. Because even if, I mean, technically 2 walls is enough. If you put walls like this, whoops. If you put walls like this, you could wall in a bot. You can't wall in attacker bots. Because if you put walls like this for attackers, attackers just wouldn't put a bot in there. It wouldn't make any sense. You planning to have any way to go over a wall or pit? Well, so that's, to go over a pit would be to teleport over it. Other than that, I don't think so. Teleporting over pits to me is fine. Teleporting through walls is also fine with me. And I don't even want to ask questions about those. I think I'm just going to allow those. In fact, I should add a test for that though. Make sure you can teleport over a pit. Make sure you can teleport through a wall. Hey, Liquidor. Liquidor, I don't know if you want to add your opinion to that straw poll. So, yeah, I don't think walls should ever be destructible. I feel like it's another constraint. But I don't know, maybe I should consider that. If you totally wall off your own CPU, you force the enemy to buy, equip, or use the wall artillery thing. Yeah. So that's going to happen, I think. What's the difference between walls and pits? So walls stop projectiles and movement. Pits stop movement. A laser shot over a pit is fine. A laser shot into a wall can never do damage. Well, no, so Pants for Birds, that particular thing, I think that's interesting. It could make the game more fun, but in this particular case, I don't think this is an example of making the game more fun. Because there are some times when you kind of claw your way to victory, and if you got to the point where you almost won, but all of your bots had no way to get over this wall, then, although actually the only way you'd really do that is if you were at level, no, if you were fighting level 10 defenders. So yeah, that would be frustrating. And if it's something you need to unlock, then you can't guarantee that everyone will have a counter to this. And sure, a new email address. Do walls block vision? No, they don't. You can make it so a bot has to have a way out so people don't build walls around bots. Yo, that's what I was saying though earlier. I don't know if that's necessary. Remember, only defenders can place walls, and they place them ahead of time. So if you placed your walls like this, for example, the attacker is not going to be like, oh, I'm going to put my bot right there, because that doesn't make any sense. They would just put their bots around here as an attacker or something like that. And hey, Sintonic, not sure if you noticed, but your camera's moved, and people are looking at your vent. Yeah, I didn't really notice that it moved, but I guess I could just do this. It's my monitor that moved, I think. Actually, I still like being centered, and I need to move this. All right, fine. Take care of the rest later. So Panzerbird's artillery has travel time, but you can't detect that it's in the air, so you can't try to dodge it. The travel time is more so that if you approach an artillery bot, it's not really doing any damage to you. You can circumvent a lot of this by making wall placement rules like any wall can only be adjacent to one other wall tile. And yeah, that doesn't, it gives you corners, but it doesn't let you do this setup because each one of these 4 walls is adjacent to 2 other walls. And that is an interesting idea. So yeah, I think that's probably a different way of approaching this, is to say that walls cannot be adjacent to more than one wall. Also, make sure we're validating number of walls on the server, number of walls / pits. Make sure we're validating location of walls and pits on the server. Is it still possible to change the color of your lights? Yeah, the bylights command that Junku talked about. Have you thought about adding destroyable walls for attackers, like a weaker cover for them to use? For attackers? Okay, so let me put some more things here. So walls and pits are only usable by defenders. You're only allowed to have up to 4 total. And that's when you're at the highest level. Walls stop projectiles and movements. Pits stop just movement. Neither pits nor walls affect your vision. A wall to me would mean that the wall cannot be seen over. Yeah, I think that would make things a lot more confusing in botland. So I don't think I want to have them affect vision. So the whole walls should affect vision thing, I mean, imagine how, okay, let's say I put a set of walls like this. Let's just say this was possible. It's not, but let's say it were. And you have a bot that's here. Your bot wants to just move over here. It can't because there's a wall. But because your vision range of a bot is only 5 tiles, it can't see a path beyond this set of walls. I think that'd be really frustrating. Because you want your bot to move up like this over to here, but it can't see more than 5 tiles away. And in order to see the total path, it needs to be able to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 tiles. There's no way to do that. So basically, you'd have to write your own custom AI for every single match in order to get around walls blocking vision. And it'd be really, really tedious. So I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah. So if they did affect your vision, that would apply to the defender too, but the defender is probably not trying to just use the figure it out script, for example. So as an attacker, this shouldn't be the best strategy by any means. But if all of your bots are alive and they're just roaming around these walls down here because you didn't write some custom AI to account for this particular defender scenario, that's a lot more frustrating than being destroyed by a good strategy. So you know how every once in a while you'll get to the end of a match and you realize that your bots just never pursued the CPU? Like, okay, that's a silly mistake. But in this case, I just don't think it's a good idea to have walls affect vision. What do you think about wall placing bots? I don't think you should ever have more walls in the game. At one point in Botland's history, there were wall placing bots, and it was a nightmare. So I can show you. Hang on, let me do this. I think it was recap number. Wait, where was it? Was it this? No, it wasn't this. Hang on, let me see if I can find this. There was melee here. No, I didn't. Oh, yeah, here were walls. Okay, yeah. So walls were in the game. Hang on one second. Okay, sorry. Hang on a sec. Alright, sorry. Yeah, so walls were in the game at one point, and it leads to degenerate gameplay, I think, in that you can just place walls like everywhere, and then do walls stop your own bots, and I don't know, I don't like that. Thought about the ability to increase vision? Yeah, that's already in the game, and everyone has that by default. But okay, so here are some things that I'm not looking for here. More ideas around like hardware / bot types that don't immediately involve the questions. And part of the reason for this is I think there's a lot that can. Oh, take a shot for Rabbi. Thanks for subbing. And see you in Attic Bind. So, yeah, I think there are a lot of ideas that we can eventually add to Botland, but I'd like to avoid some of that complexity now. And yeah, the clouds are reduced vision range. Those are the sorts of things that like they're not immediately related to this conversation, I feel. So anyway, there's currently this one straw poll. I definitely want an answer to that. And then I want to add in one more straw poll. So okay. This is a little bit split right now. So how do I guess I need a picture for this. Let's open up GIMP. Yeah, I got to write this down at some point to talk about all of the stipulations about walls and pits. I hate dysaxia. How are you going to calculate overtime hit collision for the missiles? The target moves. So the target doesn't actually move. The way that missiles and lasers work, lasers and missiles are instantaneous, and animation only happens on the client. So at the time of firing, the source and destination are fixed. So it might animate like a missile is moving over a wall, but it won't really. And that could be confusing to people. And part of the way we can address that is maybe by speeding up the animations. This is another thing probably worth writing here. But as far as, did I actually open GIMP? No, I don't think so, because I wanted to do it this way. So let's try this. Okay, so suppose we had a wall here. So at the time of firing, calculate collisions and then just change the target to the wall if it would have hit in its path. Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen, but I need to figure out exactly how I want this to work. So there's basically the question of this, like source and destination, and you draw a straight line from here to here, and it kind of crosses the wall but not entirely. And what about if you had the destination like up here maybe, or up here? Hey, Spurman. So basically, what should happen in this case? Should it stop the projectile or should it not stop the projectile? Also, one of the other tests I'm going to have to do here is make sure that you can't charge over a pit. Will melee hit returns false if there's a pit between you and the target? Hey Noomers. And hey Dad Sparrow. Dad Sparrow, you should look up PHP JSON examples. Well, so Liquidor, at what point do you say this hit the wall, and at what point do you say it hit the target? Because like I said, you can imagine a scenario maybe like this, where the straight line is kind of a glancing blow through the wall. If the projectile travels through the wall tile, it gets stopped. I think walls should stop everything. Oh, Noomers, you're going to stream? Alright, we'll follow you. And hey, Orphoria. Okay, so we're going to make a straw poll about this. Should a wall stop projectiles even for glancing blows? Whoops. So let's upload this to Imager and then put this in a straw poll. So, Pants for Birds, do you mind taking a look at Botland? I'd like it if you could familiarize yourself just a little bit with how the game works, because like here's an example game that you might play. You might have your defense like this. You've got your missiles, for example, on your bot, and you put this down like here and you hit test. So at this point, I'm not controlling the game anymore. So having dotted lines draw for missiles, like this would be super chaotic, right? Because you can see how much stuff is happening, and I also have no impact over it at this point. I have no influence over it. So that's it. So I don't think you can have this like draw dotted lines and that sort of thing. I think it would either stop it and you'd kind of know, oh yeah, that hit a wall, or wouldn't stop it, and this would lead to people exploiting this more. Hey G240. Okay, well, how should projectiles that don't exactly align with a wall be affected by walls? So, for example, see this picture. Projectiles should only be stopped by walls if they are direct hits, e.g. source, wall, destination. Projectiles should be stopped by walls if even a small percentage of their path involves the wall tile. Is there any other option here? I don't want to do something like different types of projectiles, or I don't know. I'm going to just start with this one. Because part of the other thing worth thinking about here is, what if walls didn't exist? Should walls even exist? Should we just have pits? Like, what purpose do these serve? And so originally, the original intent behind walls and pits was to give defenders more tools for coming up with interesting defenses. If artillery can fly over walls, I voted for different hardware for that, and you can only hit the wall if you're close enough to the wall because of close edge flybys, then walls would be kind of weak. And you only have 4 of them. Well, I guess the other question could be, should walls be destructible? And I know a lot of these questions impact the answers to other questions here. For example, you would probably be okay with most of your projectiles being stopped by walls if they were destructible. Because then it's not like, in this case, if you fire, I keep doing that. If you fire 10 projectiles from here to here and the first 5 get stopped, you'd probably be okay with that if the next 5 made it through and you destroyed the wall. But if walls are indestructible, then you probably only want it to be when you fire from here to here for it to be stopped. And like, okay, that makes sense. But from here to here, maybe it doesn't get stopped. I don't know, that'd be weird. Destructible would be good to avoid exploits and maybe help newbies. Yeah, the thing I don't like about destructible walls is that then you need another, like, find enemy wall. I feel like you'd need more logic in here. And what if you want to destroy your own wall? Is that possible? Like, what happens if you're just... I don't know. I do think this complicates the game a lot. How does this impact the Will Lasers Hit API? Destructible by collision only, not targetable? Oh, so you just walk onto a wall and it's destroyed? That's interesting. Yeah, that's definitely interesting because then pits would stop movement forever. And if your goal was to stop movement, then you'd put pits down. If your goal was to stop projectiles, you'd put walls down, but then the enemy could just move into them. So then I guess if you were to put wall bots, where did my wall bot go? Here it is. Hey, Amy. So yeah, having something like this is no longer an issue, I guess. Because then you can just walk onto the wall. If enough bots fall in the pit, other bots should be able to pass through it. You can't fall into the pit. So if they're destructible by moving over them, then what do walls actually accomplish? Like, I think if you can just walk into a wall to destroy it, what are you stopping? Are you just forcing people to... Yeah, I don't know. The walk-on-wall thing makes no sense. Wait, destructible by collision only, not targetable. Oh, you mean if something happens to pass through a wall? I understand. This is not what Liquidor was suggesting. Liquidor suggested that if a projectile happens to hit a wall, it does damage to the wall. But you can't specifically target the wall to destroy it. Yeah, no, this wouldn't work because the reason why is because you can blind fire lasers. So you could just put a bot down that's called Destroy Walls. It has lasers level 1 and it's got a script that just says fire lasers left. So that wouldn't work. Andoran. Why wouldn't that work? Why wouldn't that work? Because I feel like if lasers are used in the game at all, then they pretty much negate walls. That's a strategy, and if the attacker chooses to destroy them with lasers, then he's stuck with those bots. What I'm saying is you have to invest very little for that strategy, and that's assuming you even wanted to go out of your way for that strategy. If your bots already had lasers, then you're doing nothing extra. And also, another thing is it's kind of frustrating to code. Like, hey, I know where the walls are, so get to the point where I fire one laser there, and that's it. Maybe that's not such a big deal, but yeah, I don't want people to say like, well, I have missiles and artillery and armor, or shield or something like that. Well, let's say instead of the shield, they've got walls, so let's put down level 1 lasers. Walls can't be destroyed by lasers, just explosive damage. Yeah, that could be more interesting, I guess, because there's no blind fired explosive weapon yet in the game. Maybe walls can only be destroyed by explosive damage. But I feel like this adds a lot of complexity for not a lot of gain. And it makes me think that maybe just pits should be in the game. And yeah, there won't be hacking in the game, I think. Make walls retractable. Yeah, I don't know what that does either exactly. Because remember, attackers have as much time as they need to be able to test, to just wait for stuff. So remember the lesson we learned when we had attacker bots with infinite shield. They stayed off in the corner, they used infinite shield, and then after like 200 turns they started attacking stuff. And after 200 turns of generating shields, they were nearly invincible. So if you had retractable walls, it would cause the attackers to just wait for them to be retracted, I think. Well, okay, so this wasn't just let's come up with simple to code solutions. This was let's come up with something that actually helps the game. So this makes sense, this makes sense, this makes sense, and simple code, okay, let's just assume that. Now, what do walls do for the game? Like, what would you do in your strategy as a defender, and what would you do as an attacker? How would this change your strategy as a defender, and how would this change your strategy as an attacker? So as a defender, you would probably say, okay, I want to put walls near my CPU almost always, but maybe not quite there. So you might put walls like this maybe, and now when the enemy tries shooting lasers at you, is melee that walks into a pit. So there's no concept of walking into pits. Pits stop movement. You cannot move into pits and thus die or be incapacitated. You're prevented from doing so. Walls are good against melee, but pits are also good against melee, right? Like, there was never a plan to just have walls in the game. Well, actually, there was at one point. But there's a plan to have pits in the game, and a pit stops movement. So if you drag a pit and your goal is to stop melee, then you've successfully done that. So what do walls do? Will the defenders be able to shoot through their own walls, or do they need to go through them as well? I'm debating on just not having walls, because yeah, those are the kinds of questions that if walls are destructible, then are they destructible by the owner of the wall? No. Walls don't stop line of vision. That would be crazy in bot land. So yeah, this is what I was writing here. If they did affect your vision, you would end up with a bunch of pathfinding nightmares that you shouldn't have to solve in bot lane. Artillery lands in a pit, doesn't damage anywhere around it because it's in a pit. Right now, artillery can't land in a pit because you can only target a bot with artillery. If artillery did land in a pit, I think it would just do splash damage as normal. So, part of the question is, what do walls do in the game? That's still something I wanted to plan. And what I wrote here was the original intent was to give defenders more tools for coming up with interesting defenses. That way attackers don't just steamroll everyone. And I think by that logic, really, walls and pits don't really do much whether they exist or not because everyone would start to use them. Maybe it's an option of using those or using another chip. I mean, if defenders can't shoot through them, they would just be an annoying obstacle for defenders as well and won't benefit from them at all. No, so I think for me the question would be, are they destroyable? If so, can they be destroyed by the owner? If they're not destroyable, then they stop projectiles for everybody. I don't think there would be something where projectiles are allowed through your own walls, but not through an enemy wall. I think in that case you would just have bots. Like, bots can act as walls in that case. So you could put down a tank bot that has something like shield and reflect and regeneration, and this acts as your wall in that point. So your own bots can shoot through this, but enemy bots can't, and this thing absorbs a whole lot of life because it's got shield and reflect and regeneration. Yeah, then you have less bots. I understand that. I guess what I'm still getting at, and I don't think there's a compelling enough reason to have walls in the game. And I linked in that video earlier of when walls were in the game. And this is back when they were creatable, though. This led to a bunch of just weird stuff. This was back in botland when they existed. This one was set up to build and then shoot its own wall. And I don't know. I feel like there were a bunch of oddities around this. Is there going to be a mechanic where you can make the lower rank person pay? I like walls for the fact they block attacks. Pretty cool to protect chips. Yeah, but what if, like, if that's all walls are ever used for, and you just always put them to the right of each chip that you have, is it that good? I think if in that case walls shouldn't be destructible. So G240 in the real world, yes. In botland, a bot would see a pit and just say, I'm not falling into that, and is prevented from moving. So picture old games that had artificial boundaries on their world. So for example, Super Mario 64. There's a point where you just can't jump beyond the terrain. And you might say, well, wait a second, there's this void. In the real world, if there was some void and you jumped into it, wouldn't you die? Well, sure, but in Mario 64, they just didn't code anything beyond that terrain. So you just can't jump there. And that's fine. So I think in botland it'd be the same thing. There's a pit. If you were to somehow move over the pit, yeah, sure, you'd fall into the pit. But in botland, you'd just be like, nope, can't do that. If you want a wall to protect something, you might as well make a bot that stands still and have a shield and be a tank that doesn't move. Well, I'm saying that is a possibility. And as a defender, as you level up, you have more bots. If walls aren't destructible, then you shouldn't be able to place walls next to each other. So yeah, because I think that's definitely true. Then one of the other questions I have is, are all defenders going to use walls and pits in the same way? Just Sperta. I don't want something in the game that everyone utilizes in the same way. To me, this is like, it becomes a given that you always place your walls in a particular fashion. What I think, walls can also be used to steer the attacker in a specific direction. They can, but pits can do that too. So I guess what I'm saying is, I don't think I have a problem with pits. And I don't think walls accomplish much more than pits do. And I don't think pits have a lot of these concerns that walls have. It's pretty obvious, just from most design perspectives, most people would say a pit doesn't block vision, because it's a hole in the ground, so how would it block vision? That you can shoot over it. Again, makes sense, it's a hole in the ground, why wouldn't you be able to fire a missile over it? That you can't move over it. This part apparently doesn't make as much sense because people would say you should be able to try moving over it, but then you'd fall into a pit. So I think people can accept this as a you just can't do it kind of thing. So I think just having pits in the game could be fine, but even then, it's what do pits accomplish? I know what they accomplish in general, but is everyone using them the same way? Are they always putting them around their CPU or around their chips? I'd have to see. Would you be able to teleport through walls? Yeah, if walls existed in the game, yes, you would be. Place boats and pits with water in them. All right, Liquidor, thanks for your input. And hey, 85 filter. A pit which teleports you to another pit when you fall into it. Okay, so here's a crazy idea. What if you were allowed to have... What if, instead of walls, you could have bots with no weaponry as a defender? This gives you a scriptable wall. You can make a tanky bot, and enemies can ignore it, but at the very least, it's very consistent in that you already know how bots work. This would just have an additional constraint at construction time. This, by the way, I don't think I really want this to happen. At that point, it's like, why even put this constraint on them? Why not just let people do what they want? I see that, but a pit has the size of one tile, right? So the bot would still walk around that. So a pit just buys time. The defender doesn't prevent anything from getting damaged. Just trying to understand the concept. Yeah. So let's say this bot is a pit. It's not, but let's just say, because I didn't put pits in the game. So if you were to put pits like this, for example, or maybe like this, then what you're doing is you're essentially trying to funnel attackers into the rest of these tiles when they come to attack you. So maybe yeah, you do something like this. And now bots can see over this, so they can detect whatever path they need to detect. But if you have a bot here, it's almost immune to melee, right? An enemy has to come all the way around here to get to it. And it's not immune to anything else. It's not actually even immune to melee. It can still be attacked. That just takes away from your attacking power? What do you mean? Oh, yeah. Yeah. This is an opportunity cost, definitely. If you add this in as this is an extra thing, then it's not taking away from your attacking power. It's just giving you another tool in your arsenal. So what I'm saying is, right now, suppose you can have 5 bots. Let's say I cut walls from the design and give you 6 bots, but the 6th has to have no weapons on it. So you're not taking away from your attack power, you're adding a 6th bot that has something like armor level 3, shield level 3, and reflect level 1. This is essentially a better wall, right? It's destructible, sure, but it takes less damage, It can absorb some of that damage, and it can reflect some of that damage. Why not make bots fall into pits? Because I don't think it does anything for the game. Like, all you're doing is punishing, like, naive scripts, and I think there's enough punishment for naive scripts in the game already. You're forcing the defender then, though, right? I'm not sure what this means, Simon. I'm forcing the defender to do what? Because one of the things I think, what we have right now, we have 3 different objects in the game. The CPU, which is pretty central to winning or losing the game. Chips, which give you buffs. And then bots themselves, which are, again, pretty central to the game. Everyone will understand CPU and bots. Chips aren't going to be at the very first week or 2 of gameplay for most people. So you'll see them, you'll be like, okay, yeah, but they won't affect too much because you'll only have 1 or 2 of them. Then as you level up, you'll start to see defenses where they've got 5 haste chips or 4, I don't know, inferno chips or something like that. And that's when your strategies can start to really unfold. You can unlock different things, and that's what makes me think, why add another kind of object? But I still need to think about this. Well, that 6th bot there isn't a huge choice for them. You say you don't want people to do the same thing, but the last bot? No, so Simon, what's really interesting about this way of doing things, so yeah, I see what you're saying here. What's interesting is that it's a bot. It just can't have weapons. So that gives it armor, shield, reflect, EMP, maybe. I don't know about this. You might consider that a weapon. What else? Regen, repair, teleport. I don't know. There's probably other stuff that I'm forgetting that I could just look through the list of stuff and see what we've got. Wait a second. What happened to unowned here? Hang on a second. That's not what I expect. No, that's definitely not what I expect. I think those buttons are gone for some reason. What happened there? Yeah, there used to be buttons here. I don't know what happened to that. Figure out what happened to the own/all buttons. Alright, well, let's just go to the store here. So, yeah, any of the attack things would be gone. Yeah, you could have cloaking, teleport, shield, thrusters, reflect, any of these. So anyway, my point is, not everyone will pick the same things to do here. And with a wall, if you're allowed to have walls as a defender, you're probably going to have walls. Otherwise, why did I add them to the game? And then the only question becomes, where do I place them? So with walls, the only question is, well, the only questions, I guess, are, do I place them? Which I think the answer is always yes. And where do I place them? With a bot, it's what hardware do I have and where do I place it? And also, what script do I have? Would those be stronger versions than you could put on your other bots? No, I don't think so. Remember, so a bot right now has 2,000 life. That's just an arbitrary number. But knowing that bots have 2,000 life and knowing that you don't kill them in one hit, like, imagine your walls that just move into enemy bots and just surround them. There's nothing stopping them from killing those walls, but they're absorbing damage and kind of deflecting fire away from your attacking bots. So that's where I think you've got a lot more strategy. That could be someone's strategy, is just swarm the enemy. And another person's strategy could be swarm the CPU. And another one's could be, they're not even walls, they're just repairing your other bots. I think there could be some interesting stuff there. Instead of walls and pits, add tower. That's basically a stationary bot that can't shoot. Yeah, so that's pretty much what chips are. And this is where I would like to just point people to the game if they're going to give suggestions like this, because some of what people have suggested is already implemented and is already the case, and I think you should just try out the game a little bit first. So there are already these buff chips of like, hey, this regenerates 15 life every turn. So as long as this is living, my bots are going to heal themselves a little bit. So if I put this bot over here, it might not be actually very obvious, but its life is not going down by just, hundreds. It's getting healed a little bit every turn. It's really hard to tell when they're taking constant damage. But anyway, these are working. And so yes, you can't customize the hardware on these, but these were meant to give you lots of different options. Eventually there could be tens of these in the game. Why add pits or walls? I'm confused. It's the same thing, just worse. It's not the same thing right now. So in order to make it the same thing, we'd have to make some changes. So there's nothing in game right now that stops movement that doesn't have a life bar. So originally, walls and pits were supposed to be that niche item. So chips don't stop enemy movement, and bots do stop enemy movement, but chips have a life meter and they can just be destroyed. If you put pits into your arena, you could control kind of how the enemy's attacking you. The thing is, I don't know if I want to add a new thing. If there's a bot that could taunt, you mean lock an enemy onto it? Because I think that could be interesting, but I think that's also a different conversation. Also, this whole thing with what if you could just put another bot down? I like the idea. I don't know what it would do to the UI though, because you need to know that you've got, 11 bots placed out of 11. But then you'd be like 11 bots placed out of 11 and one utility bot allowed, and you'd have to know what's a utility bot and how do I quickly identify them. So one way we could do this is just say, oh, you're allowed just an extra bot, just 12 out of 12. And if you want to put a wall down, you put a wall down. If you want to put an attack down, you put an attack down. But then, I don't know. So instead of saying you can have X bots, Y pits, Z walls, could you not have a total unit count so it's more flexible? You could, but this is like balancing RPGs. So in an RPG, you have a melee class, you have an archer class, and you have a wizard class usually, right? And I'm simplifying this. We're talking about some just contrived RPG for this matter. Well, warriors do, 50 damage with their whirlwind attack, and archers have some like arrow volley, and wizards have some frost nova spell. How do you know when something's balanced? And so what a lot of RPGs will do is they'll just give you, oh, here's your DPS, your damage per second. And that way we have one metric that can tell you how well are these classes doing, so that we've got some metric to balance them on. When it comes to Botland, if you give them X bots, Y walls, and Z pits, and you instead just say, okay, you've got X plus Y plus Z total objects. Now you figure out what it is. Well, a bot's equivalent damage per second, I know walls don't do damage, but what I'm getting at is their value is going to be way higher than a wall. So you might say, okay, well then bots cost 2 points to place, walls cost 1 point, and pits cost 1 point. And at that point, still, are people ever using walls? Are they doing things where they're putting all their points into walls and just funneling bots into a kill zone or something? Like, I don't know. And I don't think that is maybe a meaningful strategic choice, or at least maybe one that I want people to make. Hey, Zakachan. A bot holding a 3 square wide shield. Yeah, that could be interesting too, is turning bots into walls. I never really thought about that. Yeah, that's actually really interesting. A shield or armor ability that makes a bot's effective size bigger so that it can become a wall while still being targetable. Lesson here, walls don't work, don't build walls. Yeah, I don't know. I am still debating on all this stuff. there a find closest wall API? Man, I expected there to just be a couple of questions, but I think it's good that all of this came up because it's making me rethink whether this should even be a feature. The concept of utility bots, I think, well, for one, what if you could have extra bots as a defender, but the extra ones weren't allowed any weaponry? Instead of having the player place walls, why not make a section in the middle of the arena be randomly generated with like 2 to 3 tiles of walls? That would add an element of surprise. Well, okay, so as a defender, you want to know what that element of surprise is going to be so you can make a strategy. But as an attacker, I don't know how much a randomly placed wall would actually hinder you. And I think the goals of walls would be to hinder attackers. Because a lot of people have suggested before, hey, have you ever thought about making terrain? Like, what if this tile was harder to move over, and this one was easier to move over, and this one gave you, whatever, a buff to something? And I think those are good for manually played strategy games. Because they add an element of, okay, let me plan this out in the moment. But Botland is a game where you plan everything out ahead of time. And I think those decisions are all just flattened completely by a script that you write. So I think having random walls is... I think there's still the question of, are there even walls? So what would the random walls do? You say maybe that, okay, it might change things up a bit. But like I said, you kind of flatten almost all of that out with your script, right? By the time you've been playing Botland for a couple of weeks, you probably have some pretty decent scripts. And at that point, you probably accounted for all the random positions of walls. You've got some generic way to get over them. Whereas I think if someone manually put down walls, you can't necessarily account for what they have done. And that was the point of walls originally, was this whole, let's give the defenders more tools here. A bot that could just deploy walls so you can put it into your bot scripts, bot carry X walls as part of its kit or something. That I want to avoid because I think it runs into all those same kinds of issues. Like I said, there was that video that I was showing you guys, which I apparently keep closing. Where is that? Yeah, this one. Hey everyone, Adam13531 here. Yeah, so if you can just place walls, and sure, you could have a limited amount, but if you could just place walls and you had all of your bots doing this, then they'd have to be destructible. And then what happens if you want to shoot over them? I don't know. I think it gets messy. I really like the randomness of terrain. It makes things spicy somehow. Terrain can either help the defender or even block the defense, so the attacker is slightly privileged. But G24, like I said, in games where there's terrain and it affects you, so something like Advance Wars is what I usually show for this. In Advance Wars, you've got trees, you've got mountains, you've got whatever else. And in this particular situation, so let's say you're this infantry unit, going over a forest might give you more defense, going into the mountain might make you take longer, going over the road might make you move farther. So cool, you've got some decisions you can make, right? But you're making those on the fly. I feel like in Botland, if you've got anything random, then you can't make those decisions on the fly anymore as a defender. You've got to make them, your defense is just, you're accounting for something you don't know about yet, which I don't think works. But as an attacker, that's the name of the game, is making decisions ahead of time for this situation that you might be in. So your script might have led you over to forest, and at that point it becomes this optimization game of, do I move over the forest knowing that it's going to slow my movement speed, but that there's a target I want to fire at? And is that fun coding to do? Is that a fun script to write? And I don't think it is. I think it involves a whole lot of heuristics that I should just give you in the game anyway. Because it mostly boils down to what's your goal at any time. Is it to move to a target? Is it to attack a target? Is it to move away from a target? Based on that goal, you pretty much just want to write some simple code of achieving that goal. Anyway, I haven't made a decision yet. For one, okay, so this would probably be difficult to signal to players in the UI. A utility bot is just one without weapons. Or one that can't use weapons. So you would have to designate bots as utility bots somewhere and know that there's a different threshold for those. It's not different types of terrain that really affect the overall strategy. It's just a simple being blocked by a pile of walls. But remember this like current goal at any given time in almost any game, right? And your goals in Botland are going to be something like move to X, Y, pursue a target, and pursue could mean fire weaponry at target. And then some other utility things like EMP, repair, whatever else. But in general, those are your goals. So when you see walls, how does that impact your goals? It makes movement harder. It makes pursuing a target harder. And depending on what your utility is, it could make that a little bit more difficult. And so how do you get around this? Well, you literally have to get around the wall. And in that case, I should give you just an API that's like Pathfind 2, which by the way already exists. So does it really change much? It just makes it a little bit slower, I guess. Or maybe you have to write some custom code that doesn't Pathfind it. I wonder if I wrote something. I want to see if I wrote this. Did I write anything about game modes here? Excuse me. I should add something about just game modes in general. But people did ask about team-based game modes. By the way, if anyone's curious about the page that I'm on, this is the not frequently asked questions page, where there are a lot of kind of nitpicky questions. But anyway, my pushback against game modes in general. In general, I don't want to add game modes yet because they split the player base. If you have two equally popular game modes, then you have half the population playing either one. So if there are only 100 players in Botland and there's game mode A and game mode B, then now each one of these only has 50 players, assuming they're both equally popular. If they're not equally popular, then you run into another scenario like this where no one's playing mode B and you're just playing with the same players all the time and you can't find a game when it's 9 p.m. at night, and that's redundant. And yeah, so I think game modes they only introduce a problem when there are not many players. The one way game modes can go right when there are not many players is that you find out this. You made mode B and you thought it'd be popular and it turns out it's not. So you just stop investing resources in it at this point. Am I still in the Defender pool? I think it's based on your last login. So I could actually find out if you don't log in, or maybe you did log in. Let me take a look at something. There's a way to get the currently tracked matchmake players, but I guess I need to... Alright, this is a little bit tedious to do, but I will do it anyway and try to find out. So we need to log into this machine. And then from here I need to say curl http mm.bot.land 8080/players. Okay, so I get all of these players. And then I figure out who you are. Select ID name from users where name like Kai. You are 130. So are you being tracked here? No, you're not. Oh, it is a command, Blueberry King. It's just not FAQ. Serious question, what do walls and pits add to the game? Just something for attackers to add to logic? Would you add the same logic to each bot? Yeah, so that's one of the questions that I'm trying to answer here. Should walls even exist? Should pits even exist? I actually didn't write should pits even exist. I think pits are pretty straightforward. So I think adding pits in the game is not such a big deal. Since Botland is a web-based game, not an app yet, I'd assume it's a game I play with friends while sitting in TeamSpeak than just playing a phase or two while sitting on the bus on mobile. Does anyone agree? Well, currently it's a web-based game, but yeah, eventually the goal is make it an app. So, but I think that I'm designing, assuming the game will be popular, because I don't think it's worth designing a game assuming that it won't be popular. Because what are you hoping to achieve with that? Is logging in enough to get back there? I think if you log in and then you also attack somebody, it should be enough to get back there, Kai Tai. And I can check that if you want. So let me know if you log in and then you attack someone. Because I could take a look at your last login time, actually. Yeah, you last... Oh, actually, you just logged in right now, huh? Yeah, so you'd, I think, need to attack somebody. And then I think you'd be added to the matchmaker. And I can verify that. Because the number of players tracked was 64. It's still 64. So yeah, if you attack someone, let me know. I'd like to see actual HP number on CPU. Yeah, that's fair. I'd like to add that in too. And that shouldn't be that hard to do. I just haven't done it. I'm leaning toward not having walls. So this was my way of potentially getting walls in the game in a way that's not actually having walls. Is what if you had bots that weren't allowed to use weapons and they were designated like walls? I don't mind if they move, but just by not giving them weapons, you're forcing them to either repair or absorb damage or some other kind of utility thing. Yeah, because I think they complicate the game and don't add a whole lot to have walls. Unfortunately, we have graphics for walls. Now the graphics aren't going to be put to use, and I like them. I don't think you can justify putting this in the game and not have it be an object in the game. As in, this tile has nothing on it, so it makes sense you just pass right over it, right? This tile doesn't really look like you can pass right over it. And something like this looks like it would be functional when you pass over it. What else do we have here? Where's the other tile set? Oh, here. Yeah, these, it doesn't look like you can just move on this tile. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, cool. You commence an attack. Yeah, so number of players tracked is now 65, and we should see... Yep, there you are. ID 130. So yeah, you're now being tracked by the matchmaker. Your defense skill is 1677, so actually if I play against you, or if I play a game, I should be able to find you, right? Oh no, my attack rating is only 1400. So never mind, I wouldn't be able to find you yet. I didn't really say botland will not be popular, and therefore we have to change the game from web-based to an app as soon as possible. I like the idea. No, G24O, I'm not saying that you were saying it wouldn't be popular. I'm just saying, here's how I took this. Like, because Botland is web-based right now, here's how I think I'll play it. I'm saying that this might be true, and that's totally valid, and this is subjective anyway, so whatever you say is fine. But this assumption of it's web-based right now, this will hopefully not be the case when it's released. So then the here's how I think I play it could change. Also, there's technically no way to play with your friends, and there's no planned way for that either. And there are reasons for that too. I feel like what happens in these game design conversations is I cover a lot of ground many times. And I'm not saying this is your fault, G24O. I'm saying that, so people hear about, oh, why don't we have teams in the game or something? And I have to explain that a bunch of times. And that's why I made that not frequently asked questions page. But, yeah. All right. How expensive is it to get someone to make them? Dad Sparrow, is there a message I missed? You might have sent a message that Twitch didn't actually put through because it might have been too long. Because I don't know what them is referring to here. Probably just a game. Anyway, games can be, I wouldn't say free to develop, because you're gonna at some point probably need to publish it somewhere, and that's usually about $100 to publish it to an app store or something. And if you're gonna self-publish, then you have server costs. So I'd say at minimum games are about a couple $100 to develop, and at most it depends on your art team and your programming team and how many people you hire. So in general, games can be pretty much free right up until you publish them. I think if you are talented in many areas, then yeah, you could do most of the assets yourself. It'll just take you a long time. Oh, talking about the artwork. Oh, it's just artwork. Artwork is, yeah, it depends on the style and everything. So I wouldn't say, okay, the art and UX of Botland is one of the biggest expenditures. Compared to other games, I wouldn't say it's incredibly expensive because I'm funding this out of pocket. But I'm happy with the art style we have. Still, it's not like a, crazy 3D game with a bunch of lighting effects and all this other stuff. That would have probably cost me a lot more. Does regeneration apply to the CPU? No, it doesn't. There would have to be something specific for the CPU, I think, which I did write down. That might eventually exist in the game. But I think regenerating the CPU might be a little bit overpowered if it's also regenerating all your bots. So, okay, let's ignore UI for a second. How does this idea feel? I've got my defense on play.bot.land. And if I had to designate a bot as a support bot, this has melee, so it couldn't be that. This has artillery, so it couldn't be that. So I'd need to make a brand new bot, and this bot would have to have nothing from the attack category. So I'd pick things like, I guess, area repair level 3 and shield level 3. So what it makes me do is come up with another bot and another script, and then I would have to put this down somewhere. And it could start doing stuff. It just wouldn't have any weaponry. Who did your art? I think I asked before and I forgot. I have some contractors doing it. I never asked if I could share their names, so I've never shared their names. But every once in a while, one of them will drop into the stream. Well, I don't think I've identified them. But yeah, they're actual artists doing the art. Unlike me, I would not make very good art. Yeah, man. I think walls shouldn't exist. I think the concept of a utility bot could eventually... Is there any other way we could encourage this without adding UI constraints? I guess the thing I could think of is a chip that does something like this. A chip that says your bots without weaponry get plus 100% life or something like that. Like now you are encouraged to make them walls. Hey, Mr. O to the P. a brand new concept in the UI, or a chip that gives a buff to bots without weaponry. Use your bots for walls. Attack on bot landing. The problem is if I don't make it an extra bot. So for example, there's nothing whatsoever is stopping you right now from doing this. If I go to edit my defense and I just call this wall bot, whoops, Wally, and I give it regeneration and shield, and I give it a script that just says shield yourself, and that's it. It doesn't do anything else. Then there, I have just made a wall. And now the only way to get through here is either to go through these two paths or to kill the bots. So if we take a look at this, the AI is going to kill the bots. And there, my walls did essentially nothing, right? But I did make them, and they did absorb a bunch of damage before they died. The problem is that these are taking away, the opportunity cost is that I don't have 9 attacking bots. So what I was thinking is, as this idea, what if you had 9 attacking bots, or 9 whatever you wanted, and then 1 or 2 just wall bots where they couldn't have weapons on them. But that imposes a UI constraint of, okay, I've got these 9, now how do I designate that, no wait, this one doesn't have weaponry, so that should be one of the other ones. And so I wonder if there's a better way to do this, or if this is even really an issue. This is a gigantic bottle. Yeah. Do you know about the show BattleBots? You should just handle that principle. Everything in the arena is there to obstruct or kill you, and it will. Yeah, but like I said, there's opportunity costs. Also, I don't think in BattleBots the contestants controlled the arena. Hey, Void Dreamer. And yeah, I totally agree with this, what you said, Dio. You need to have an incentive to play something without attack power. But what I was wondering is, and this is why I wrote that thing about the chip, what if the incentive came from just your strategy? So right now there are chips that have plus 15 regen, and a chip that has plus 5% or 15% damage dealt. What if there was a chip that was like, or let's take this one, minus 5% damage taken. What if there was one that said minus 15% damage taken on bots without weaponry? So this is an additional constraint, but it's also a way better buff. But then players might choose, I just won't use this, or maybe this enables an overpowered strategy. So I don't know. I don't think walls should be in the game, though. I think this is what I've come to the conclusion of multiple times. And I think if I'm going to get rid of them, that I should remove all the wall code from the code base. I just want to settle on this and make sure it's the best decision for the game. Because I think the most important reason to not have them is this. They would add a lot of complexity. Because if you think about it, if you just knew, hey, I'm adding walls to botland, what are your immediate questions? Can I destroy them? Can I place more of them? Do they block vision? These are all questions that they might get answered relatively quickly, but they're still questions you'd have. And maybe you go a month without playing the game and you forget about this and you're like, how does pathfinding work with walls? Can I look this up? Do I just test this out myself? There are a bunch of questions, and what do they give you? Almost nothing. Your immediate question is why, but what I'm saying is if you were just an average player in the game, you're probably not thinking of the game design. You're probably, well, as a defender, I think you'd see the value in focusing an attacker in a certain location. Can we make a simple pros and cons list about walls? Sure. So pros and cons. So cons, complicated. Users would have questions around vision, destroyability, placement requirements, e.g. not being able to put 4 in a row. Pros gives defenders another tool for constructing their defenses. They can guide attackers to certain locations by placing walls. Another con is actually there are still design questions around them. For example, the questions above, the questions about destroyability and constraints that are posed above haven't really been solved. Also, well, given how projectiles animate on the client, it could be confusing for players to see some projectiles get stopped and others make it through a wall. Hey, Garanja. Complexity is not bad in an AI programming game. So certain complexity is not bad. I think actually the Magic the Gathering designers had this concept of a complexity budget. And basically you assign each feature has a complexity cost and a value added. So for example, what's a good thing? Like let's say there's in Magic the Gathering, let's say there's a new mechanic like haste. The complexity cost is, well, you have to understand this mechanic. And the value added is, oh my god, there's all this design space of cards with haste. So that's probably worth it. And sure enough, they added haste, so they must have determined that it was worth it. In Botland, if I were to add in, let's say, 10 new kinds of entities, and this is contrived, so obviously this is just, I'm just trying to show how this point works. The complexity cost would probably be a lot, and the value added might not be so much. So let's just look at the one entity that we have here. If we add in a wall, the complexity cost, I'd say is actually, it's moderate. And I'd say the value is actually probably pretty low. So I don't think it's worth adding something like this. And this point that you said here, this was a very conscious design decision. There's a reason why the APIs in Botland are as simple as they are. I want you to just have to write something like this. If can shield self, then shield self. I want you to be able to write something like this. So find the closest enemy anything. And if it exists, pursue it. In other games, this would turn into something like, or could turn into something like, okay, let's get all the enemies, get all enemies, and then let's filter them enemies by like distance or something. Let's say we got the closest enemy, and we had to like index that array, and then we had to get their x and y coordinate, and then say if my x is less than their x, and like there's no reason for this, and everyone would want to write this, so we just give them an API. And I wanted it to be that way of like, I want you to focus on the strategy more than you're focusing on the programming aspect. So I wanted the programming aspect to be pretty simple. Con doesn't give anything over pits right now. Well, if you're comparing them to pits, then I could say that's a con. But yeah, I guess it's something to write down. It actually does give something over pits, and that they stop projectiles. So I don't think it's really worth it. You can actually make 3 types of walls: weak to strong durability to compensate for destroyability. Well, destroyability in my mind is a Boolean. So destroyability is the question of, can it be destroyed? There are only 2 answers to this. There's yes and there's no. When you have yes as the answer, then you get to another question of how much does it take to destroy them. At this point, you're answering a different question, and that's where you have weak, medium, and strong, and that's where your idea comes in. So I haven't even gotten to that point, though, where I've answered yes to this question and can then figure out the parameters around this. Fair enough. In this case, I do agree with you, as you still have pits in game, as more speaking in general. Well, and I'm debating on even having pits, to be honest. I want to figure this out, but I know what you're saying, Gramanja, and I agree, and the point is to try to keep this simple, because I think there are a lot of things that can turn people away from Botland. Hey, Mario. And Void Dreamer, I think they're probably going to bring it back in some sense. Weaver bots. So why would someone use walls? Would they block ally movement? There's no real concept of allies in the game right now. There are no teams yet, so there's no true ally concept. However, they would block your own bots, yeah. And no, Mario, this... What are the odds of winning the lottery is not a question that can be answered by 50-50. Unless there's a lottery that has 50-50 odds. But have you won the lottery or will you win the lottery are both yes or no questions. Closest enemy with lowest distance. Reddest rose with highest crimson. So yeah, I don't think walls should be in the game. I think that's what I determined. Now, let's see what you guys think in general. After everything Adam has discussed this morning, do you think walls should be in the game? Yes. No. I'm still torn. Oh. Okay, let's just go with that. So what do you guys think? I mean, I very heavily biased you by saying what I think. Buffs are greater than walls. But still, I'm curious. Thought we already had this discussion. We had buildable walls as a discussion. What if they were just placeable walls? So, Void Dreamer, I linked this in earlier. This was the video where walls were in Botland. And when was this? This was October 18th, 2015. This is a long time ago. And you can see I didn't even have a real graphic for them. But there were builder bots and they could put walls down wherever they wanted. And it just led to a bunch of weird stuff. Okay, so I think overwhelmingly this is no, in which case I need to... Hey, Luculus. And hey, Arcane Water. Okay, so I think that's what I needed to figure out here. So then the remaining, so this is no longer a question. Removed walls, so this isn't a question that needs to be answered. This also isn't a question. Yes, but very limited. Pull for pits. Yeah, I'm gonna do that in a bit. It's a no if it's just a pure wall. Well, I think at this point, I mean, if this were more like 50-50, I think I would probably entertain more about that question, but of like what's a pure wall. But I think we just shouldn't have them because it seems like it's overwhelmingly no. The bot with chip buff might be interesting. Yeah, and I think that's I like that idea a lot. I like it a lot because it doesn't change the UI, it's easy to understand, and you can scale it. So if there's a chip that does something like minus 5% damage taken, and you have another chip that says minus X% damage taken on bots with no weaponry, you can scale this so that, like, obviously it needs to be more than 5% because there's a constraint here. So it's not just giving it to everything. But is 10% too much? Is 15% too much? Like, at what point do you draw the line? And thankfully, you don't need to really decide that because you'll have data on this eventually. So, should walls even exist? So this has been answered. The overwhelming majority said no to this. And I'm leaning that way anyway, so I'll cut walls from the design. One of the things I need to do here, and I wrote this, yeah. Okay. So what if instead of walls you could have extra bots as defender? I'm going to cancel this for now. I'll table this idea as a chip that only affects bots without weaponry. And I think there is a doc where I talk about this. Chips right here. Do we have something like that? I don't know. This pacifist. Any bots with no weaponry whatsoever get some kind of buff. This encourages support bots like EMP. So I think another thing worth saying here is this acts as a replacement for walls. Semicolon. It encourages support bots. Yeah. Yeah, so I think this is a pretty good first one to have. I think another one to have could be something like plus 25% life repaired from bots with no weapon. I actually don't really want to do that. No, maybe it should just be generic things like minus damage taken and plus haste. So like plus 5% haste on bots with no weaponry. Yeah, something along those lines. Okay. So cool. Let's talk about pits in a little bit. And we'll have this same question. So this I'm going to cancel. So, should pits be in the game? And also, will all defenders use pits in the same way? And what should be constraints around placing pits? E.g., can you block in the CPU? Can you make a line of pits? So let's talk about pits for a bit. We will go look at this. Where is it? This doesn't matter. This. What do you mean with pits? Yeah, so I'm gonna lay out all the parameters of this. So here's what we'll do. Pits. Okay, so properties. Bots cannot move onto pits. That means they can't fall in pits. There's no concept of moving onto pits. It's like water in very old video games. You just couldn't ever move into it, or it killed your character immediately or something. There was just some constraint. So this is the constraint for botland. You just can't move onto pits. They don't block vision. They don't stop projectiles. They can't be filled. And you can't make it so that you can move onto pits. Put that up here. Have you thought about having debuffing abilities, like make enemies slower? Bots, not chips. Yeah, and there is already some of that concept in the game. You can get inferno weapons, which light the enemy on fire. This makes them visible when they're cloaked, and it makes them take damage. You can get stun lasers, which make the enemy take longer to get their turn. And you can get EMP, which can disable some hardware on your enemy. So there are already this concept of debuffs. There's just not a whole lot of them. Shouldn't pits allow you to walk on them and on doing that they die? No. So the reason for that is that why should that exist in the game? Like, what does that do? Because if you're a careful player in botland, you'll just never move onto a pit, right? Everyone would have this code, which would be called safe move. And it would say something like this, and you'd have a direction. If can move direction and not pit at direction, then move direction. And everyone would be forced to have this code because otherwise their bot's going to die. So that's why I don't think it's worthwhile to even... If there's a pit here and you're here and you call move left, it just doesn't do anything. So, yeah, I think these are the only properties of pits that matter. Oh yeah, there's one other thing. So pits can only be placed by defenders, and also defenders can only place up to X pits based on their computer level, where X never goes above 4, let's say. Hey, OMG, hi. Wouldn't they have this code anyway so they don't keep moving against the pit but nothing will happen? No, they don't necessarily need that code when pits will stop them from doing something, because there's another thing that has pathfinding. You can do move to and just specify the coordinates. So let's say your destination is to the left of the pit. So you're here, there's a pit here, and there's your destination to the left. If you say move to destination, your bot will path around it. So it'll take this path on top. So first it'll go here, then it'll go here, then it'll go here, and then it'll go to the destination. So I guess the question would maybe then be, well, if you already had move to, why wouldn't you always just use that? And I think the answer is, why would you ever be able to move on to pits? Which is why I made this constraint. I don't think I'm ever going to change this if pits make it into the game. I feel like this is not up for debate. It makes less sense that you can't walk onto a pit, as a pit to me means an open space. A wall would be a suitable description as it sounds more blocking. So whether you name these things differently is fine, or represent them differently. For the sake of argument, we're just calling them pits, and they have these properties. You could also call them firewalls if you want. You could call them viruses or something. The name doesn't really matter. I think pit is pretty decent, and I also think that as far as graphics go, picture something like this. Like, you can't step onto this tile maybe for some reason, but you also wouldn't like fall and die. It doesn't really change things, I feel. Wall indicates no vision or blocking projectiles. Yeah, again, terminology I feel doesn't matter. Just whatever we're calling this thing, it has these properties. You can't move onto it, but it also doesn't block vision. It doesn't stop projectiles. You can only place them by defenders. So let's talk about the results of it and not the terminology of it. Did you say we can call them super pits? Yes. So there you go. All right, anyway, so the questions are, should we have these in the game? And what should be the constraints? And what other things do we need to answer here? So should pits even be in the game? Will all defenders use pits in the same way? So the way that they've been surfaced right now, you can't move onto them. So they're used to stop movement. And actually, one other thing I wanted to write is you can teleport over them. So for example, let's say these bots that I'm placing are pits. Like, you probably don't want to stop people from, meleeing down your CPU, although maybe you do. Maybe that's just a valid strategy. I feel like pits shouldn't have any constraints around placement. So if you want to make a wall out of your 4 pits here, and now you just can't move over here, then fine. But know that an enemy bot could just teleport over it and go like this, and there. They have crossed the pits. But what you could do as a defender is you could put your bots just on the side of the pit here and start shooting lasers over it. And now your bots are essentially immune to melee. Like, sure, an enemy bot could teleport over to you and then hit you with melee, or they could try to move around you. But in the time it takes for them to move around all of these walls, you'll probably have killed them. Yeah, make sure. As an attacker, that we're validating that you didn't place a bot in a pit. So are there any thoughts on this stuff? Because I guess, what does this accomplish? Pits would really just be used to stop movement. That's all they do. And in general, I guess your general strategies would be wall off the top and or the bottom as much as possible to guide the attackers to a particular route. Another strategy would be, and when I say wall off, it's really in quotes, wall off a chip, CPU, or bot to make it harder to kill. It's basically immune to melee this way. So those are the general strategies. Is there another way to accomplish these strategies without adding pits? I guess is a good question. Is there another way to accomplish these strategies without adding pits? Well, let's see. Walling off, the only thing that gets you kind of close to this is by adding bots to these locations. In fact, a cloaked bot functions the same way as a pit does, kind of. You can't move into it. But if you try to move into it, you'll uncloak the bot. So yeah, in general, you can only do it by using your bots. Now, something I did not think of is building temporary pits. How many pits can one place, and can they be used by defender only? Yeah, so pits can only be placed by defenders, and defenders can place only up to X pits based on their computer level, where X never goes above 4. Will the attacker see the defense when they place down and plan the attack? Because if they do, that kind of pit wall will be useless, won't it? You can just place the bots that won't move close to them. So yes and no. So can attackers see pits? Yes. And won't the pit wall be useless? I'd say no, in the same way that, let's say you saw, I don't know, imagine if this were like StarCraft and you saw a bunch of like economy types of buildings up here. Just seeing them doesn't make them useless. They're doing something. So if you've got a couple of chips over here, these chips are giving you a buff and they're behind this pit wall. So the attacker sees the pit wall. They're not going to make bots that just stupidly try to move left, but it is going to be a little bit harder for them to attack these positions. And so it's actually, I guess, more like this maybe, where you'd put your chips like that, or your walls like that. So yeah, the attacker will see this, but in order for them to now kill this chip, they've got to move around this wall. And in that time, maybe now as a defender, you've placed your bots more like this, so you don't have to defend as far down. Whereas without these walls, you might need to move these bots down here so that they're protecting the lower chips. So I think there's still a purpose here. Won't you just ignore those and move in from the north and attack? You'll try to ignore them as much as possible, but there are placement constraints as an attacker. If you, let's see if I can show you this. Yeah, so you can't place anywhere in the dark tiles here as an attacker. So in this particular case, it doesn't really matter too much because I guess I could just place these here. But if there were walls just on these 3 tiles, let's say, or pits, then yeah, I could actually just shoot over them. But maybe there are enemy bots on this side, and now melee won't work on them. I feel like this helps to just stop melee. I think that's mostly what this accomplishes. And I think that's why these conversations are good, because they help me realize what this is. I feel like these only really serve to stop melee attacks. And for that, we already have some solutions. Something that might be more interesting than this could just be landmines. Landmines already exist. They can be placed by bots. What if you could also place them before a match started? Actually, yeah, I guess this is... It's not using bots. Landmines are kind of what this is. Landmines are pits without as big of a constraint. Instead of preventing movement, you're allowed to move onto a landmine, but by doing so, you'll blow up. Although it doesn't kill you, it just makes you take damage. So I guess it's pretty similar to if I had, let's buy landmines. Yeah, I already have landmines actually. So if I just did this, I made a bunch of these, and then I hit test. Like, you can already place landmines. Hey again, Liquidor. I could also enforce melee defenses. Say you 4-way your chip with pits. The attacker now has to have ranged attacks. Yeah, and I wonder, does that add enough? Deals damage and makes the attacker make the choice of taking the extra damage or trying to move around it. And hey, sick. Yeah. So should pits be in the game? Can you place more pits as a bot? I think the answer should be no for this. So otherwise it leads to these silly strategies where the pit has to go away. And should pits even exist? You know, if we just got rid of pits and walls altogether, it simplifies a lot of the game. It cuts out 4.5 days of work that I'd planned. Is there an explanation somewhere that gives reasons for what tiles can be used for attackers? I think the amount of tiles available for attackers is too high anyway. That's another topic than walls and pits, but somehow would support the pit strategy you just showed. So is there a reason for what tiles can be used by attackers? There's no reason. Well, I mean, if you're saying a game canon reason of like, why is this red? That's not there. The game design reason is because if you could put them anywhere, you just put them around the CPU and just ignore all the enemy bots. And that was happening too much, so we had to stop that. As for should we block out more of this, right now it's only based on the CPU position. I think we could have chips in the game, and I think I wrote this here. Prevent placement. Yeah, attackers can only place bots plus 2 tiles away from the CPU. So imagine if you put down 5 of those chips. Now you'd be 10 tiles farther to the right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, actually that'd block out most of the arena. So you could place bots over here and over here on these diagonals, which you can't even see unless I zoom out. Yeah. So it would limit you to these triangles of the map, but then your chips would be almost useless. Blocking movement helps keep your defensive bots together and have more firepower elsewhere. Pits should be easy to implement. It's all just movement and they occupy tiles. Shouldn't be that much code. We need pits to stop top, bottom, side attacks and maybe help defending chips. Adding teleport weakens the attacker significantly. I think there are certain strategies where teleport can be exploited, definitely. And I think that's a good thing. There should be a strategy where you teleport offensively, where you're just going over a wall of bots, for example. And there should be a strategy where you teleport defensively to get back to repairing bots or something along those lines. So that will always be a possibility. If we said that these are pits, you could always, as an attacker, just teleport over them. And then it's like they didn't even exist. In fact, you could have teleported from up here to over here, so it didn't matter if there was a pit in the way or not. The question is, do pits add enough where this is really worthwhile to do? What if instead of pits, the defender could place placement limiters? So right now, there's a placement limiter on the CPU that emits 7 tiles away so that the attacker can't blitz the CPU. What if the defender could place two limiters wherever they want that prevented attacker placement within like 2 to 3 tiles of that limiter? That's a chip I didn't even know about. But these chips combined with pits are a very legit strategy. Implement pits. Wait, what chip did you not even know about? Oh, the placement limiter? Oh, too complicated. But this would be instead of pits. So remember, right now you'd have to place a couple of pits somewhere. And by the way, when you only have 1 or 2 of these, it probably doesn't help you really at all, right? You could put them like here and here. But I don't know how much it would actually do for you. So if you had placement limiters, you would just put them something like here and here. I guess you'd always put those next to your chips. Also, then you can't use that inside your own current place limited arena. Wait. Oh, in your own area. Well, you could use them inside that area. There'd just be no reason to. And yeah, I mean, it's a different concept. It's not a one-to-one replacement for pits. Hey, Sound of Gaming. Anyway, this is just an idea. I don't know about that, but pits. God, I'm still torn. I'm not really considering programming time too much. I was just saying it would be a benefit to save some days. But if pits are best for the game design, then I will do them. Anyone really good with PowerShell? I'm probably like a 4 or 5, but you should ask your question anyway. You could do that, Liquidor. I don't think it would help too much, though. I guess, actually, you know what I'd probably use it for? So if I go to play.bot.land and look at my actual defense right now, if I got one pit, I would probably put it right in front of this thing. Or maybe even over here. And just make melee bots go a little bit farther around. What about the... I would use 4 pits instead of 1 bot right now if it was possible. Or instead of a chip. Well, part of the reason you want to do that instead of chips is because I think there aren't a whole lot of options yet. These are the ones I'm planning on implementing eventually, but we just don't have them yet. So if you had these, you would probably want the chip instead. Like this. All bots that die will explode. Explosions only hurt attackers. Like that's maybe really good. Maybe you make melee bots, and now even if they don't do a whole lot, they'll still explode when they die. But yeah. What about the ability to nerf your default placement limiter down to some number of tiles and then allow you to do whatever you just said? Instead of giving you 2 full ones, you could nerf the default to gain another one. Yeah, I think I wouldn't add extra limiters if I'm also adding pits. I don't want it to be too confusing. Later on, you can create some movement restrictions to make the game a bit more challenging. Yeah, I think I read that. When you have 2. Yeah, if I had 2 right now, I'd probably still kind of do the same thing in general. Like if these were my pits, I'd put them probably here, here, and here. Well, that's if I have 3. If I had 2, I'd probably put them like that, maybe. Because then melee bots would have a harder time attacking this. And actually, melee bots are pretty good against my defense right now, too. But they just attack from a different location. I could just put them in arbitrary positions. You have a use for the pit, and I can find some uses too. So to me, it seems like a good idea. Yeah, I think that's a decent way of approaching it. I think the other question then becomes, like, how could I have simulated pits without this? And yeah, I think landmines are kind of the only way. Having issues updating an array of hashes. What is the issue? Because PowerShell is a shell first and a scripting language second. So I think when it comes to updating arrays of things and you end up with brackets, that they can sometimes be interpreted as shell commands instead of script commands. Oh, that's interesting too, Liquidor. Yeah. And what's this new pit thing? You can read these properties. We're talking about whether this is a good thing for Botland and whether there's any other thing I should keep in mind when it comes to doing this. Is it bad to be interested in game development just for the money? So in general, I don't think your motivations for anything are good or bad inherently. I guess if you're like, is it bad to be interested in being a politician so that I can control other human beings? Like, yeah, that could be bad, I guess. But in general, I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's a good idea, though, because I don't think there's a ton of money in game development. I think if you were in something for just the money, I'd say you should look at other professions. Params keys contains that. Params. And what's going wrong with that, Orange Ray? The property cannot be found on this. Huh. And you printed out params and it does seem to have it? Let me take a look at something. Just want to make sure this was the same thing. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I think there are this whole wall off. This isn't all of it though. Is place them at strategic locations, e.g. 5 tiles from a chip. Although there's too many of those 5 tiles from a chip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is 5 tiles away, but so is this. Anything on this diagonal is 5 tiles away. But I guess by putting a pit right here, you limit them to the rest of the diagonal, which would be closer to your defense. Or just within that diagonal, actually. Pits seem like quite a game changer for defenders. Seems overpowered. I don't know about overpowered. Well, it's slightly closer to Liquidor. Like I said, if you have a pit here, you can still place a bot just to the left of it. And then nothing's stopping this thing from blasting away at your chip. And yes, EOJ, the attacker does get to see where the pits are before starting. I should add that to this. Attackers get to see where pits are before commencing. Problem with pits may be heuristic pathing, though. I think the way pathing works right now is that, let me actually just show you, because it'll be no different with pits. So I'll give you a concrete example of how this looks. So I'll go make a defense that acts like I put down pits. So these will be pits. We'll put them here, 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 and here. And I'll put the rest of my bots, we gotta have these do nothing. There. So I'll put the rest of my bots just up here. Or you know what, no, so that we could test out some other things maybe, I'll put them like this. So you wouldn't be able to place this many pits to begin with, but let's save the defense anyway. Whoops, there, let's save that defense. And then let's go attack this, and I'll show you how pathing works with this stuff. So we forfeit this match, and we play the next battle. So let's see, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, 1, 2, 3, 4. 9, 4. So we're going to place a bot here. Let's place bots kind of everywhere that try to path to 9, 4. So we'll just say move to 9, duplicate 4. So that's it. That's my script. Nothing else. All it's doing is pathfinding. I'm going to slow this way down, and we're going to hit commence. They are trying to make it to here. Now they only have a vision of 5 tiles. So the ones on the right actually can't see a path. Yeah, and they'll just never make it over there. So let's examine why that's the case, by the way. I know why. I'm going to tell you why, but I'm just saying. So here's the thing. These can only see 5 tiles away, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So as far as this is concerned, there's nothing off here. This is everything on the bottom left doesn't matter. And up here it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it, no matter what, it can't see a path to that tile. Yeah, so actually a diagonally placed line of these would probably screw up your bots. All right, let's try what happens if we do that same thing. We put the bots like that again, and we just give them activate sensors. So they'd be able to see up to 7 tiles away, which actually still wouldn't help them. Yeah, so it doesn't matter. There's no way to get around this. Yeah. Oh, whoa, they eventually made it. How did they do that? Apparently jittering around helped them. How did that work? I want to test this out. How do you run this? Isn't there execution policy? What is this? Set execution policy. Missing expression after unary operator. Oh, you're just typing this stuff into PowerShell. I see. So yeah, here we go. What else do you have? Is there a set or something? Remove, replace, starts with, substring, split. No, these aren't on the key. I guess it'd be something like this. What if you did it this way? Add STS test. Cannot find an overload for add and the argument count 2. Well, anyway, there's probably a way to do this. You just add value. That seems strange. Oh, is there set? Oh, there we go, set. Cannot convert argument 0 with value STS to int32. So this seems to only allow integers to integers? Huh. Yeah, add key value. Yeah, thanks, Kodik. Yeah, so Orange Ray, maybe trying something like that is better. Instead of just plus equals, which is probably overridden to add anyway. Because doing this says the thing about overload. Oh, it's params hash, that's why. Params is an array. Oh, yeah, I think that's what you're doing. Yeah, Orange Ray. You're making an array, and then you're trying to access a key on that array. I don't think it works that way. Right? Can you get the type of something in PowerShell? Get. It's gonna take forever. Well, yeah, I'd try to look this up some more. I have no idea how this works. PowerShell get type of object. Oh, dot get type. It's an object array. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what I'd look up for Orange Ray, is how to just use dictionaries directly, because I think you're making an array out of it, and that's what's going on. Also, thanks for the help, Kodik. Yeah, so this does kind of screw up pathfinding, so I think placing a bunch of diagonals here would probably not be allowed, so that your bots don't just get trapped. How did it eventually make it around there, though? When they go up, they can't see. Oh, it's because they eventually just tried pathing into the other one, and then one of them moved down. Yeah, so once it got to there, it could see the path. Actually, same thing over here, even that one could. Wow. So yeah, I guess you just need to activate sensors when it comes to that stuff. Yeah, Jay. I don't know how I feel about this now. Yeah, when there's lots of pits in a diagonal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you were right here, you'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess that gets you closer. You're right there. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't understand this. Yeah, I don't understand how this works exactly. If we do that same thing, we say move to 9, 4, and then we put this bot right here, what happens? Yeah, it just waffles around over here and can't do anything because it can't find a path. Adds another layer to defenses instead of just the same 6 to 7 same types of defenses based on hardware. Well, but it adds another layer, but you'd still have those same 6 to 7 types. I don't think it enables anything brand new for you. I think it's just another way to secure your existing defense. And I guess that's the issue. Yeah, I think that's the issue I have with it. I think that by adding in certain chips, you will come up with brand new strategies. Like this one, for example. Now your defense strategy could be make suicide bots. But if you do it in enough of an aggressive way, I guess, with like melee and teleport, you could maybe have a brand new strategy, and this could work. And this sort of thing, chip cloaking. Maybe this enables you to give CPU immunity, then that chip survives, and then you just protect that chip, and that's a brand new strategy. So I feel like chips add way more strategic depth than pits do. Makes me not want to have pits in the game. Can every user prevent pathing problems by moving to X location and then to another once the bots see more from the new location? Mario, what you're suggesting is a way to pathfind to what is the best part of the path without knowing the full path, which is not possible. So here's a perfect example of how it's not possible. Let's say you have a vision range of this. So this is your vision. Okay, anyway, that's your vision range. And you're here in the center of your vision range. And there is a wall here. And it goes like this. And your destination is here. So, if you're saying try to path to what you think is the best, you would think that going here is probably the best, and then hopefully what you're hoping is that then your vision range allows you to go like this maybe. But you can see, obviously, since your vision range is not just the circle, you can see that the best path is actually to go up first or down. You would never do that unless you knew that those walls were there. So yeah, that wouldn't work. You can always restrict the amount of pits to 2. Yeah, yeah. So okay, I think my pushback against pits is that they don't enable new strategies. They only make other strategies a little bit easier to defend. And even then, they hardly do that. They also make pathfinding more difficult when laid out in diagonal lines. But you can see the walls and pits beforehand, right? Yeah, you can see them beforehand, but you don't. Your bot only has a vision range of this circle at any given time. So, okay, how about this? Instead of these being pits, imagine if these were just bots. I mean, then you could shoot them and blast your way through. But as far as pathing goes, without attacking, you're still going to run into the same problem, where your vision range doesn't let you see the best possible path. Did you come up with pits, or was it some silly viewer? I don't know who came up with pits at this point. It might have been Ian, and it might have been a viewer, and it might have... I have no idea. I don't know who came up with them. Actually, I could probably look at the old design doc that we had. We probably talked about them a while ago. So anyway, the pathfinding thing is not the most important part. I think the most important part is this. There's no new strategies with pits. This is like... There's a decent example for this, I think. There's a Command and Conquer game. Actually, a lot of Command and Conquer games had this. Let me see if I can find a picture of it, though. Yeah, here. So Command and Conquer had concrete walls that you could build. But there were a couple of other implications to building these. So units could destroy these, but they couldn't move through them without destroying them. The difference, in Command and Conquer, you had a cost for that wall. In Botland, there would be no cost. You could just place it, and you should place it, because why not? You're given the wall, and it helps you. So there was a cost in here, and then there were also units, I think, that could just like move over these. There were some other implications to this. And yeah, walls affected you too, and there were units that could shoot over them, and units that couldn't shoot over them, probably. I say stick to the core game and blaze it in the beta. Well, I am thoroughly leaning in that direction right now. I want to see what you guys think. What happened with that wall discussion that we had? I want to get the phrasing on this. Okay, so after everything, do you think pits should be in the game? What were the answers? Yes, no, and I'm not sure. By the way, I'm not even asking about for beta. I'm saying, do you think they should be in the game ever? That's what this is. That's what this is. Because get feedback from beta, and then maybe pits will be a thing. So, man, a lot of the times I think you can rely on users to tell you. You can rely on users to give you feedback that they think is important, but what you can't rely on is for users to think of what's going to work in game design. And I've seen this a lot, even with just Botland. And I'm not saying all of the viewers are idiots or something. I'm just saying there's a lot to consider when it comes to game design. And I think that in general, when people think of, oh, pits, they work, they don't necessarily consider all the different aspects of it. So asking in beta, hey, do you think pits would be good for the game, I think is not helpful unless we have another long conversation like this. So in general, I think if I'm going to add pits, I'm going to add them now. If I'm not going to add pits, then I'm never going to add them. Can someone link to the poll again? Yeah. So in general, I think even after beta, will they enable anything different? I don't think that's going to change. I think what's going to enable different strategies are going to be chips, not pits. This is more split than the walls poll was. Yeah, I think this is the biggest reason to not have them in my mind. Because like I said, what do they do? If you could place a bunch of them, then they would definitely change the strategy. They would also be incredibly annoying to play with. But let's show you how that would look. If you could place pits like this, for example, and just completely remove sections of the map, essentially, yeah, this would probably change people's strategies, I think. But I think by allowing something like this is just weird. Also, at that point, you wouldn't even need the internal ones, because there's no way to get here without teleporting. So you could place even more of them. Hey, Soulshine. I agree with you here, Adam. Chips IMO offer way more choices. It's absolutely right. People don't complain about good things or features they like. Majority of users take their time out to complain about things they hate or suck. No, Soulshine, this is not exactly what I'm saying. I agree with what you're saying. I think that's true. But what I'm saying is people who even say something like, this game should have blank. I think that in general, you can't always trust that your users will come up with what's right for the game. They'll come up with what they think might be good. So for example, actually, here's a good example of this. Let's take a game like World of Warcraft. Just an example. And let's say that someone said, you should be able to buy a level 100 character instead of getting it yourself. Now, whether or not this is possible right now, I don't really care. What I'm saying, though, is the game designers might have had a reason for not allowing this. And when you propose something like this, you probably actually want this thing. But when you consider what would the world look like in World of Warcraft if you allowed this to happen, and maybe this does things like, hey, now level 30 characters never find, maybe the designers didn't do this, and again, maybe they've done this by now, I don't really care, that doesn't matter, this is an example. Maybe the designers didn't do this so that lower level characters could still find parties and experience all of the content that they created. That is a totally valid reason that you as a player are probably not considering. And I'm just saying this happens with basically every single game that's out there. There's usually a, man, Valve should do this, or I can't believe Riot didn't do this, or why is this hero unbalanced, or blah, blah, blah. There are a lot of legitimate concerns, but I think sometimes a player wants something that isn't best for the game, and they don't consider why it's not best for the game. What about not limiting to max 4 pits, maybe 6, and start at 3 or 4? But I don't think that changes the core problem of they don't really do anything for the game. And I think that when you do get to 4 to 6 pits, that you run into more of the pathfinding problems. You had this vision for multiple years of what the game should be. I think you know best what's needed for 99% of the game. I think that I am not a game designer. I think I have some game design skill. If I were to rate myself, it'd be like a 5. And I think that in order to come up with a good game design for a game, you should be at least like an 8. And that's not so okay. I can think of these concepts. I can keep all of this in my head as I come up with things. But then you've got to be pretty creative when you come up with this, and you also need to think of what are all the implications on every other system that you have. So in this general case, I think that pits are not a solution. Chips are the solution. And then I should skip this. EJ. Yeah. I think this is the biggest thing to stop. Hey, VTMR. Yeah. Okay, so landmines accomplish almost the same thing that pits did. So you know what would be interesting? Actually, I never thought of this idea before. I'm surprised I didn't think of this idea. And maybe it's because there's some terrible downside, but I'm about to write this down. So weaponry. Where are landmines? Where are landmines? Here they are. Yeah, so we want to add a row, and we want to call these ranged mines. Landmines that can be placed at range, they would do less damage than regular mines. So yeah, what if you could do this? What if you had a bot that, so pits don't exist now. Let's just look at the arena. You had your bot here, and it could lay this entire wall of landmines from where it is. So it just lobs landmines over, and they just land on the tile, and that's it. Like, what would that do for the game? Because that would be a way to have pits. I think landmines are kind of a good replacement for pits. Who has been a mod longer? EJ unmodded himself. What if you hit the mine twice then? Well, I mean, this is just an idea. So yeah, we'd work out how this sort of thing works. What happens if you try placing a mine on another mine, and that wouldn't be possible probably, or maybe it places it on the tile at the side. Who cares? But as far as pits go, I think, yeah, landmines are kind of the same. What did this work out to be? Yeah, 57% said no. So not the overwhelming majority, but the majority did say no, and the rest said either I'm not sure or yes. What about EMP mines? That's another interesting concept. I think overall, the problem with landmines right now is that attackers do very little movement. If you look at real matches that happened in botland, so if I just look at this, for example, you'll see movement. Well, so check this out. You'll see movement after they killed these chips, but they started out and they didn't move at all. And now the only movement they did was 3 tiles over. So let's take a look at that again. They moved from here over to what? Here? So I would have needed to place a landmine in one of those 3 tiles. So the problem right now is that there's just very little movement. So there's not much of a need for landmines. Here, there's more movement from the side, but Pawn placed them over there for almost no reason. Pawn could have also just placed them over here in a diagonal, and they would have done exactly the same thing and not moved all the way over there. So yeah, EMP mines I think are interesting as an idea, but I think in practice, all landmines are not going to be that great. Still, I will write that down as an idea. Landmines that produce EMP when they explode. Actually, did we have this idea at one point? Because we had a bunch of cut hardware. Area mines, splash mines, cryo mines, teleport mines. Teleport mines are actually really interesting. Why do we get rid of these? Because knockback mines are better? I think we should look at that again. Yeah, at some point. Yeah, I think this is really difficult to trigger at all. And it's unlikely to have a good effect. I think landmines can probably be good as an attacker on certain types of defenses. I think they can be if the defenders are pursuing you, and at that point they might be overpowered. There was originally a plan, and actually this is kind of in the game right now. There's an API that I'm pretty sure you can call. I don't know how it works exactly because I forgot. But it's called Sense Mines. No, it's not. I don't know what it's called. Anyway, there was something that lets you see landmines, and while I don't know, there's like a way to dodge them or something. The nice thing about landmines is they're easy to understand. They resonate. Yeah, there's some strategy value to them. The bad thing is that, yeah, in practice, they don't tend to work. And they're super hard to code. So I think we're going to cancel this. I think we're going to change what today looks like. So let's write down what I thought the general strategies were. Note, this doesn't really do much since the attacker can just place their bots 1 tile closer or 1 tile farther along the diagonal. Okay. Is there anything else? So yeah, these are the properties of pits. Yeah, I think this will simplify a lot of the game. Because I don't think pits and walls do very much, but there's a whole lot that needs to happen on the back end to support them. Yeah. Wow. By the way, Botland's online if anyone wants to play it. I feel like I should point this out since only 8 games have been played today. I should probably try to breathe some life into that again, but I feel like new features are how to do that. Okay. I'm cutting this feature. Not smart enough for Botland. See, the issue is, I feel like of all audiences that exist, you guys are the most likely to play Botland since you're watching me develop Botland. So if you guys don't want to play Botland, then that means that the general audience, people I actually want to eventually have as customers, would probably also not want to play the game. Thanks, Luculus. Okay, so we just drop this entirely. So, okay, what about this? How do you guys feel about... What if we still had these graphics for pits, but they didn't do anything? They were just graphics? See, just like how this is a blank tile, this is like it's a blank tile, but it just has some interest to it? Or is that a bad idea? Not sure if it's a bug, but on the login screen, enter the wrong credentials, I get a pop-up. Pressing space or enter doesn't close the pop-up. I'll write it down. So what do you think of this? All right, sorry, I need to write that down. I guess we could see what it would look like. I don't know. I think it would look a little bit weird, to be honest. Could we try this in a fast way? Yeah, there's pits, there's walls. So we have pits. What if we just added those into ground tiles? Oh, that should be actually pretty easy to do. How do we do that? Oh, I see how this works. Oh, this is super confusing. Oh, wait, I think I know what this particular bug is that you're running into. Yeah. I think this is the issue with autofocus being on the login name. Yeah, I think I might have already written this down, but still, thank you. Okay, so how does this work? This right here. So if category equals pit, category equals ground, and then now the arena should look entirely different. Oh, that's read only. There we go. Yeah, I think this looks weird. I definitely think this looks weird. It's only taking the common pits too. It needs to, yeah, so every once in a while, this is a rare pit, I think. AI challenge / tutorial would be great. I think it can be okay, and I want to have something like that maybe, but it's hard to give rewards from something like that. Looks great. Well, I just want to see what it looked like. I mean, bots can move over this. Does that look natural? I know it looks weird with a bunch of holes in the arena, but does it look okay for bots to move over these pits? Probably not. Right, but in the other tile sets, yeah, the pits in the jungle one are just water. Well, there's an alligator in this one. I don't know. I don't know. I just wanted to see if we could use these graphics. I could make them a little bit rarer. We could try to do something like, where is it? Tile sprite, sprite ID. So we could say if oh, the rare sprites all happen later. So we could say let category equals ground if util.percent chance 1 category equals pit, and then we just change this to category. So there, now there would be way fewer of these because it's a 1% chance of it happening. Yeah, so now we see 2 there, we see 3 there. I still think it looks weird. It actually it adds some visual interest to this. And now I could control this percentage by saying, like, let's add twice as many. Or the chance for twice as many, I guess. Twice as much of a chance is what I should say. Yeah, so here's what we have now. But it does look like these should be different, I think. Or they should have some different properties. Yeah. Hey, Digi. And if, yeah, lack of a player base, I think Botland can't succeed without a player base. I think there are some games where if you have a small player base, the game can still be fun. Botland is not one of those games. I guess almost every single player game falls into that category. So if you're playing, Banjo-Kazooie, it doesn't matter if there's 10 people playing in the world or 1 million people playing. It's not going to change your experience. And some multiplayer games, I think it actually doesn't matter how many people are playing. But not Botland. Botland needs story mode. It's probably not going to happen. Okay, yeah, let's just get rid of this stuff for now. Well, we cut this out. So I guess let's change this command. Adam, it decided to cut walls and pits in the game. He's wrapping up the work items on this for something else. I think achievements, quests, I think these are things that keep people playing a game, but I don't think they ever attract someone to a game. Like, if Botland never had achievements, I don't think it'd have a significant impact on how many people started playing. I think it would have an impact on how many people kept playing after like 3 or 4 weeks. Digi, you've only been saying for like 2 minutes in streams lately. What's up? Oh, I think Digi's already gone. Weird. So this stuff will all be gone. This is gone. These are all gone. I think really all of these things are going to go away. This should still be there. We got to remove this. Yeah, so that's everything. Okay, so let's go change the design doc. You guys have access to this. So you could look at this too, I guess. So we're going to get rid of walls and pits. Being a defender. Defenders can also place chips. This isn't even true. So do I ever write anything else about walls and pits? Yeah, this entire column. Delete column. There we go. I'd like to relay out this table too. Yeah, fine. Alright, good luck on your exam, Mario. Have fun studying. What about shrinking the level each phase to a more narrow playing field? Just a thought. So I think that these sorts of things, in general, I look at this as an idea that doesn't necessarily solve a problem. So right now, I would say a problem that this could solve is something like attackers are abusing the size of large arenas in later phases. And then this would be the solution to that problem is, oh, let's shrink the arena then in later phases. But otherwise, I don't know why we'd do something like this exactly. Because you could just as easily say something like this too, right? What about growing the level each phase to add a larger playing field? And I'd have the same thing, is that the problem doesn't necessarily exist. I don't know if it's a bad idea. I don't know why I'd do it. And I think things like this get proposed every once in a while. Like I was talking about pits, so people said, hey, why not flying bots today? But actually people have suggested flying bots even without chips. And I'm like, what does a flying bot do? How does it meaningfully change the game? Okay, so it's removed from the design doc. I think I need to write down some of the decisions somewhere, which I have, I think, at the top of this doc? Yeah. This was where the last one was. This thing was just a beast. Did we still write, yeah, what tools do the defenders have? Here it was. Factories. Oh, man. Did I ever write down walls and pits? I probably did. Oh, yeah, nice. Okay. This isn't that bad, though. Because, yeah, Orange Ray, you're at least exploiting that this is an array. I'm glad we came to that conclusion, too. That's good. I think shrinking the arena size for tutorial is a good idea because it takes out the variable of bot visibility and could be a good way to teach what counters what hardware. Yeah, oh, definitely. And actually, one of the things you guys haven't really seen, at least not in a long time, check this out. If I make a new account and let's log in as Adam5. Yeah, they don't even have an account. So we'll register Adam5. And then I'll manually say update users set computer level equals 0 where ID equals 5. So now we refresh the page, we log in as them again, and I have a tiny arena. So yeah, this is the smallest arena size I think we're going to allow. And yeah, where you put bots here, if I put them down, we can only place 3 bots. I don't even have weaponry on them, so let's give them some lasers. There, now I'll go attack them. And there we go. So as an attacker, you can only place your bots in, the sides here. And there's not a whole lot you can do. So we can make a new bot that also has lasers and put these down. So this isn't so small that they can always see everything else in the arena, but I think it's still a pretty good way to teach people how to play the game. Andre, I don't know if there would be a better way to do it though. That sounds like a reasonable way if it's an array. You store things probably contiguously in memory, which means you have no quick lookup by key. You have a lookup by the element number. So you'd want something that would probably have the properties of the dictionary, but you just can't do that because of the legacy code base. Well, sure, yeah. So having hash tables, having a dictionary, that would be great. But you said there's an artificial constraint, which is it's legacy code and is due by tomorrow. So if you didn't have those constraints, then yeah, definitely you'd go with hash tables. But given that you have those constraints, I think this is the best solution you can do, right? I don't know what else you could do. Hey, Mitchell. Well, actually, I did just remove something from the game, so I am going to make a new section here. Here we go. Walls and pits. So hopefully this gets added to the table of contents. Ooh, that got spaced out weirdly, but I don't really care right now. So where do walls and pits go here? Cool, so on April 18th, 2017, I decided to remove walls and pits from the design of Botland. There are some straw pulls on this, which I don't really need to include. I know, Mitchell, I got the joke. Should walls exist? And then should pits exist? The problem I have with both of these is that they don't provide much strategic depth. They do allow you to modify your existing strategies slightly by placing walls or pits in such a way that bots have a harder time overcoming your defense. But it likely wouldn't change your overall strategy. What about forcing the attacker to attack by reducing the attack space every 1,000 turns? So I think the problem you're trying to solve there is that attackers can just hang out on the right side. But I don't think that's a problem. If I'm playing Botland and I'm in a battle and I put my bots over here and I never do anything, then I won't win the game, right? I think back when there were things like infinite shield, that would be a decent way to solve it. But I think a better way to solve it is just get rid of infinite shield for attackers. Chips, on the other hand, could completely change your overall strategy. For example, by having a CPU immunity chip and a cloak, I'll write it like this, a CPU immunity chip and a cloak other chips chip, you could protect your defensive structures in different orders. First the cloak chip, then the CPU chip, then the CPU. Oh, actually, they could still kill your cloaked chips. Yeah, that wouldn't really work. Why is this lit up? Update is available. I'll look at that later. The other issue is that diagonally So yeah, put differently, the complexity this surfaces to users isn't reflected in the value gained by having these structures. Okay, one other side effect of having obstructions in the game is that bots have a relatively limited vision range, which makes pathfinding more difficult for them. If you allow for multiple pits or walls placed diagonally, then it sometimes leads to bots moving up and down repeatedly with no way of reaching their target and nothing they can do to destroy the obstruction. Yeah, okay, so that's everything I wanted to write for this. I think that's it for this. So we got to update today again. And then, yeah, well, so walls and everything are kind of done, I guess. Remove walls from the code. Yeah. Adam is removing. Where are walls in the code base? I'm pretty sure. Okay, so I don't care about the sprites. The sprites should eventually be removed too, sure. But yeah, we got stuff about building walls. There's no point in having this. So I think there's a certain amount of refactoring I need to do. And then I probably continue with salvage packs for the rest of the day. So this is done and there's nothing to do. Yeah. There's still some work left for salvage packs. So Adam is refactoring the code a bit and then working on the salvage pack UI. Yeah. Cool. So remove walls. Let's go do it. Also, before I do this, make sure I don't have any changes. Yeah, no changes. All right, so build wall. Nope. You are gone. Is wall can be deleted, which means we could lower the numbers on all of these things. That might screw up the game if I re-upload it. What about a long-range teleporter for 1 or 2 bots? The range of teleport is like 10 tiles. I think I have that written down as an idea. Where is it? Extra long-range teleport. Yeah. So I wrote this down as longer range teleport that incurs a longer cooldown immediately after using, and it removes cloaking upon teleporting. Would be a big disadvantage for the defender. You might not want to use it as a defender. Doesn't mean it's a disadvantage. It's like landmines as an attacker aren't necessarily the most useful thing, so you just wouldn't use them. But it doesn't mean you can't, or that they don't have their own situation. Oh, an item on the field? No, I think what I'd love to do, I think that a lot of good games have relatively simple rules and then have interesting interactions between those rules. So Botland, I wouldn't necessarily say they're simple rules, but I would say that we only have 3 types of entities right now. And that simplifies the scripts that your bots have to write. So when you're making a script, the different things you can pursue are pretty simple. You've got bot, chip, CPU. Imagine if there were also items that you could pursue, and then Are you allowed to shoot them? Can you just collect them by moving on to them? I'm not totally opposed to the idea. I used to have resources in the game, and resources you would move over and then you'd harvest them and you'd get some benefit. So items are pretty similar. Resources were removed because when I changed to the attacker versus defender thing. Because yeah, I think they're in the pivot video. Yeah. Back when Botland was real time, you can see these little blue piles over here. These were resources, and bots would move over to them, and then you get money. Yep. This thing will eventually harvest one of those. Got it. Yeah, and even in the prototype of Botland, that's what we had. Long range teleport should also reset cloak cooldown, so teleporter can't cloak immediately after teleporting. So that's not exactly how this would work. I know what you're getting at, and I don't think it'd be a problem. So at time 0, you get a turn. At time 1, you get a turn. I'm just making up some numbers here. So basically every 1 time you get a turn. Okay, sounds cool, right? Well, now let's say if on time 5 you use extra long range teleport. You won't get your next turn until something like time 7. So that's how this cooldown would work. So you could cloak immediately after teleporting, but you'd have already lost an entire turn essentially. So in that time you wouldn't be cloaked, and then enemies could shoot you. So from time 5 to 7 you're vulnerable, whereas most of the time it's only from time 4 to 5 or 3 to 4. So that's what I mean by it having an extra cooldown. And the reason it removes cloaking to begin with is so that for that time you're not invisible. Carb free or low carb? Why don't you get a burrito bowl? So what you'd rather do is cloak and then teleport? Yeah, and you can cloak and then regular teleport, but you can't cloak and then extra long range teleport. That's something that I think would be forbidden. By the way, if you were to even set up a bot that has cloaking and teleport, let's go do that really quickly. I made a typo in a network constant. What? Undefined. Build wall. Oh, right. Yeah. Darn it. I was in the process of getting rid of wall code. Anyway, I guess I could show you this over here. If you were to make a bot with cloaking and teleport, you're using 3 slots just for that combination. So I have teleport, and I don't actually own cloaking. So just imagine that regeneration is cloaking. So 3 of my slots are used for that, and level 1 cloaking isn't going to be that helpful. So you'd really want something like level 2 at least. And then with the remaining 3 slots, you probably have a weapon on it, I guess. So maybe melee. This bot would not be overpowered if it was still cloaked while it teleported, I think. Oh yeah, let's get rid of the rest of these. So build wall. Throw new error. Nothing should be trying to build a wall right now. Yeah. Only conditionally use this since walls and pits will not have this. Not needed anymore. Is wall at? Yeah, it's gonna be gone. Wall assemblage needs to be deleted. There's a bunch of this stuff. Hey, programmer. What are you doing? It's Tuesday. What are you on your lunch break right now? You're never in this stream. Create wall, make wall assemblage. Yeah, this is all going away. Hey, the Chromium. Ah, lunch break. Gotcha. This could happen if you have too many walls in the arena. I don't think this is possible anymore then, right? Find unoccupied tile. We find an unoccupied tile. If we didn't find one, check to see if it's because our filter function. If we still didn't find one, then this is a real issue. I don't think there's any real case where every single tile can be obstructed. So I'll just, whatever, that's fine. Can be removed. Oh man. Oh man. Alright. What? Cheesy artillery strat would be even stronger with teleport. I don't think it'd be as good. Your cheesy artillery strat needs artillery and repair. So you'd be cutting out some repair for teleport. Oh, unless you're talking about the one where you just blitz the CPU. You teleport in and then oh. Yeah, you can try it out. I don't know how good it's gonna be. I need to nerf cloaking still. So what is this? This is gonna go away, but what did this do? Can be removed. Get tile information for placement. Oh, I remember. Yeah, I know what this is. So this doesn't need to exist. What? Yeah, this is a much better way of writing this. Cool. Okay, let's carry on. So wall has gone from there. We need to remove wall assemblage still. Can't forget about that. So this goes away. This goes away. Is wall component gets deleted completely. So is wall component and wall assemblage. So I delete this. Cool. Yeah, I think I realized afterward, Kaitai, I think you're talking about a slightly different strategy. I think you're talking about the strategy where you just blitz the CPU, as opposed to the strategy where you slowly chip away at the CPU and then repair yourself. So this entire file can go away. Yeah. Cool. That. What in the world is this? Okay, so let's read this comment and see if this makes any sense. If the new end tile is only one tile away from the original end tile, then we should treat the original end tile as unoccupied. We do this because you can't actually move on to the original because it's occupied, and you're further than one tile away. This is incredibly complex. Oh man. I remember this problem, but wow, I'm surprised I even figured this out. I also think that this is working, and the only reason I came across this comment again is because I wrote walls in quotation marks. It doesn't matter whether they're walls or not. So what it's saying here is, so you're this bot, you're trying to path to this target. And what happens is you can't path to this target because you can't see a path that goes 5 tiles to that target. Oh wait, no, the target's occupied. I guess that's why. Wow. Tile the treat is unoccupied. Where does this get used? Yeah, it's just bonkers. I hopefully will never have to touch that code. Well, that's fine though. And then Arena Test has some wall stuff here, but it's all just wall bots. So I think we're good now. Let's lint this. No, past Adam didn't do anything bad there. It's just a relatively complex piece of logic, so I needed to write a long comment for it. But I don't think it's any tech debt. So we should be able to play the game again. I just removed walls from everywhere in the code that they need to be removed from. Yeah, cool. So we should just test this out, and we shouldn't run into any problems. Yeah, everything looks fine. Great, cool. Yeah, I don't really care if I leave the page or not. Well, nice. We almost entirely just removed code, so we got rid of about 100 lines. That's good. Yeah, and none of this is questionable. Some of these, it says that I added lines only because I reformatted comments, but it's not really me adding a line. Yeah, all these are fine, and this is the only one I didn't look at yet. Yep. So what I should do is run the tests. We should have 5 failing. If we have any more than that, it means I just broke something. Nope, we're fine. Thanks, Edward. Remove dead code. It auto-completed code with one of my file names that I modified. Let's see. I removed... How do I say this? I removed the concept of walls from the game design. So I wanted to remove any vestiges of wall code from back in the day when you could actually build walls. All right, cool. So we're done with that. Blitz artillery strat is not interesting in my opinion. I prefer bots who can avoid enemy bots and go around to the CPU. I agree that it's not interesting. I think there should be... So here's a very abstract way of thinking about this. There should be like a 5% chance that the blitz strategy works. And most defenders should have to do very little to protect against this. So for the couple of defenders who don't, it should be a viable strategy. But yeah, it should not be viable against 95% of the defenders because it's so easy to implement. So I think next up is lunch. And then it's trying to get Pixie to work in another aspect of the UI. That should be good, I hope. Because it's this. Test getting Pixie to show some bunnies or something in that pop-up. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do when I get back from lunch then. Nice. Well, despite that this morning was all spent mostly talking about design, I still feel like we made some good progress because we cut this out completely. Walls and pits are just gone. Also, this code pen, which Nucleon John made for me, with walls and pits here, no longer going to be needed. Too bad. But that does cut out a feature that we had to do. And if we get done with this today too, then we're just down to these options. I'm going to talk to Jason at the end of this week about the UI for this. he might not have it done at that point then. But if we do get done with salvage packs, then maybe what we'll work on next, we'll have to pick which one of these is going to be most important. But it would be one of these 4 things. Alright, so yeah, I'm going to go get lunch. Here are the names on the list for today. Let's set this to, 35 minutes. Alright, thank you guys for watching so far. And I'll be back after lunch for another probably 4 hours. So take care. Have a good one. Need some music while I'm away or something? I don't know about that. Because you guys can always play your own music. And you should probably mute my stream anyway when... I don't know. Hey, Charlie. Wait, so they say snapshots a couple times in here. What do they mean? Oh, V8 snapshots. Wow. That's pretty crazy. Hey, Nord. Charlie. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, Hideo, it's interesting to read through this at least, even if it's not coming for a bunch of versions. So really, snapshots fixed everything for them, huh? Wow. Yeah, so getting Pixie to work from a different section. I already have the items written out, so I just need to do this. Man, I had sandwiches at lunchtime, and I don't know why, but today's lunchtime seemed to go by a little bit faster than normal. I got what's called extra grainy bread. Sometimes I get the opportunity to actually brush my teeth at my lunch break, and this time I didn't. All right, so we gotta spawn a pop-up. That part should be easy enough, but let's take a look at the UI for this. Right, that's not the right UI. This UI. There's some like pack opening UI. Was I looking at something for this? Oh, those G.I. Joe PSAs. You know, speaking of old internet memes, my wife finally saw the end of the world video. After how many years has it been? 9 years. I'll link this in for anyone who hasn't seen it. And now she's been saying, but I am retired. Only 9 years after the meme was created. Actually seems like it was longer than 9 years ago. So I got this part figured out. This is what led to really everything that we had. So I've got to put this back in. We put this here. So we get rid of these three and these three. Yeah, it's a classic one. Hey, classical uncle. I see. Try to cut out the carbs and not take my suggestion, Mitchell. Well, can't win them all. So we have this plus button for buying them. I think the plus button should also open them. or this entire thing should be a button. I don't know. It's weird that this wasn't mocked up. Okay, well, that's unimportant. Oh, I see, you needed delivery. A $40 large pizza? What? I don't know what delivery's like here. Probably $13. Well, actually, no, that's not true. Yeah, it'd probably be like $20 for a large pizza to get a pizza delivered here. Maybe 25. So when you press this, I don't think it should go to purchase salvage pack, but I don't really want to worry about the UI for that just yet. I think there should be a pop-up that lets you purchase salvage packs and open them. So we should just call this the salvage UI. Do we already have a component like that? We do. Oh, but this isn't being used anywhere. Salvage UI. Yeah, it's not. So we should just change this. Also, this has state. I don't know how I feel about that, but I think it's okay to keep that. So yeah, we'll change this to this.props.open salvage UI. Then that should be put here. I just need to figure out how this is going to work exactly. Because right now this is part of salvage actions. I think the router needs this. Let's take a look. How do we switch to different pages? This.props.router.push. Does this have a router? No, we need to add with router there. But then this would be pretty simple to do. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's see how it works. Yeah, so we put this up there. I'm gonna change this. Adam is working on the salvage pack UI. Wow, you guys hadn't seen that video? I'm surprised. Oh darn it, where's my water? Hang on, I'll be right back. Oh, it's just outside the door. Well, we have the router now, so we don't need this here. So then this isn't this.props.route. This could just be the same thing that we did here. Router dot, yeah, so change to salvage. It's not that though. It would be an action, so we don't need the, now, what am I doing? Yeah, there would just be an action that says show salvage UI. Which, yeah, let's, well, we could just have dispatch here. I guess this didn't matter at all. Huh, yeah. I didn't really save anything with this higher order component, I just realized. Because I would have just included these as actions before. Interesting. Maybe that's only for containers though? The bottle makes you look so small. Yeah, well, we don't need the router here, so I can change this. It's easy enough to add it back in should I want it again. So this can be done away with too, and an open salvage UI can be provided from here. Or rather, set salvage UI showing. Oh, thanks for the host, Demon Wolf. Also, you changed your name, didn't you? Didn't your name used to start with an N? I know you didn't just change it. I thought you were like ND Demon Wolf or something. What was your name? Yeah, ND Demon Wolf. That's what it was. Also, wow, you've accrued a lot of time in chat. Yeah, got it. Okay, I should write that down. But yeah, how are your streams been going? And actually, what are you streaming lately? What have you been streaming? Because I caught some of your way older streams. No, it doesn't move your points over, I know. I'm eventually going to have a fix for that. Someday. Okay, so open. This is not actually what this should be. Oh, wait, yes, yeah, it could be this. Or something like... set salvage UI visible. Been doing Bootstrap. Oh, nice. Yeah, a lot of people seem to like that. Set salvage output. Yeah, we never had a set is showing. I think this can go away. See if the actions in salvage Redux actions are being used. Don't know if I remember correctly, but if you're having problems passing the router downward as props, you can use with router to wrap your component. No, I wasn't having issues with that because I am using with router. Working hard on that partner. Is that what you mean by that, Demon Wolf? Is it supposed to be partner or? Anyway, if you are working on partner, have you talked to Twitch? Because I don't know what their requirements are now, or I don't know if they've made them more clear. Because yeah, creative streams were definitely easier to get partnered. Twitch partner. Did they change this? They've been saying for a long time that they wanted to change this page. Apply here. Why? Why does apply here link you to the FAQ? That doesn't seem like a good idea. Oh, I can't apply because I'm a partner already? Is that why? Oh, they did change this then. Wow. Yeah, wow. Cool. It tells you. And yeah, my streams have been going well. This week at least. Last week I kind of just took a quick vacation. An impromptu vacation. Well, it's good that they updated the language on that page. Because I think there was a lot of confusion around it. I'm hoping Zeef gets partnered so that I can dump all my ad bits into his stream, into his wallet. Actually, Zeef hasn't been streaming for a while. I wonder what happened to him. Alright, see ya, Ndog. Alright, so here we want export function. This is visible, or as it is showing. I think I have two different ways of doing this, and yeah, it doesn't really matter. Set salvage UI visible. The thing is, the viewer count requirement, they never actually abided by for creative streamers. I think for gaming streamers they used to, then they started lowering it. Because I know that Zelna, for example, who I host every once in a while, he streams A Link to the Past mostly, or at least he used to. And I think he wasn't getting 500 concurrent viewers on average. I think those requirements are just very high. I've also noticed that I think this stream is now like a medium-sized stream. I don't think it's a large stream by any means. I think the average view count has been dropping actually, but for the last like couple of months, it probably averaged in the 90s. I think that's medium size as far as Twitch is concerned. Because if you look at I don't need to do this right now, but if you browse the Twitch channels and you scroll down, you'll very rapidly go into just the hundreds of views. So the top certain number of streams have thousands of viewers, but those aren't very common. And then you'll find actually a lot of streams that have about 100 viewers. Hey Basic, it's going well. How are you doing, Basic? Wait, I don't have a salvage reducer? Where does any of this go? MISC? What is going on? I apparently didn't mean to copy paste that. Wait, here it is. Why did I not find this? I typed reducer weird. Been busy with school? No, that's fair. It's totally fine. Yeah, I think it's interesting watching the growth of streams. And right now, like I said, my growth has been stagnant. I haven't really particularly cared about the growth of the stream too much. I care more about the progress of the game right now. Did you put together any blurb on your decision not to implement this? Oh yeah, I did. I will link you. So I'll link you this if you want to. I'll actually don't click that. I'll link you the real thing. You've probably already clicked it by now though, but I'll link you directly to what I talked about. Although you don't even need to read it. I'll just tell you. So here's the actual link, and as soon as this loads, apparently you can't click this. Huh, weird. Actually is weird. Anyway, it's all on screen right now. The summation is this. The complexity added by getting walls and pits doesn't really result in a lot of value. So I said I don't think they provide much strategic depth. If you have different kinds of chips, something that, I don't know, maybe makes artillery better, that'll make you use more artillery. That'll change your strategy entirely because maybe you weren't doing that before. But if you get walls and pits, what are you really changing? You're putting them down. Sure, there's some decision making, but that's about it. And it just makes everything a little bit more complex to give you like a wall or a pit. That's it. I don't think it really helps that much. So I just don't think it's a high value feature. I don't think I'll ever add them. And we've tried to have walls in the game before, and I just don't think it makes a lot of sense. Okay, so for setting this visible, where did this go? Here. There we go. So it is visible. Then something needs to show this. I guess it'd be the pregame header, which means... Man, I really have not planned this out. This already has salvage state though. No, so this would work fine. We just need a pop-up. There's our pop-up. Render salvage UI. This comes from the pregame header. There's... Yeah, this is fine. So if not this.props.salvagestate.isVisible return. Otherwise, return a pop-up. So on close, what is this? Oh, we have to have a hide salvage UI. Yeah, fine. Let's change this. This makes a lot more sense. We can just have the UI say whether it's open or not. So this could be a function that does this. This is true. And then the onClose function would be false. And render content, I don't really have any content right now, so let's do this. We'll just put a div in here that says hello world. And another div that says salvage content here. Staying true to yourself, Mitchell, that's good. So if I click this button, it does nothing. That's not what I expected. Is it at least dispatching an action? Yes. Is this true? Yes. So then what's... Oh, I never called this function. Okay. So where will this go? I'm not actually sure because it's got to render on top of everything else. Hey, Power Rangers. And no problem. Where are you planning on going to college? And for what? Whoa, it worked. Hello world. Salvage content here. Yeah, so the only thing we're really missing here is that it should kind of gray out the rest of the page. It's like if you do this, any other dialogue that pops up, you can tell this is the thing that should have your focus. But here it's not that same way. Your option. Yeah, that's how I lived my life. I just let Pawn make all the decisions. All right, that was super easy. Super easy. And that's the power of composition here. So next is the difficult part. In fact, this is the only difficult part. So if I can get this working, then awesome. I'd be happy with today. So try getting Pixie to work over here as well. Now, this could happen from a place. Let's say you're in the game and you click this button. Oh, this doesn't work now. Well, well, well. Why doesn't it work? Interesting. It's probably showing and I just can't see it. You should render the underlay and the pop-up separately. That way it's easier to animate, for example, a fade in for the underlay and a slide down for the pop-up. Yeah, but then every component that wants to be a pop-up needs two different things. I guess I could probably do it. Anyway, I haven't gotten around to that just yet. I was thinking of doing what the modal dialog did, but I'll have to think about something else. Wow, I didn't expect Pawn to have some, I don't know, some context here for this, because I don't know any of those schools. Going for computer science with a minor or double major in music composition or audio engineering. Oh, by the way, how did that play go? Wasn't that you? You had the play or musical? Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, I was debating on this Thursday maybe doing a composition stream. But I think I'm actually going to be busy on Thursday. Also, I don't think that stream would be that entertaining. I don't have many ideas, so it'd just be me messing around with stuff. All right, so let's take a look. We have this, and this should have a salvage UI showing. That pop-up isn't rendering. Oh, here it is. What? I think this just has the wrong Z index. Why does the rest of this have a Z index that's any higher though? Because that's what doesn't make any sense to me. This? No. Oh, not even that. Well, something has a z-index that's higher. Let's just try changing. Let's try changing this. Oops. Oh, is it this doesn't have a height? What? Width 100%, height 100%? No, what is this? That doesn't matter at all. It's this that matters. And I think this just needs a z-index. Oh, that's cool. I didn't even know you could do that. Yeah, that's it. So we need a z-index on that. Oh, 42nd Street. Got it. Well, cool. I'm glad it went well. Yeah, so we need this to still show up. What z-index would allow this to still show up without being ridiculous? Probably just 1. Yeah, it's just z-index of 1. Okay, yeah. Well, anyway, so we've got this. This has the ability to show up now. The problem is getting Pixie into it. And the reason I went through here is because this is a Pixie div, and we need another Pixie div to show up in here somehow. Hey, Pure Code. So I don't know how to do this. We're going to need to just go investigate some things. Because right now I have this Pixie wrapper, and I believe it finds a particular div. Is this even a React component? It's not. Yeah, so this part doesn't matter exactly. It's pixie.js. This is where we render to a particular node. And nothing in particular really has to happen here. It's just a div. And I guess we say inject WebGL renderer. So what would happen if we injected it into another div? I wonder if you were to take 2 of my viewers from anywhere in the world and put them on a sitcom together, who would be the funniest combo? Who thinks it would be them? Yeah, that's just post lunch 85 filter. For some reason I'm always freezing after lunch. Here it is. So every once in a while you see streamers with really extreme reactions to things like donations. I'm worried that someday I'm going to get the golden cap and I'm just going to lose it on stream, and that's going to be what I have an extreme reaction to. Not like subscribers or cheering or, you know, actual accomplishments in my code. It'll just be the golden kappa. I just break down crying. What's the sitcom about? Do you have to make your own material? Yes, you do. You have to be the writers, the actors, the producers, directors. You got to do it all. The only thing I get is all the money from it. So we get a renderer view. We can't just append this to 2 different divs, I think. Hey, Guerrilla Artist, who do you think are the 2 funniest people in this chat? I don't know, and even if I knew, I probably wouldn't say. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they're both funny together. An 85 filter, have you heard the Ergodox? I wonder if you'd like that any better. So here's what I want to do. I want to try spawning. How do I do this? I guess I have the in-game content render the salvage UI. This isn't even being rendered though. Am I sitting or standing? I'm standing. So we just need some kind of pop-up here too. Let's go to this file and try this out. So we'll just have this, put this in-game. This will just be some fake thing. I'll also go change this around. So we'll put this at the bottom of here. Render fake salvage UI. Should use it more. I think it sounds nice, but yeah, I gotta get used to it. Hey, sorcerer. So we're gonna render a pop-up here that really doesn't do very much. We have an onClose function that does nothing. Just returns the number 5. And then so this is fake salvage content. And then we'll say that this is the pixie div here. So div ID equals fake pixie. And the one last thing we need is the pop-up from somewhere. Where does that come from? Here. Is this mechanical? No, this isn't. And what's with those new emotes? I don't know. It's probably all from the same place, or at least the first 3 look like they are. I don't know what that first one is, or the fourth one is. Alright, so all I've done is I added a fake pop-up to the in-game. So we have fake salvage content. The goal, the only goal here, is to get another pixie div rendering content independently of the one behind it. So we're going to try something really quickly here. We're going to try to inject this, and I think this failed last time I did this. But we're going to try to inject the WebGL renderer in 2 different divs. I don't think it's going to work. You found a hack on Amazon? Wow. I imagine that's... I don't know. Seriously. Looks like an anime. Yeah, it does look like an anime. I just don't know which one. Hey, Patsy boy. Then again, I don't really know any animes. I know Dragon Ball Z. So debug main.inject. Wait a second. First, we should get that div. Fake pixie. Yeah, so we got the div. So we'll just set that there. And then we'll do debug main.inject. And let's see what happens when I do this. I have a feeling something's going to go wrong. Okay, so here's what happened. It moved the WebGL renderer from being in the parent div into being in this div. So I guess we need to make a new WebGL renderer, and I don't know what's involved in that. It appears as though I'm going to have to create a new WebGL renderer. Just calling, what's that function? Or we could try to clone the view. I don't think that would work. I don't know how that's going to work. Hey again, Enduring. Taking HTML. Nice. The Pixie renderer. This could be how, since it doesn't clone elements or allow them to be in 2 places in the DOM. You look a bit blue today. We could try cloning that, maybe, using our Clonomat. Man, there's been some stupid ads for some Futurama card game. It looks incredibly silly. So Pixie DOM element, append child, we get the renderer view. Let's take a look at that. Debug main.pixie_wrapper.renderer.view. Yeah, this is a canvas element. Yeah, we just need a second canvas element. The reason why I have to make a new one is because debug main pixie wrapper renderer view is a canvas element. I'll need another canvas element. So in theory, this shouldn't be that bad, but I expect it to be bad. But that's what we're going to investigate. Do you use the right fingers to type on the keyboard, or are you just super fast with your style? Because I know there's a correct technique. I mostly use the correct way. Every once in a while, I'll rotate my hands in such a way that it's easier. For programming, I especially do this. So in order to press parentheses, I hit 9 with my pointer finger and 0 with my middle finger, yeah. This is something that the Ergodox actually does pretty well. One of the things about this particular keyboard is in order to type parentheses, for example, I can use, I need to know where the parentheses are. There they are. Yeah, so I can shift my pinky over to here, and without moving any of my other fingers, I can type parentheses. I mean, you can't see it unless I zoom in on Sublime, which I guess I could do. Except for then it's really hard for me to see what's going on. So yeah. So making another canvas element shouldn't be that bad, except for I might need a new pixie wrapper, and that's where I think everything's just going to break down. It's in daylight saving time. So we call animate, we call main render function. Renders the arena to the camera. This is all a very silly way of doing things. Wait, Mitchell, which one? DOS keyboard? Because this one doesn't have printed keycaps. I want to be able to just render sprites to a stage there. I don't think it should be tough. I could just make a new component for this actually. Because I do a bunch of stuff here that I don't think is necessary. But this whole part about assets loaded, do I have to do this? I have a renderer already. Set animation enabled. Anytime this is open, we'd have animation enabled. Yeah, DOS keyboard with blank keys, got it. Okay, so should we just try the basics maybe? Hey, look, the page is actually called basics. Okay, well, this is apparently all you really need. We could try just adapting this. So they make a new application, they append the view into the DOM, then they get an image and add it to the stage. How's the Sculpt keyboard? I think the Sculpt is pretty nice. I think the best thing about the Sculpt over the keyboard that I'm using is it has a split spacebar. So the spacebar is very large on this keyboard, and just cutting it in half makes it so that you have to apply less pressure to hit it. I don't think I have a problem hitting space though. Yeah, I have a problem hitting control every once in a while. As was evidenced by this wonderful clip that someone took. So how else could we do this? Do we have to make an application every time, or can we just... Do they do this with all of them? They do. They make a new application. Hey, they have animated sprites? Yeah. They do this for all of these to make applications. Do I ever do this? Pixie.application? I don't think I do. So then how do I construct this? I guess I just make a new renderer specifically. Yeah, here. So I probably need to do the same thing. Let's go take a look at what application even does. Where is it? Oh, it's a file called application, so we can just search for that then. Application. Got it. So what does this do? Just wrapper around a renderer. Oh, and a stage. And a ticker, which I don't know what that is, but I guess it's the animation thing. And then that's it. So yeah, this is pretty simple. What is a ticker? Runs an update loop that other objects listen to. Animation frames are only requested when necessary, really? Request if needed. And also in its constructor is when it requested. But only if it's started. So where's request if needed called? Start if possible. But then I guess in every request it should be there too, right? Huh. Interesting. I should consider using something like this. And they have a get FPS. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I should consider switching to this. Okay, what else do we have here? So we have the renderer, the stage, the ticker. This is all something that I would want. So I think I can do this. I think I just make a new application, even though I already have the one renderer, and then add this new renderer to a particular element, and then somehow tear it down. Do they have any sort of tear down method? They have stop. Oh, destroy. Well. So yeah, we just gotta call destroy afterwards. So let's try the construction part, not the destruction part yet. That would be much better. And let's use that basic example that we had, this one. The other question I want to know about though is how do I use assets loaded from another renderer? So make sure I'm destroying the new application. Figure out how to use assets from the existing Pixie renderer, and try constructing an application and adding that to the new div. This may not be so bad. It would be great if it was just pretty straightforward. So let's try it out. We're gonna go back into in-game where we have this fake render, and I guess at the time of construction, or at least when this thing exists, is when we would set this up. Well, we could try this a little bit differently for right now. We could try it this way. Append child app.view. It wouldn't be document.body. It would be bake pixie dot append child. So let's try just that part. It's exciting stuff. Exciting stuff, everybody. Hey, we did it. Then we give it a width and height that actually makes sense. So when you resize the page, we're going to have to set that up too. For now, let's just set it to the size of this content. What is the size of this content? 500 by 462. I mean, even this isn't totally correct because it's going to be the div underneath that, but whatever. There we go. So now this is Pixie in this foreground here, but we try to get bunny.png and we don't have it. So what do we have? We have botland.png somewhere. I don't know where. We can look at the network tab from that. Hey, here we go. Copy link address. Cool. So it's images, sprite sheets. So we just do this and everything works. Oh, it worked. You see that thing rotating around? That's a set of explosions. Let's get something that's not a set of explosions, like whatever this is. Botland3.png. Nice. Wow. So we can move the background. It's a little laggy when we do both of those things. And now it's just gone. But we never actually deleted it. Well, it's working. Wow. This is incredible. Okay, well, next step, and we're eventually going to need to figure out how to resize this. So, what do we do now? Now try it on the iPad? Yeah, I'll have to try that eventually. So anytime we're away from that thing, we need to set animation to disabled, which we probably don't do. This is happening right now from here. This would be its own component. So I think we do that. Should this just use a salvage UI though? I guess so. And I gotta think about this for a second. We don't really have real information here. Text area, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do any of this stuff. We don't have real styles anywhere here. So yeah, let's just get rid of the whole thing. So should the child be aware that it's in a pop-up? I don't know. I suppose either way it doesn't matter too much. So let's do this. We will import salvage UI from salvage UI. And we'll put this here. We eventually need to give it some properties, but we don't have those yet. And then we add this in when the component mounts. So div, when let's add a div ref equals this dot pixie div equals element. Component did mount. So we want to do something like this. This dot pixie div dot append child, and this changes to bunny. Wait, where did Botland go? Oh, weird. Well, whatever. Let's just copy paste this then. There's an error in this. I don't know what the error is yet though. Element. Oh, the semicolon. Okay, so sizing of this might be totally wrong. Let's take a look at this though. This I don't even care about. What we care about is clicking this button. Whoa. It worked. Okay, cool. Yeah, width and height I can customize there, but the problem is I need to customize it to exactly whatever that div is. So we see the div in the background there. So let's just set this for right now to something smaller, like 50 by 50. So it'll be really tiny. Yeah. And we got to figure out the width and height of this element. Maybe we can do that in here. We should be able to. But then every time we resize the page, we got to resize. Oh man, this might not be as easy, right? Update window dimensions. Oh, there's a renderer.resize. Interesting. Okay, so we would put that, excuse me, on mount, we'd do that. Resize handler. There must be a bound resize handler somewhere that I did. Yeah, here. So we do this from in here. Got it. Component did mount. Got it. Component will unmount, should remove it now. Good. And then the resize handler itself needs to do this bit. So there's a renderer somewhere, or application might expose this. Let's take a look. Resize. No, it just exposes the renderer. And that's part of this application. This .app. And then component did unmount, we destroy this. Hey AMD, how's it going? Automatically remove canvas from DOM. Is that even used? Sure, let's use it. Yeah, I wasn't streaming last week really, not too much. I was burned out and I needed a vacation. So I did nothing for a few days. Now I'm feeling a lot better, making some good progress. But yeah, what have you been up to in your time away? So this .app.destroy. The other thing we need is here. Hey, Junios. And then we get the width and height of something here, probably the ref that we have. Yeah. So we'll just say width equals 75, height equals 75. And we'll eventually figure out from Pixie Div what we have. All right, let's try that. So when we resize this page, it should break in. Perfect. And we should be able to get the bounds of this. There's a function for that. I don't know what it is. This.pixiediv.get client something. Get bounding client rect. Is that what it is? Is this correct? Width 500, height 74? That can't be right. Let's click this thing. It's 502 by 464. So we're going to resize it by like 1 pixel. And it should be about 502 by 464. Whatever it is that we're looking at. Get client rect. Is it this? 502? That's about 502. And the height of 464? Nope. Where does this come from? Is PixieDiv not referring to what I think it is? PixieDiv is way over here. 500 by 90. Oh, it is 500 by 90. Okay, fine. So then that's not going to help me. I want the size of the parent, I guess. The grandparent. Yeah, fine. We'll just hack this together for right now. So this .pixie.div.parent.parent.get bounding client rect. Yeah, that's more like it. So we'll just use this for right now. Width height equals this. And something may cause that to break, but let's try that for right now. So now no matter what we resize this to, why is it breaking in? Oh, I still have a debugger. Yeah, no matter what we resize it to, it should fill in all available space. Man, it's too difficult to use. Okay, let's try this. Yeah. Cool. All right, next is, I guess, to get that to happen from the very beginning. So we just say this dot resize handler. So as soon as you open the dialog, it should be correct. Perfect. So that stuff's done. That's done. And now this is the last part, really. Figure out how to use assets from the existing Pixie renderer. I do not know how I'm going to do this. How will I even approach this? Well, let's take a look at this part. When we inject client-specific components, we use Sprite Sheet Dictionary, and we just call it get sprite. So let's try this. If we can just use this, that would be amazing. I don't know if that's going to work. We just need to add this particular thing. And the Sprite Sheet Dictionary uses Pixie, but it's in a different renderer. And that's where I don't know, is texture binding going to not work here? Or what? So what's the easiest way to do this? This is the easiest way. New Sprite Sheet Dictionary. We just make this a global, AAA equals this dot Sprite Sheet Dictionary. Then once we've proven that this works, we can make it not a global anymore. But I need to see if this even will function. And then here, instead of doing pixie.sprite.fromImage, we say, let me take a look at this. Get sprite sync. And texture to use is what we need. So misc slash enemy mine. If this just works, then awesome. Oh my god, it actually worked. Oh man. Okay, that was not so bad. Yeah, wow. This part wasn't exactly correct, but that's okay. So we could call resize before this and get the right width and height for this. Yeah, it actually won't work. We need to do it this way, and even then it probably won't work. Let's try that out. So it'd be in the center of this, hopefully. Whoa, it did. Wow. Oh man, I am very impressed by this. I know I haven't actually done anything yet, but this is going to allow us to do some pretty cool stuff. I mean, if I were creative, it would let me do some cool stuff. I'm not creative, so I'm going to end up doing something that's passable. Looks like a water bowl. I mean, I could replace that with anything. We could replace it with something like... we could actually fully compose a bot here, couldn't we? Compose bot. It's too bad there are a million parameters. So if I figure out... Oh, wait. This requires the Pixie wrapper. For what, though? For a renderer? Get colorized sprite. Where is this used? dot renderer. Yeah, it's just something with a renderer. Why don't we just pass in the renderer then? Okay, that's gonna have to change. Yeah, all right. Well, we can fix that later, but we just need to figure out the arguments for this. Compose bot sync. So how do we call this from the cosmetics combiner? Compose bot sync. Oh, check it out. We got all of this. Problem solved. All right, so we just paste this in. This turns into this dot app. Then we need names for all of these things. So head sprite name is wasp. Let's go with a torso of Quetzal and a foot piece of fire. Primary color and secondary color, we'll go with pink and black. Not black. I don't know. Let's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever that is. It's a bluish color. And then horizontal flip, we just say is false. And that's it. So we should have, oh, it's feet sprite name, not foot sprite name. So we will have a bot that has a wasp head, Quetzal torso, fire body that is pink and blue. And it'll be rotating around. We can't do this. This is not anchor. This is the main container that we get back. This is not great, but we can fix this. What do we get back? Bot, sprite, all container. And we probably need to thoroughly scale this thing. Still not working. Containers don't have anchors apparently. Or I'm doing something else wrong. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, nice. So yeah, containers don't have anchors. There. Oh, where'd it go? I set the scale to 0.25 and it didn't like that. I think it's scale.set 0.25. Spare me the spinning. I slowed it down. I mean, I could just get rid of it, sure. There. So there's our bot. So what I'd want to have happen is a whole bunch of like particle effects and cool transitions and shaders and stuff's flying everywhere, but we're not gonna probably do that. We're gonna do something that, like I said, is passable. So this is easy peasy. If we can get a sprite sheet dictionary to this class, then it's simple to use the compose bots. Wow. Yeah, wow. And then something needs to control how these things get placed here. This will be a little bit tough. Just getting everything set up correctly. Yeah, push obese kids. Wow. Yeah, wow. I'm still just impressed that this works. Now we have, so now the fun part is over, and it's the work part that has to begin. The work part is getting everything where it needs to be. What did I get done so far today? What did I get done in the morning? Oh, I designed a bunch of stuff in the morning. I got rid of walls and pits from the design of the game. That took 3 hours to talk through. And then today what I'm doing is I'm getting this UI to work, the Open Salvage Pack UI. Oh, that bot's not there anymore. That's not good. Yeah, that's not good. I wonder why that failed. Man. Oh, I've always been saying that. I know it sounds unusual, but that is his name. Also, this border, this should technically be like a pixel smaller. We can worry about that later. This is the part I don't understand, though. What's going on when I reconstruct this? The compose bot gets created, hopefully. And then what? What's the scale? Yeah, that's correct. It just doesn't show up for some reason. It only shows up the very first time. I wonder why that is. Yeah, because the code is exactly the same. Okay, that's going to be a problem. Maybe let's try this. Actually, let's just try not destroying this at all. This should not be the solution, but maybe this will give us some hints. Let's get rid of that too. No, it has nothing to do with that. Silly me, Mitchell. Silly me. Yeah, I can't imagine anything here would be different. Maybe let's try this plus math.random. That won't work. We don't have Lodash either, but whatever, we can just add it. Can you update bot properties without having to destroy or recreate them? Like every frame change its color? Not easily, no. Well, actually with the shaders I could, yeah. But I set up these bots originally to use their shader just for rendering them once, because shaders weren't typically performing that well. If shaders had no impact on performance, which ideally they shouldn't, then I could color them dynamically. So we'll say random 0, 1000. The only thing I'm testing here is that maybe it's got to construct two different ones. Oh, that actually did work. That's weird. Stage.destroy. We can't do this that way. Darn it, we need to destroy these things ourselves. Can you pass options? No, you can't. So I've got to destroy this myself. And this was the problem. So what if I did this? If math.random is less than 0.5, secondary color equals blue. So it'll either be pink and green or pink and blue. And the first time, it'll always work. So this one's green. The second time, it now will only work if it's blue. Okay, and then the third time, nothing will show up. Yeah. So this has something to do with caching, and I gotta figure out what. Or I do this. This dot app dot stage dot destroy true. This dot app dot stage equals null. Or we specify children there. Children destroy children. I want it to probably do more than that, but I don't know how that's going to work. Shouldn't be a problem. Oh, darn it. We can't set it to null. We need to set it to a new Pixie container. So that the internal destroy call doesn't fail. Hey, ChaosCom. This doesn't work. I guess I couldn't have hoped for everything to be this easy. All right, let's take a look at what's happening. So eventually we get to the point where we've composed the bot and then we save it into the cache, I think. We save each individual component into the cache. So what, are these getting destroyed or something? That would be the only thing that makes sense, but that's not it apparently. And if I just use a random secondary color, random between 0 and FFFFFF, then it'll always render. Yeah. It always renders because it's not trying to reuse sprites that it can't use for some reason. Figure out why I can't reuse a sprite that's already been composed. If I change the colors to be random every time, then this works. Yeah, this code works the first time, and it's only a problem with something that happens when I attempt to use something that already existed. So it should be something that has to do with a cache. It has to be. Get colorized sprite. Yeah, if it's in the cache, then return the cache one. So then this is the problem that we're having. It's got to be here. So when I say to use the same color every single time, the first time it's going to build it. The second time it's going to take it from the cache. So try that out. So first time it builds it. Second time it breaks in, takes it from the cache. This exists. And it hasn't been destroyed, I hope. Destroy is a function. Oh, there's this whole concept of reference counting. I remember this. This is not going to be good. So the first time it gets destroyed, it's not being used anywhere. So it should be destroyed from the... Oh, wait a second. No, maybe that's what's happening. Okay, this could be a real bug. Destroy sprite and update reference count. We need to put a breakpoint here. All right, Zia Shuttle Joker. Thanks for joining in. So I click this button. I click it again. It calls into destroy. And remove reference to. So where's our reference count? Render texture reference count. Here it is. And what's our sprite name? The wasp head. Okay, good. So this is all fine so far. So wasp head is right here. It should have a reference count of 2. Yeah, perfect. So we remove one reference to it. And now its reference count should be 1. Yeah. So it never actually got destroyed because there's still a texture there. Okay, so then it gets called for the torso and then it gets called for the foot. Yeah, there's the foot and then this is the torso, I'm guessing. Yeah, and then what? And that's it. Then it's in our cache. Again, with a reference count of 1. We call this function. This should increase the reference count to 2. Add reference to. So this is all working totally fine. Something must be wrong with this texture, or maybe it's a renderer. Oh. Yeah, that might be the problem. It might be that it has a renderer property on it somehow. I don't know why. GL render targets. So I don't think this is a problem with the cache. I think it could be a problem with Pixie. In which case, I need to do a couple of things here. One, I need to get my colors. So this comes from here. Should have come from here. Here it is, yeah. So here are my colors, and then we need to do this from the edit defense page. And I have a feeling everything's gonna break. Caching something about the renderer that I've destroyed. This isn't good. Yeah, it could be that, because what happens when you destroy a renderer? That's probably the issue. Anything created from that renderer probably goes away, even though it's cached. It just couldn't be simple. Alright, so let's go into rendering. When you destroy a renderer, what do? Texture manager.destroy. Yep, that's what's happening. Well, that's it. So we've got to bypass caching for this. Or we don't ever destroy the renderer. Well, this is going to be a problem. It's because the renderer itself has a texture manager, and we destroy that when we destroy the application, which destroys the renderer. Well, it's going to be frustrating to work around this because I'm not sure what the best solution is. There are a bunch of solutions though. So solution number 1, don't ever destroy the renderer. Just keep it around and turn off animation for it so that it's not taking extra time. Solution number 2 is bypass the cache when rendering sprites from, or bypass or use, you could just use a different cache. When rendering sprites from a different renderer. Solution number 3. Banana, it depends on when they give you this notification. If it's right when you change your password, chances are that's the one time they're going to have it in plain text, and they're going to compare it against a bunch of unsecure passwords. If it's just you logged in without ever without doing anything about your password and it told you, then yeah, that's a little bit alarming. Hey Vito. Have you decreased the stream length yesterday, or it stays at 8? Yeah, it's still going to be 8 hours. Haven't changed password, it just shows up? Huh. Yeah, the only way they could do that then is if they're not storing their passwords in a strong way. Because like you said, if they were salting and hashing it, they wouldn't know that it turned into... Wait, no. Maybe Banana, what they're doing is the client is sending the plain text password because it was saved in the browser, something like that. Yeah, it could be that. It could be Instagram client is saying, here's my username and password from Chrome. The server hashes and salts that to check against your existing one. If that works, it uses the plain text password you sent to see if it's not secure. It's on your phone. I mean, you still don't know what the client's doing. For all you know, the client is saving the password to local storage in plain text. I doubt they're doing that because it's such a large website, but... So this solution isn't bad. Bypass or use a different cache. Or solution number 3, I guess, is when destroying the renderer. Destroy the cached images as well. Okay, so I think this would work, and it's technically the simplest solution, but it's not a good idea. But let's try it. I want to see what happens here. So what if we do this? Global.aaa. How do we empty the cache? We cannot easily do that unless LRU has something. Is there a way to just empty this? Reset. Okay, let's try it. So without this line of code, so I've done nothing right now. I just commented out the thing that I'm trying to test. I just want to make sure this is a bug right now. So I click this, it shows up. I click it again. And let's just close that. Yeah, and it's not there. Okay, so now I put this in, and I have a feeling this will fix it, which would confirm at least that I'm on the right track. I have no idea if that's working. No, it's not. AAA.reset is not a function. What? Oh, right, it's not. It's sprite cache.reset. Okay, well, whoops. Let's try it again. Aha! So that is the problem. Yeah, interesting. So this would be the simplest possible solution for right now. Why did that not go away? What? Come on, I got rid of this. Where else does this exist? Apparently in 2 places. What is this? Is this just a weird ad? Is that all you're linking in? God, what an incredibly strange ad. That's incredibly weird, Mitchell. Maybe it's hinting something. All right, this is a really hacky solution. But it does work. So let's not discount that. Let's go figure out if there's a better way to do this. So if from in-game we showed, is that fake salvage UI here? Yeah. So what if we just got the salvage UI? Oh, this is going to be a little bit hard to test. Hey, squeakers. So we put this in here. Where does fake, no, that doesn't matter. Okay, cool. So we do that. And then we make the colors match exactly a bot that we have. Yeah, we don't have any bots though. So let's do this. We'll have the default bot. So we put these down. We hit save. Then we need a way for this thing to be hidden. Oh man, okay, let's think about this. On close, we don't have salvage actions, do we? Oh man, fine. Let's go modify the state, I suppose. This dot set state test false. And do we have any state in this component anyway? Yeah, we'll just say test is true here. And then render fake salvage UI if this dot state dot test. There. Okay, so you should be able to close this now. And then we need a way to reopen it though. I did not come up with that yet. So there, and now we can close it, and then we need a way to reopen it. So how about, I don't know, clicking report bug reopens it. We're just testing stuff here. This dot set state test true. There, perfect. Wait, okay, so to try to clarify this, Banana, I think what ChaosCon was saying, and I haven't been following this conversation closely, is there's a database out there of known hacks against sites. And this site hashes the affected users by email address. So you type in your email address, it tells you if you've been hacked. So that's how that site works. So it's possible, I think this is what Chaos is saying, that Instagram is like, hey, your email address is adam@madeup.com. I looked at this site that tells you if you've been hacked, and it says you've been hacked. So it doesn't tell you anything about your password. It doesn't inspect your password at all. It just says you are on a known database of hacked people. But I'm not positive that's what Chaos is saying, but it is possible that Instagram works that way, even if that's not what Chaos is saying. I kind of doubt it, but it's possible. Okay, so we need these colors and we need this style of bot. So we need the default everything. So we go into salvage UI, and instead of the WASP stuff, we just change all of this to default. So let's just change all this to default. We'll just copy paste this. Default. And then we need the colors to be exactly whatever I copy pasted here, which I apparently got rid of. So let's Control Z until we can find them again. Gotcha. All right, now we just Control Y. Perfect. Now we set these numbers. So primary color is this. Secondary color is this. The reason this is so important is because we need to cache exactly the values that are being used already. So we'll get a reference count of, I don't know, like 10 or something. We'd better. So now we go into the game. And I think this broke. Yeah, I did something wrong. What did I do wrong? No. Does default not work? Is it not called default? Is it omega? I don't remember. Wait, so okay, if I say this is wasp, everything works fine, right? And we got the right colors? Yeah. And yes. But if I say it's the default, then it doesn't work. Let's look at item data. Oh, item data is not going to have it. And hey, Plague, I am using Sublime Text, yeah. And hi, Robert. I was pretty sure that this thing is... Yeah, it is default. Uh-oh. What does this mean? Okay, let's try something else then. Here's another thing we can use to test this. So this doesn't work. Hi, Zach. So this doesn't work, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. But if I change this color by even 1, then it will work, I think. Which means we have even bigger problems here. Oh boy. Okay, yeah, we have bigger problems. How am I going to solve this? How am I going to solve this? And why is this thing even failing? What's the name of the sprite cache dictionary? Render texture reference count. We should have... Yeah, we have 12. How many bots are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then maybe this one counts as 10? I don't know. Or maybe every time I close and reopen this. Oh, there it is. Working totally fine. What happened there? Huh? Count 13. Does this keep going up? Oh, whoops. Oh, every time this gets destroyed, I need to update that. Oh, darn it. I did not think of this. Wait, yes, I did. That means something else is wrong. Hey, real Toofy. So by clearing out... Okay, let's write this stuff down, because clearly I'm screwing everything up. So by resetting this cache, we're implementing a hacky solution to... What was the real cause of this? Oh yeah, because the texture manager would get rid of this. So by clearing the cache, we will create a new sprite the next time we request. Hey, J4MS. This should also call the destroy function on each sprite. Let's see if that's even the case. Also, I have a feeling this is getting called when it shouldn't be. Let's try it out. There's a lot of issues here. Oh. No, it's not getting called yet, but when we click this button, it does get called. Okay, so fine. Then we go into Spritesheet Dictionary, and we should see the destroy function get called. So if I click here, and then I go forward, yeah, it gets called. And it's coming from reset. Yeah, good. Okay, so it at least calls dispose on everything correctly, which should lower the reference count to this. So all that makes sense. It all works totally fine. The part that doesn't work totally fine. Oh wow, it's actually like storming out. It never does that in Washington. Well, if I lose power, I'm probably not going to be back online today. Just FYI. Because I don't think it's good to leave my computer on during a storm. Well, at least if the power goes out. So, yeah. Otherwise, I'll be online for another 2.5 hours probably. So I clean the cache. We'll create a new sprite next time we try to compose bots. This is a hacky way to get around how the texture manager destroys all textures when we destroy the application. By resetting the cache in this way, the destroy function will be called for each individual sprite, which will update the reference count. Yeah. No, I don't have an uninterruptible power supply. Well, so I still don't have an answer for why this works the second time, but not the first time. Strange. What if we started this at false? Oh, it is really raining. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but I don't think you've ever been able to hear it rain this much on my stream. No, it just doesn't work the first time no matter what. It only works subsequent times. The next time, yeah, this is actually the issue I'm running into now is that I can't, my sprite doesn't show in the in-game UI the first time I load the salvage UI. I wonder why that's happening though. It should be right here. Does this even exist? It has to, otherwise, yeah, this has to exist. But it must be using cached images, which should still work. How do I stay on task? I think having that to-do list really helps. Whoops, oh, I didn't mean to press that button. All right, so we click this, and it breaks into here, and as soon as we get into any of these, it's going to pull from cache, I'm guessing. Has it already cached every single one of these? Count 2. I wonder how it did that. But yes, it has. So it's going to take this from the cache. Yeah, it does. And this exists. Oh, what does this mean? Changing the color or closing and reopening works fine. It's just the very first time that it won't show. It's, whoa. How loud does that lightning come through, or the thunder, I mean? Because that doesn't sound very far away. Alright, it's attempting to load the image from the cache. Yeah, and it can't, so it just renders this plain blue page. Then I click this again, and it renders it properly that time. I wonder what's different. Well, tolerable. I'm just wondering how as loud as your voice is. Wow. So yeah, what's different about this? Compose bot, all container. I wouldn't be able to tell from here, would I? Adam is panicking. Why would I be? Oh, because of what Power Rangers said? No, that's thunder. So this gets hit. The sprites. All right. That's quite a lot of thunder. Texture ID. So this is a render texture. And all this stuff is set correctly on it. This is what I don't understand. That'd be hard to do chaos. That'd be from just loud noises in the mic, I guess. Strange. Well, alright, so let's take a look. Base sprite name is the default head. So if we cache this as B, then all of these other ones work just fine. We click this button again. This should be the same thing. So the cache sprite should be exactly the same. BBB equals cache data dot cache sprite. False. What happened? Oh, this doesn't even exist now. Oh, because I destroyed it. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. The first time, but not the second time. So there's a hacky solution for this too, which is to clear the cache when mounting. But I think the real solution is to use an entirely different cache. Yeah. So I think I know how I'm supposed to fix this. We could do this. We put this here, and then everything just gets magically fixed. No, now they're broken in the background because they're trying to load from a cache. Oh boy. Oh boy. That actually doesn't even work. Then the bots in the arena won't load. So what happens is that I feel like this gets cached for a particular renderer. I still think the best way to solve this is to have a different sprite cache for each renderer. Oh, that's funny. I don't even know how I do this. That's part of the problem. I guess, yeah, no, I don't know how I do this because there's a whole lot of things going on here. I guess a Pixie wrapper would need to provide its own sprite cache. This would be super complex. Again, why not? It's pretty bright out for raining. What's going on? It's sunny. I can't see any blue sky. Not from this angle at least. But it's sunny and raining. Very rare weather combination here. Ooh, almost broke my desk. I gotta tape that cord. Actually, I guess there is another solution here. Don't destroy the texture manager in the new renderer. Is that the new chair? Yeah, it is. How would I even stop this from happening? This would be super complex. It's right here. The renderer has a texture manager and the texture manager has a destroy function. What if I just got rid of that? Yeah, let's try this because I don't have a whole lot of ideas here. It's the best way to make a REST call in Node. I think Restify is pretty good for this stuff. Or what's the other thing? Super agent. Yeah. This has a weasel on the page, right? Yeah. Oh wait, that's a ferret. Where's the one with the weasel? There was, maybe I'm just confusing ferrets and weasels. Okay, so let's. So here's what we do. We say this.app.renderer.textureManager.destroy equals a function that does nothing. And then we stand back in shock as everything works. Nope. Wait, what's the original problem here? No, this shouldn't cause any issues. This should have fixed everything. Which one do I use? I use both, depending on what I want to do. But either one is fine, so I suggest you take a look at them both and see which one you like. All right, let's take a look at Texture Manager. Texture Manager, what does its destroy function do? Destroy managed textures. And we got rid of this function. Or maybe I didn't actually get rid of it. Could be either one. Because it shouldn't do any destroying at first. Yeah, fake destroy is being called. There's something else I'm missing then. I don't know what it is. Texture Manager destroy. Handle context lost. These are just removed. Mask Manager, stencil, and filter. Maybe we cut these out too. Maybe we just don't allow it to destroy the whole renderer. I'm just trying very hacky solutions here. That didn't work. And I should have tested this at first, just not calling the destroy function at all. Yeah, that doesn't have any impact on this either. It's too bad. Why would that happen though? Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Oh, it doesn't work when I load from cache. It probably loads when I change the color of this to 25. Yeah, now I'm guessing it's going to render. Yeah, it does. Okay, well, that doesn't help me. So it can't load from cache. And we can't figure out why exactly. Hooray. Excuse me, hang on a second. Ugh. because my new renderer can't load images from the old. Oh, wait a second. I thought of maybe an even better solution. Oh, I should have thought of this originally. All right, hang on a second. Let me see if this works. But I first need to do a couple of other things. So solution number 5 is just use a different spreadsheet dictionary. Oh, nice. Yeah, glad it's helping you. Trying to save these accolades. Accidentally opened every other program. So I told my wife a joke last night. I said for April Fool's next year, I should get one of those water cooler jugs. Yeah, something like this. I should get one of these and somehow like get a straw there so that I'm drinking like a hamster. But I think that's a lot of effort to go through for a one-off joke, especially because I don't even know if I'm going to be streaming next April. So I'll just tell you the joke. But she didn't find it as funny as I did. I was like choking on my own laughter. Alright, see you, Mitchell. There is a clip of that Chaos Com. I think I have it. Let me take a look at it. No, maybe I don't. No, I don't think I have it. Oh yeah, Yo has it. Just use a different spreadsheet dictionary for the new renderer. The issue here is that in constructing a spreadsheet dictionary, we need to pass in this thing. And this downloads spreadsheets, but maybe we can just make a new one. Let's try something out. Global.bbb equals atlas JSON. When we make a new one of these, what happens? Oh wait, we need to do one other thing too. Global.ccc equals spreadsheet dictionary. There. Okay, perfect. This will give us everything we need to test this, and I'll see if this works. So first of all, we need to do new ccc bbb. Spreadsheet data already has a status. Oh man. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Okay, so we can't construct another one of these, at least not with what I've already done. We could just ignore that. And we could set this to... What if we do a clone deep on this? Let's try that. All right, this is getting kind of messy. Hey, Forgrow. And Forgrow, in order to undo that, you just clone the repository again, or just hit Control Z. All right, so new ccc ddd.clonedeep bbb. Variable names, that did not work. Oh, because we're cloning it with the status property, so we need to clone it. Oh, this is bad. All right, take two. Did it. I did it. Okay, so the thing I need to check though is, does that trigger anything new from the network tab? So when I run this code, it doesn't. Oh, this might be doable then. Ooh. This isn't so bad, just a little bad. What is this doing? And can I just use this? Because I'm pretty sure if I say AAA equals new CCCBBB. Oh, now it's going to be taken. Yeah, we need to... Goodness. What am I doing right now? So, okay, here's what I've got. I've got a Pixie renderer, and that is for the arena. And I want a new one for the salvage pack. So this will be Pixie renderer 2, let's say. So the problem is that both of these right now are using one sprite sheet dictionary, and I want them to use 2. So I need to construct a second one of these. But in order to construct a second one of these, I need to clone the argument that was used for the first, since that's modified by the first one. And that modification isn't allowed by the second one. So it's a bunch of really hacky stuff. So here's what we do. We say global.aaa equals new. I know these variable names are stupid. I want to get rid of all the globals at the end, that's why. Then we need to destroy this thing every time, though. And we don't have a destroy function for this. So this should work. It's just incredibly hacky. I say that, and then nothing actually works. Tried to get sprite sheet, but it wasn't loaded. Oh, it tries downloading them and it just never finishes? Or is it because this is asynchronous? This is bad. So much destruction. Yeah, there's a lot that's going on here. Something should have caused all these to load. Ensure all sprite sheets are downloaded. Yeah, so we should do this from here. We do this, not then everything else that we had. And then this will just magically work. This is so incredibly hacky. Like everything about this is super hacky. But if it works, at least I've got a design I can use. Oh, whoa, it worked. Oh man. Well, how do we turn this into regular code now? Wow. Also, is this downloading new images every single time? Oh god, it is. It shouldn't be doing that. Wait, no, is it? What is going on here? It just pulls the images that are needed. So if I click this, it shouldn't download anything new. Oh, these must have been necessary. So 4 through 19, were they downloaded before? 4 through 19. We have 14, 15, 16, 17. So then after that, oh, we don't get those again. Yeah. Huh. It's actually worked. Wow. Well, we have a solution. So this works because it uses a new cache, and yeah, and it doesn't have to download sprite sheets from AWS a second time either. However, it's particularly hacky because we have to do a bunch of things. Get or download sprite sheet. How does this work? So this won't exist. But then the Pixie loader, I guess, would already have this. Oh man, it's just ridiculous. I have to clone the Atlas JSON before constructing the first sprite sheet dictionary. Need to call then finally I need to write a destroy function that clears the cache. The destroy function is actually pretty simple to write. Yeah, I think it should be simple to write. We call a destroy here that does this dot sprite cache dot reset. And that's it. And then we can call that same thing from over here. There. So that should work. Yeah, wow, great. It's just so hacky. I need a not hacky way of doing this. I might be able to come up with a better way that involves cloning a Spritesheet dictionary so that I just have all of the Spritesheets for use somewhere else without reference counts. It might be doable. Let me see what data this has. Has the JSON file and then Spritesheets. We could... No, we can't really do this. Also, it's a ton of memory. A Spritesheet has... What is a Spritesheet? It actually has sprites in it. What in the world is this? Yeah, this wouldn't work. Yeah, okay. Well, there are a couple of other things I could do. One, are we saving Atlas JSON anywhere? No. So one thing I could do is just clone it here. That way we make our own modification. Or we keep track of loading status somewhere else entirely. That could work too. Hey, Pancake King. This is JavaScript. Teleport plus melee plus shield, reflect, regen, EMP, etc. is overpowered. Pure code, what's making you say this? Are you an attacker or a defender? And there's a huge shield meta. We need some nerfs. Well, I wanted to add in concussion missiles, which would do more damage to shielded targets. You're an attacker? Okay, so then let me go take a look at your replays. So let's do this. Select, wait, where's MySQL? Here it is. Select name. We want to find pure code. You are 1244. So now if we say select ID from matches where attacker ID equals 1244. So let's watch your replays. You have these 4 replays. It's pretty simple to watch them. Let's watch replay number 1. So you have melee, thrusters, and shield. Wait, you don't even have teleport on these bots. So it must be a different match that you're talking about. Oh, this person's bots don't have any hardware. So yeah, everyone's guaranteed to win this match. So that doesn't really matter. Insanic, no hardware, easy win. Oh, not on that account? Oh, what account is this? So I'm just watching replays for no reason. Wait, 3529 not even found. Sorry, can't say? What He can't say. Tell me what your account is. I could just find it. Alright, you know what? That's it. You twisted my arm. Select ID from matches. ID, comma, attacker ID from matches. And there's also, there's a completion time. Describe matches. Oops. Oh man, I exited MySQL. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Alright, we gotta get back into this. Describe matches. So select ID, attacker ID, end time from matches, where end time is greater than now minus interval 2 day. There, cool. So you are very likely this person. Select name from users where ID equals this. Wait a second. Wait, so if that's you, I now have to ban you. Well, it was a fun run. I don't know why you'd say anything that would reveal your identity here if you're trying to evade a ban. What happened? What happened is that's a banned user and they're trying to evade a ban. And that's not allowed. So, yeah. Well, I guess I'll get smarter about it next time, Pure Code. Gotta admit, that is pretty funny. Oh, man. I mean, why would you sign up for the game with a banned account name? She's so silly. Oh, man. Oh, we will soon see someone sign up for a new account and follow me on Twitch. Alright, well, back to what I was working on here. So I can get around the hackiness here, and then this thing would have a spreadsheet dictionary just for itself. Alright, I'm gonna assume, until proven otherwise, that this new account is also worth banning. So, sorry if you were caught in the crossfire, but account created April 18th, following nobody, and just happened to stumble in this stream. No thank you. So these have already been downloaded. Hey Jonas, thanks for the host. How's your game been going? Also, I suppose I should do my typical I've been hosted, so welcome to the stream spiel, where I talk about the game that I'm making. Hey Wide. Guilty until proven innocent? You can take that stance on a stream where someone's probably not going to be providing much value anyway if they just made their account today. Anyway, as far as the game I'm making, actually let me link it in. Releasing beta 9. I am on beta -9, in that I am at least 9 weeks away from potentially having a beta. Oh, well, at least I have a giant water bottle. Huh. Man. Well, it's good that your stuff's going well. By the way, did you ever actually start using a linter? And hey, Owen Murphy, welcome back. Yeah. I've been streaming now this week, Monday, and actually Saturday, I guess. Saturday, yesterday, and today. So yeah, things I think are back to normal. I've been working on something today where I want, so there are salvage packs in the game, and I want you to be able to click open salvage packs and actually see a bot get created here. And in order to do that, I needed another Pixie renderer somewhere else in the DOM. But it's possible that you'd want this UI to show up over the other UI that I already have. So I'm doing this. It'd be hard to get a bunch of just generic sprite rendering code here. I see. Good, Jonas. That's good. And yeah, I am using a standing desk. Hey, Walrus. Okay, so let's take a look at this a little bit more. And is there any other thing I should do here? I feel like this is the best solution. Actually, there is one other thing I could consider, but I don't think it's worth it. The other thing I could consider is not making a new renderer at all and just never allowing two of them to be on the same page. But I don't think that's a good idea. So about solution number 5, where I use a different sprite sheet dictionary. I could make it so that I can create another dictionary from an existing one synchronously. That should be doable. Hey, Kuku. I did not say, oh, I just said hey. But you were close, and that's worth a point. Oh man. I'm laughing at what happened earlier. God, so ridiculous. So there's nothing to download here, but there is a lot to set up. Get sprite sheet data, add texture. Let me make new sprite sheets here too. Yeah, I think just keeping this as asynchronous is probably best. Just coming up with a better way to do this. Maybe there's always one on reserve. Oh, I don't know. We'll have to wait until someone who's not banned says the same point. Could be he uncovered the most overpowered thing in the game, but I'm not encouraging breaking Twitch terms of service. No, 0 points. This wouldn't be easy to do, and it probably isn't a good design. So I could have a sprite sheet dictionary on retainer. So every time that thing gets destroyed, it just creates a new one. Or I just deal with the asynchronous nature. Yeah, I think the best way is just to deal with the asynchronous nature of the dictionary class. We don't need to asynchronously set up the renderer, just the contents of the renderer. Okay, let's try to do that. So let's do this part here. And then the rest of this over here. And I think this will work. Actually, that should be tapped in. It's this thing. Does this look any better though? So it flashes black at first. I wonder why that happens. And I wonder what would happen if we gave this div a style of background color red. Would we see red back there? Why is there a variable called bunny? I just copy pasted it from Pixie for right now. Okay, is it flashing black or red? It's flashing black still. So that's probably the result of something to do with Pixie. Maybe it's because, where's the stage get created? It gets created up there, so that doesn't matter. And there's a background color here, and this background color is blue. So we just didn't render a bot. Yeah, if we just didn't do any of this, then what happens? Yo, I'll have to watch this later. Is there a flash there? If it is, it's very minimal. I can't even tell. So let's screen record this. How do you capture region? Here we go. No, what? That's not what I wanted to do. I want screen recording of that section. There we go. Okay, I'm sick of this stuff. All right, so we have a GIF. Let's open this up. I don't think I captured this with the frame rate I needed to be able to tell if this is flashing black. But either way, it's not, nothing is like obviously going wrong here. So if it is flashing black, it's very subtle. Hey again, Michael, welcome back. Yeah, you were here yesterday with Weasel's host, right? Does anyone know how I can upload a GIF to Twitter without it? Yeah, I don't know. With my 12-button mouse, which you can't even really see. App.stage.add. Yeah. Man, I don't know. I don't know why it would be flashing like that. I guess it is pretty subtle. Hang on a second. You gotta figure out how you ignore users. There we go. Okay, cool. So yeah, I think this is subtle enough where it's fine. I think on the very first time it's... Wait. No, what? No, it's definitely flashing black. Let me try this again. It could be coming from the resize handler, actually. Yeah. And it could also be exacerbated by something else. I'll need to see. Is the game back up online? Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. You can play it. You can go to play.bot.land and check it out. So it's online. I think everything's working. Yeah. Did you properly connect to the hack server? They didn't echo back. Was your previous game equally hard to implement? Also, did it need to have the same programming skills? Hey, Maven. I think it was tough, but I don't think it was as difficult. I think this one is way more difficult. The previous game was this, by the way. Which, if anyone wants to play, it's online. ophog.onx.net. Yeah, Botland's just been a lot harder because there's so much more code. There's a lot more to maintain. The scope of the game is also way more. I was trying to figure out right now what's causing this black flash to happen, and I can't figure it out. Jath, I don't think so. And I think the reason why I wouldn't want to do that is because if you're a defender in Botland and you're not logging in every single day, other people looking at how to beat your defense is not a good idea, because then they'll all beat your defense. And as an American English-speaking person, I think we typically say learned. I think British English steers itself more toward learned. Both are valid in American English, but it's just, I don't think it's as common to have it with a T. Alright, well, the other thing we need to do is get this a sprite sheet dictionary in a way that it could actually use. And I need to figure out how I'm going to do animations or rendering or filters. Those all come from the arena right now. There's no reason those have to be there, though. For example, this make filter. This uses, data that's available to just Pixie. So it shouldn't be a problem. I would just move that somewhere else. Well, I could try this. Let's see what I've already butchered in the code so far. Really not much there, just those globals. That's dead code anyway. I need to just check that in. Dead code. I'd accidentally left in some copy pasted code. Yeah, there. Not how to learn how to beat it, but just like watching the replay, not actually looking at the code. I know what you're saying, and I think that it's not that hard for you to fill in the blanks if you see someone beat a defender by having certain hardware and doing certain things. You could probably copy that pretty easily, and then you know how to beat it. But yeah, I think for shareability of a game, it's a good feature to have. I'm just not sure when I would do it or how I would do it exactly. The other thing is I don't keep replays around forever. They're relatively large files. And if you were to share them, I don't think you'd want those links to just expire. And I can't encode it all in a link. I guess you could download it, but then if versions change, then the replay is going to be invalidated. Okay, so these are reasonable. That's fine. This is reasonable. So yeah, really the only thing is salvage UI, changing to have some Pixie elements in it. And even that's relatively contained. Like this stuff can just go away. So all I need to do is fix this. We don't even need to, oh yeah, we do need to destroy on that. Oh, nice, Kukuruku. Wait, why did this break this time? No. Oh, I think because I have that commented out. Okay, yeah. Then, all right, I'll try to make this a little bit nicer code-wise. Yeah, the replays are large because there are two ways to reproduce a Botland match. One would be save script and re-simulate the game. And two would be save all of the actions that happened in the game. So I can't do number one here because if I were to save the scripts, then anyone who got a replay would have all of the scripts that it took to make that. And the scripts are supposed to be your secret sauce in Botland. As in, if you attack somebody else, You can see their bots, you can see what they're doing, but you can't see how they did it. The script is how they did it. So instead I have to do things this way, and there are just lots of actions that can happen in a game. So a typical game can be probably about like 500 turns, and those turns all are something like move right. Okay, that's pretty simple. But then fire artillery. Artillery can do damage to 5 different targets. So there could be 5 integers there, something like that. So yeah, replay files tend to get pretty large. How big are we talking? Well, if they were compressed, they would be a few kilobytes probably. Uncompressed, they're like 250 kilobytes sometimes. When the game releases, are you planning on having a shifting meta with balance changes and such? Yeah, I am. Hey, Deno. How does Figure It Out work? So Figure It Out is supposed to just go through all the weaponry and the utility stuff and try to use it if it's got it. So I can show you what the code looks like for that. It does a pretty simple script, right? Try to use melee first, because if you have melee and you can use it, that's your highest damage thing probably. Then try to use lasers, then try to use missiles, then try to use artillery, then try to find the closest enemy. If they exist, try to do a bunch of other stuff. So it's really just like try to do a basic strategy of attacking stuff, defending, using shield, laying landmines. So the nice thing about Figure It Out is that no matter what kind of bot you configure, it'll know how to do stuff. So that way, if I went to edit my defense and I was like, you know what, I just want to test something out here. How does artillery work? And I don't even make a script. It's going to get figured out by default, and when I test this, it'll know how to use artillery. So there it goes. It's shooting artillery. Cool. I didn't have to write any code. Same thing if I wanted to customize this with really anything here. Like, where's Zapper? Zapper and thrusters and shield. So again, didn't write any code. Didn't have to change anything. It's using shield. That little weird movement glitch is just a graphical thing. But yeah, it's zapping stuff, and you're like, okay, cool, I got a good idea for that. Now let's actually go in and customize the code. So I want this to shield first, and then I want it to zap, and then I want it to whatever. So it's just a way of you getting a kind of basis for this. You always end your scripts with Figure It Out in the end. I don't, because sometimes it can do things you don't necessarily want. For example, let's say you did this, and I don't know why you'd want this, I'm just giving you an example. You have a 50% chance to shield yourself, then you want to fire lasers, and then you're like, I'll just end it with Figure It Out, right? So you drag. Why can I not drag this? Well, that's weird. Oh, right, because you have to drag to the right, not down, because up and down scrolls now, and right and left. Okay, yeah, my bad. Anyway, if you do this, so Figure It Out for me is going to override your 50% chance up here, and it's just going to end up shielding no matter what. So sometimes you don't want to end it with that. But yeah, every once in a while, I'll write code like this. I'm like, I want to reflect, and then I don't care what happens after that. I just want to make sure that I'm reflecting first. This is a great script. This is totally fine. So now I can customize my bot with reflect and something like lasers. And I know that for sure they're going to use reflect first, and then they'll start using their lasers when they're in range. So yeah, there are times when you want to end it with that, and times you don't. So how do I get a sprite sheet dictionary to Salvage UI? And do I need this anywhere else? Probably not. Will you ever bring on more people to the game? Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to keep up. So here are the assumptions that we're making. 1, I release the game. 2, Botland. Well, I release Botland. 2, it gets popular. And then 3, I have enough money to hire someone else. So in these 3 cases, number 1 is almost definitely going to happen. There's like a 99% chance that it happens. There's a slim chance that some crazy catastrophe happens and I can't release it for some reason. But then number 2, there is no guarantee whatsoever. In fact, I think there's like a 10% chance that this happens. that the game actually gets popular. And then if, assuming this happens, the likelihood of this happening is probably like 40%. So I don't know how everything's going to go. But yeah, it's not incredibly likely that I'll end up having money to hire more people or that the game even gets popular. So I could expose a function from main to salvage UI. But can I? I kind of could. All we need in order to do this is another, yeah, it has to be from main. Pretty much has to be. Excuse me. I need to figure out, so I need to save the old Atlas JSON and then clone that and then just do what I did here, which is this, yeah. Just make a new one of these and then ensure they're downloaded. That itself is asynchronous. I can hide that in main, but then I need to get this to anywhere salvage UI is used, which is in the pregame header, which is not something I have easy access to. Are the bot shields supposed to not cover the bot? No, that's a bug. And that's a bug that I've tried to solve on stream before, and I think it's just the kind of thing I need to tackle off stream at some point. And I haven't gotten around to it. Man, I don't want to pass this everywhere. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. Small data compression. Yeah, interesting. So you have to train it first? Huh. Yeah, this would be very doable with Botland. I should look into this way down the line, I think. Yeah, I think so. Hey, Shaw. I think it's typically going to be confusing for people who even know JavaScript. I don't ever mind explaining things, but there's a lot of code in the code base now, and like I said, even if you know JavaScript, it's going to be just familiarizing yourself with a different code base if you're trying to follow along. Other than that, if you want, I don't ever mind explaining what I'm doing at a particular moment or what I'm doing over the course of a whole day. Do you need to compile JavaScript before you can run it? You don't need to, but right now, browsers mostly support what's called ES6. This is basically like the current version of JavaScript. But 2 years ago, they didn't. But ES6 was still a language you could write. So what you would do is you would essentially compile ES6 to ES5, which was what browsers did support. So I still have that, and I do have some compilation going on in my code, but it's not as necessary anymore. Basically, you'd make a dictionary, should fit well with replays. Yeah. It's actually pretty interesting. So this algorithm needs to be trained so that we get a dictionary. But that should be doable with Botland. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that I think is like a post-release. This would probably take a week or two to set up at least, so that the benefit for right now isn't so great. But yeah, eventually it'd be really helpful to have. Yeah, this is just a pure function that wraps these. Oh, cool, Neochromer. Yeah, let me know what you think when you're actually using it as your everyday keyboard. So I could just pass this everywhere. I want to avoid doing this though. The way that this worked over here is that I can map some functions to this component, but not anything that requires an instance of an object. So okay, there's another way I could do this, I guess. Is to expose Atlas JSON everywhere. Where does this even come from? I think I downloaded. Hey Digi. I feel like 10 seconds from now I'm going to be saying bye Digi. But what's been up, Digi? I know. Oh, I thank you for the offer, definitely. But yeah, like I said, I think this comes down to there is some amount of time that even if I delegate tasks that I need to spend orchestrating those tasks and just kind of eventually incorporating that code. And I think my time is better spent working toward beta. That's a nice to have, not a necessary. Did I just see a Lambda expression in your code? You probably see something like this in a lot of places. This is an easy way in JavaScript to make a function that takes an argument and does something with that argument. And this is an anonymous function. So yeah, you will see these. This is an ES6 feature that you can get. They're just arrow functions. Where are arrow functions? Here, yeah. Oh man, did you? Well, if you ever... I should whisper you about this. I'll just write myself a note. Why is it considered good practice to have parentheses around a single arrow function argument if you're using a curly braced body, but not when returning directly? I won't comment on that. I think it's just a style guideline, and it all depends on what the rest of the code you're using is doing. So for me, I will omit curly braces sometimes. So you'll see me do this every once in a while where I'm like, filter some people to person.age is greater than 5. Something like that. But I won't ever do this. And I don't know why. I just never thought to remove those parentheses. I know you can. And I have used code that does that as well, but I just always keep them for some reason. And thanks. How do you pronounce your name? Because I would say Pejnazord, but J is the worst character to try to pronounce on Twitch, given how many different pronunciations there are for it. J, J, G, Y, and sometimes H. How would you use the ternary operator? How would I? How do I? In JavaScript, it's pretty straightforward. You just have condition, question mark, if true, and then if false. So you could say something like const is stealthed, or I don't know, like color equals is stealthed gray, otherwise normal, something like that. Wait, Pejnazord is almost right. How would you pronounce it? Isn't it the same with every language? Not every language uses ternary operators the same way. For example, Python is a weird one. If you look up Python ternary operator, you'll get something like this. Most languages that I've used have question mark and colon. Python doesn't. Not for that, at least. Yeah, you need it for more than one argument anyway. But it's like how you need the curly braces for more than one statement. Wait. Haythosh? Wait, really? I always find it surprising when someone who's been in chat for a long time doesn't correct it. Painazord? So I'll just write that down. a no Zord. That's right. Okay, cool. Then we will write that down, and should I ever need it in the future, we've got it. No, you had it right. Jathosh. Okay. Jath, trolling me. You think it'd be worth learning C++ in 2017? I think that it's like asking if you should learn even a dead language. There's still something to be gained by learning it. It all depends on how much do you think you'll use it. So for example, I have no real reason to learn Spanish in my life, but it's definitely not a pointless language to learn. So it could be the same for you. Maybe you learn C++ and never use it, but you had something worthwhile that you gained from it. Or maybe you just end up using it on your day-to-day job. It can open some opportunities for you. Yeah, I could do this. This is only needed by things that might need to render. And even then, what are we going to do here? He's asked. No, I wouldn't say C++ is a dead language, nor would I say Spanish is a dead language. I don't know if I implied that, in which case, that is not at all what I meant. What I think the analogy I was trying to draw there is if you were to learn a dead language, even if you don't end up using it, you will probably still learn something valuable from it. And hey, Nightwalker. Okay, so let's try some things out. We're going to go to wherever I expose the item template depot. We're going to say get atlas JSON. This involves saving this around though. And I want to figure out how I'm going to do this. I should clone it at construction time, I think. Yeah, that's what we'll do. So main shouldn't have to worry about passing in an atlas JSON that's cloned. Yeah, the sprite sheet dictionary will just do that. And this is all because we modify it in one place. One place. And that is here. All right, next, where we get the atlas JSON, fetch atlas. We're going to do this. This dot atlas JSON equals that. Return this dot atlas JSON. We don't technically need to do it this way. We'll get this back here. This is fine. I don't mind doing it this way. So now we don't need this. We really don't need any of this. And let's see, item template depot. We had this here. Come on, there it is. What causes a color change in the lighting? Viewers cause a color change in the lighting. When you follow, you get a link to control the lights. And you can see, I guess that was Nightwalker. How's salvage going? It's going okay. I got this, which I think is the most important part. There's the Pixie renderer in the background, and now I have a Pixie renderer in the foreground as well. I don't need it on this screen. The point was just to get one that's not the same as the one in the background. There were lots of little problems to figure out there. So I think I finally figured it out, and I'm gonna try to put this all back together. Because yeah, I got it so that I could get this to render. The problem is it's kind of a long black flash that you see there. I'm not sure how to stop that from happening. Is my node server in my house? No, it's on AWS. check for leaks after I've done all of this. Okay, so we're going to need another function here, get atlas JSON function, then configure store needs that function, get atlas JSON function, and this goes here. There. Cool. So this is going to be get JSON function, and this is atlas JSON. And there we go. So this should just be needs atlas JSON. So everything to do with buff should be gone from there. Yeah, there were only 3 spots. Have you considered having bots of different sizes? Yeah, briefly. I don't know for sure if I'm going to do that. I think there are some ways that it kind of helps and some ways that it makes everything super complicated. Couldn't that be because some of your functions are still being executed when button handler is being called? It could be. I think this has to do with something in here, definitely. And I got to figure out what's going on there. But yeah, I'll take a look at this in a little bit. Is AWS free? It is for a year if you want to use it. And it's technically not entirely free, but in general, no. What languages did you use to do the lighting thing? That is described here in this paste bin. It is JavaScript and PHP. Handlers are only called when the stack is empty. Well, what happens is this component mounts regardless of a handler. So you actually should see that black flash even when I don't press anything. Well, I guess I click this. Also, I just broke something, so this isn't going to work at all now. Oh, Hideo, I can just explain it. I don't think Hideo's still here. Okay. He's already in VOD land. Alright. So now what we need to do is, I guess, in salvage actions. This. Darn it. This isn't going to be doable. Not now, Jath. Maybe eventually, but not right now. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, the issue is that I expose this through a request function, and the request function. Oh, it gives me params. I don't need to use the param. Oh, well. Well. Yeah, my bad. I could have done this a little bit differently. Okay, I should probably write that down. Refactor API middleware so that the request function is given regardless. Of whether we need the account server REST client, but the request / success / failure. I think I have played that demo. Is that the space shooter kind of typing game? What do you recommend for buying and hosting domain names? I think I use name.com now. I think this is fine, but I would look at different prices. Okay. So let's see. Hideo, I think there is kind of a way to do that. You go to a VOD, and then you click the gear, click copy at current time, and then you can customize it up here. In fact, actually, this is a better way of doing it. Yeah, so this. Although, yeah, having UI to do that would be nice instead of having to modify a URL. Okay, so we don't have to call that, but those types are still going to be necessary, I think. And that has to return a promise. There's a lot of issues here. Get sprite sheet dictionary. This is not the way to use this at all, I think. Alright, yeah, Deno, I think I have played that. So types, I don't really care about these. Sprite sheet dict request. Probably need this for what, success and failure as well. And then needs Atlas JSON true. Yeah. So we'll get this as a parameter. Then we just need to construct a new one of these things. And then we make a new one. So return this dot, ensure that they're all downloaded. Whew. Well, let's try that. Can't resolve. Where does this exist? Oh, it's in client public. Which, wait a second, we don't need to go back all the way here. We just need to go to this. Alright, see you, Jath. Whew. So we call this function. This is something. So salvage UI needs a way to do this. And I guess in-game can pass this in too if we give it salvage actions. Yeah. Man, it's ridiculous. this dot bounds salvage actions dot make. Okay, let's try that out. So all we do is this. We say this dot sprite sheet dictionary equals this dot props dot make. And that's all we should have to worry about. And our dot then shows up there. Oh, we can't do that. We can't do that. Why do you bind the string to a constant? I do that so that I've got a symbolic way of referring to it in Redux. In Redux, you'll see they all get emitted here. So this lets me tell just at a glance what's going on. Like, oh, this is setting my money, and this is setting how many salvage packs I have, and this is setting my experience. That way, this is better than having like 1, 17, 14, and having to remember what all these are. How does botline multiplayer non-gameplay stuff work? How does attack and defense work? Is there a leaderboard? There's only a leaderboard outside of the game right now. It's this. The game is providing this information. I just didn't have a leaderboard in the game yet. And if you want to find out more about that, I think I just need to answer specific questions because I don't think I have any information online about that. Maybe I have it in the not frequently asked questions thing. Do I have something about the matchmaker here? Yeah, there's not too much about that. The only other thing I do have is the Glico system and the PDF about that. But Farzer, if you have any other specific questions, feel free to ask. I don't mind clarifying. Okay, so this is not how this works. We can't do it this way. I need to think of how this is going to work. Dot then return sprite sheet dictionary. This would work. Oh man. Cool. So we do that, and then we do this. Oh man. What other DevTool extensions besides Redux do you use? I use React, and that's about it. So the React DevTools as well. Okay, does this work? No, of course not. But hopefully for some easily solvable reason. Can't read property sprite sheets of undefined. This means it can't find the JSON file. This.alice JSON. Well, how could that fail? Can you explain how AWS works? So AWS is a massive collection of other systems. There are a bunch of different parts of it, like EC2. This is basically just VMs given to you. And so to explain how this works, they have a giant data center of computers, and they have some management software that runs over all of them to figure out how can we give you the computer time that you paid for. But then there's other things like RDS, which is their relational database service. And then there's other things like, I don't know, their load balancer, and there's a ton of stuff. So if you want to know about those, I think you should probably do some Google searches because it'd be way too hard for me to explain everything. On the whole, it's a cloud platform that gives you a lot of different services. Also, hang on, let me see, how do I move this such that everything else is centered. Except I should be over here for this to be centered. So maybe I can just move this. No, that way. Great, cool. We did it. We did it, Reddit. Then the vent is showing, but whatever. So you use EC2 for your node server? Yep, I do. I have many node servers actually, and that's described in my infrastructure document there. Okay, let's take a look. So this is getting constructed at one point without an Atlas JSON. This one's fine. But then I click this button and it's not fine. Yeah, so how is this not fine? Params, this just never got defined. Okay, so this means that I did something wrong. needs Atlas JSON is true. If action.needs Atlas JSON. Oh, it's in context, but context gets. Okay, let's try this. It's similar to Azure. Yeah, exactly. And here, so. Yeah, Azure is another popular cloud platform. This is wrong. Why is this wrong? Promise status shouldn't be a promise at all. Get JSON function. Return. What? What indeed? Calling this returns a promise for some reason. Oh, whoops. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, my bad. Problem solved. So let's see, did I get rid of all of that global code correctly? Not quite. So close. Let's try this again. So this set correctly, and then this is incorrect because this doesn't exist? Yeah. Why not though? Is it dot context? Where else did I do this? Server. It was in by item, I believe. There it is. Params dot. No, it's right here. And needs is just set to true. What silly thing have I borked? Because this param doesn't exist. Needs Atlas JSON true. Close out all these other things. Hey, Mr. Internet. I'm using the middleware. I'm setting context. Then I guess something's going wrong in here. I don't know. I wonder if anything's set. So that's fine. We click this. Breaks in here. Params doesn't contain it. Action.needs Atlas JSON is set to true. That would mean that the middleware just didn't run. But that's impossible. Yeah, let's find out. I think it's not running, and I don't know why it's not running. Yeah, it's not. Okay, so now we just need to figure out the answer to why. That shouldn't be too bad. It probably has to do with configure store not doing the middleware correctly. Ah, yep, that's a problem. It's just order. So that should solve it. Let's take a look. Aha. Double aha. Okay, so we can just delete this now. As soon as I figure out where that is. Gotcha. So everything should work fine when I go back to this page. It doesn't. But it's a different problem. This is a much simpler problem, I think. Cannot read then of undefined. That means I'm screwing up, what, this? Oh, return dispatch? Is that what I did wrong? Where's by item? Action somewhere. Inventory? Is by item in here? Yeah, it is, but we didn't return that. Hey, Shrimpy. How you doing? Okay, what have I done wrong? This doesn't have a then? Is that what's failing? Alright, I gotta use the bathroom. I've been trying to just solve this problem, but I'm getting very antsy. I'll be right back. My bot did not reflect when it was expected to reflect. So expected to reflect is not possible because there's only a chance to reflect. And it's like a 75% chance or something, but still it's not guaranteed. So the way you can take a look at this is if you do something like this. Could not log in. Okay, so if we make a new bot that has reflect level 1 and we just tell it to reflect immediately. I mean, I know I've already kind of given you the answer here, but let me show you this too. Yeah, see, chance to reflect 55, 65, 75. So if I clear all my existing bots and put these down over here, you'll see that a lot of the time it is reflecting, but not all the time. So what are we doing wrong here? I think this should be pretty simple to solve. This is not returning a promise, apparently. What is this returning? Nothing. What? Nothing. I mean, 99.999%. That's like, what is it? There were moves in the original Pokemon that were never supposed to miss, that could still miss. That was a coding bug, though. Not just statistics hating you. Alright, how's this failing? You got this here. I dispatched this. It should return. Let's just put a breakpoint here. I'm not exactly sure how this is failing. Oh, whoops. I shouldn't have skipped over that. I just added that breakpoint for a reason and then ignored it. Here we go. So we make a new one of these. That exists. Then we call this right here. Weird. It's already failed at this point. Yeah, weird. That's definitely not expected. I guess all we can really do from this is return a promise. Yeah, that's probably it. Probably because of how I coded this. Yep. We get the result. We call next with the result. No, wait a second. What? Yep, I'm missing something. I think this should work and it's not. Ensure all sprite sheets are downloaded. What if I just did this? It still returns undefined. Oh man, I just don't know what then. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Not working on walls? No, walls and pits are cut from the game. The big reason why is because I don't think they give you enough strategic depth. I think they give you some very, very shallow ways of changing your strategy. And I think it's not worth adding the complexity to the game to just have a tiny bit of changes. Like, it's not that walls and pits aren't super tough to learn how to use, but they just don't do a whole lot. Maybe add a catch to catch that error to start with. Yeah, that's a good idea. Not sure whether it's coming from that one or from this one. Because, yeah, this could just be a silly mistake. Huh. Yeah, it hits the error here. That's the part I don't understand. Cannot read then of undefined. Maybe it's... Oh, whoops. Is ensure... Wait a second. This returns a promise. Is it this that wasn't? Let's find out. This should be simple to check. We just break in here and we call this function and see what it returns. Oh, it hasn't been defined yet. There we go. Okay, so now what? Does return a promise. And we can call .then on this if we want, right? Yeah, of course. Strange. What am I doing wrong? This makes no sense. It gets done with this function and then somehow just returns from here without returning the... No, I don't understand it. Oh, maybe... Oh, this could be coming from in-game, actually. Make... I don't even know what this is called. This thing. This is the bound action. The action gets bound here. Actually, it's a different one. What is returning ensure all thingies? So, all right, let me trace this from the beginning, Mr. Duck. So, in-game makes a salvage UI with this function, which is just the bound function. So that comes from here. Let's just put that aside for a second. So that's salvage UI is getting past this function. So you go into salvage UI. Salvage UI is attempting to call that function, and it expects it to return a promise. That's all we really care about. And that's not happening. So now we look at that function and we see this does return a promise. So that step those things all make sense to me. Then the error we're getting is cannot read property then of undefined. And it's coming from right here. And yeah, it's not a promise for some reason. I just don't know why. If I call this, we get back undefined. But what's weird about this is this function return dispatch action creator.apply. Yeah, so if we put a breakpoint here, we get action creator as make spreadsheet dictionary. So we call this. What in the world did I do wrong? Let me take a look at my buy item code. That's probably gonna help. Whoa, whoops. Okay, I have no idea. I did not mean to do that. Yeah, eventually I'm hoping I can find a way around that Soulshine. But not that hard to enable. Oh, fine, I'll add it. Syntax error, oh, comma. You mean kappa clause? Xmas kappa. Okay, so we're not getting anything about a missing pro. Whoa, wait, what is this? Unexpected token. Oh, that's probably the issue. Wow, how did this happen? Or, oh no, that only happened because I refreshed too soon. Right? All right. Yeah, that was red herring. Add it to the component where you're using it in Salvage UI. Yeah. It's a function. I can call it. It just returns nothing for some reason. Prop types. Drat. Let's go get that. Where did I pull this from? Here. There. Yeah, there are a lot of kappas. Yeah, so it's getting here. And like I said, this exists and it definitely is a function. And calling it for some reason returns nothing. That part I don't understand. So if I have it break right here and I call this, I can't have it. Let's do this. Let's do A equals this. And then we'll just have it run. Great, I don't care about any of this stuff. Cool, then I just call the A function. Yeah, it breaks into this. Then it calls ensure all spreadsheets are downloaded, returns that promise. Yeah. Weird. What is going on here? It's returning before it gets to this. That should not be possible. What's returned by ensure all? That is a promise. So promise.all promises. I have a feeling what I did wrong here is I thought it was something here. Excuse me. All right, see you, Power Rangers. Wow, I do not know. All right, let me think about this some more then. Let's rubber duck our way through this. The function definitely exists. Something weird is going on where it seems to be returning here somehow instead of getting to the next part of this promise. So this should be a promise. I'm pretty sure I verified that. Can you try to reference the return value in the then again for sanity? Yeah, sure. So we go into here. Yeah, it exists in here. And this is what I expect it to be as well. The problem is we've already gotten an error by the time we get here, which doesn't make any sense because this promise should be its own entire unit. An atomic unit. But when I call this, I get a promise out of this. Whoops. All right, hang on. I gotta go forward a line in code. Yeah, I get a promise out of this. It is definitely returning a promise, and then I'm doing .then on it. But by the time we get to this function, it's already errored. Returning this doesn't work. What exists is the spreadsheet thingy, not the return value. Yeah, it's not returning anything for some reason. See, by this point, it's already said, can't read property then of undefined. And we're just now in the return. So I don't understand how that's happening. Something funky's going on with promises. I just don't know what. Like, check this out. So returning sprite sheet dictionary. And in here, there's actually no other way to do this, I think. I was going to say, we could say this is the promise. Promise.then. So console.log starting promise calling promise.then and then inside then clause. So it says starting promise, calling promise.then, and then we get here, but somehow at this point, oh yeah, calling then of undefined. So that's not actually a promise at that point. That's the part I don't understand. Because this is returning nothing. Can you change then spreadsheet thingy to then? Debugger return spreadsheet thingy. Yeah, I can. Well, I had a breakpoint here this entire time, but sure, I can change it. So we're in the render function of this, or componented mount, and we're going to go down to here and try to make this promise. So I hit the play button. It goes down to right before we call ensure all are downloaded. Then the error happens, because at this point we already did not get a promise. So it's weird. It's returning nothing. I don't know. I don't understand this. Is make spreadsheet dictionary actually returning the promise? It should be, otherwise my buy item function wouldn't have worked. Or maybe, oh, maybe that's the problem. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I just need to do this. Because I was under the assumption that I'd tested this on a different aspect. And yeah, that's the problem. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I was under the assumption that I tested this and I hadn't tested this. Well, that's stupid. So thanks for helping me with that. I guess I got to do this, and any other time I do this, I've got to So buy item and purchase salvage pack. Yeah, just those two. Okay, well, we can get rid of all of these. And this too. Cool, and then there. So all of this is working fine. We don't need that, we don't need that. Okay, so let's try this again. It's still not working. We can see that there's no bot here. Yeah, that was a missing return. Silly, right? Compose bot sync is not a function. Which would mean this is not returning the right thing. Well, at least we'll find out what it's returning. Huh. It returned the... Oh. It fled from nowhere. Why did you link that? Yeah, also this is not actually the correct thing. I'm somehow returning... Oh, I know what I'm doing. I wonder what this gets back as a result. Because this is not what I expect. I think I'm getting the action as a result. Yeah, I am. I'm getting the action back. I wonder how I'm supposed to do this. It says return next. Oh wait, the result is in there. Oh, there it is. Oh. And so when that's a final thing, we say return action.result. That's a bit strange. Yeah, it's a bit strange. How do you control the lights? It's buy lights. And then you go hog wild. Random, 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 random. So this should fix everything. Yep. Problem solved. So we got rid of all that ugly global code. And we have this. Now that we have this, we can make it do whatever we want. So let's load up Firefox and check for leaks. Yeah, if you think 11 hours is a lot, look at some of these people. Granted, a lot of these people are just AFKing in the stream. So I have a pretty good feeling that there's going to be a memory leak here. I don't know for sure. The friend who suggested that I buy this water bottle, he got the green one. He's like, I should have bought the purple one. I can't believe I didn't get the purple one. I said, why is it such a big deal? Why don't you just buy a purple one and use one at work and one at home? He said, it's too expensive. So if I just click this a bunch of times and there's no memory leak, then awesome. So now let's take another snapshot and then we compare the two snapshots. inverted call stack. Let's just go by call stack. Yeah, I don't think there's a memory leak, which is pretty crazy. I wonder if I didn't call destroy if there'd be a memory leak. Because there's nothing, when the LRU goes out of scope, nothing's gonna flush it. Although, yeah, let's try this. So we trash all of these. We go into here, we take a snapshot. Come on. Cool. So let me just click this button a bunch of times. We wait a little bit. We take another snapshot. Then we compare the two. So I expect there to be a memory leak this time. And it does not look like there's a memory leak this time. Which means either that it's a very small memory leak or that I don't understand what's going on. Strange. Because when I call destroy here, oh, I think I know what's going on. I think the base textures have already been destroyed at that point. So if I didn't call this destroy, there'd be a huge problem. Okay, let's verify that there is now a huge problem. I want to be right about something. I think my understanding of this is now correct. So I click this button. We wait. Then I click this button a bunch of times. I don't even want to report right now. Yeah, there we go. Take another snapshot. And this should probably be like, I don't know how many megabytes actually, so I shouldn't guess. But more than 57. Yeah, and then we compare the two, and we should see a bunch of Pixie stuff that leaked. There's React stuff. I don't see anything of Pixies on here. Except for this. But this is -2. What if I use this? A sprite renderer. Yeah, so I guess I wanted inverted call stacks. Oh, right, of course. So that I can see the Pixie stuff on top, because otherwise everything's coming from React. Yeah, all right, my bad. I've been testing this the wrong way. But yes, there is clearly a problem here, and it's coming from this sprite renderer. So now I call destroy on just that and not the sprite sheet dictionary, and we'll see a different kind of huge problem. At least I think. Otherwise, I don't need to do what I'm doing. But I don't think that's correct. This takes a long time to do. Man. Great. Now we just click this stuff a bunch of times. So I'm not doing this. I do expect there to still be some leaking of textures. But it's possible that the texture manager wipes it out for me anyway, in which case we wouldn't see any difference here. Why am I not using Chrome profiling? I really like the Firefox memory profiler. I think it is great. No stack available. Clone sprite. Set up tiles. No, that's not. Oh, that's an issue. All right, fine. Yeah, so I don't think this is actually necessary, but I think it's still good to do. Not positive if this is necessary. Destroying the texture manager may be enough so that I don't need to clear out the spreadsheet dictionary. So we don't need this stuff. Hey Texio, how's it going? Whew. This has just been crazy. So I think we got rid of all of the global dots in the application. This is fine. This is in a gulp file. I don't care about that. This is just this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Yeah, nice. Okay, cool. So check for leaks. Doesn't seem like anything's leaking. So after all of that, after an entire afternoon of work, here's what I did. I got a bot to show up in this dialog. Oh man. All right, so the reason we did this is so that when we generate a salvage pack, we can split this bot up into head, torso, and foot and animate them like swirling in and a bunch of fireworks and whatever else. In fact, is there some easy Pixie.js example that involves particles? Because we can just throw a bunch of particles in here. Where are you particles? Filter, picture. There's no particle. Particle container. Here we go. This is for maggots, I believe. Yes. I still think this is the worst subject matter to pick for a particle container. Like, yes, it technically accomplishes what it's supposed to accomplish, but it's disgusting. The goal is just to make the user lose. I know you're against this today. It's to make it look nice. Are you ready? We're going to copy paste this code. We're going to make it do what we want it to do. We're going to be maggot free. Java script. So we got this part already. We need a particle container, and then we need to add sprites to that. So let's try that out. In fact, we can add this. No, we can't. Never mind. All right. Just ignore what I was about to say. So sprites looks good. This .app.stage.add looks good. Then what else do we need? Create an array to store all the sprites. Why do we need this? Oh, updating positions of these things. Interesting. Give website 1000. Alright, well, I can just do this myself. Where's the fun in that? Yeah, let's just copy paste all this in. So we don't want this ticker function. I don't care about that. We want all of this. So now we just go through and we modify some things. We say 10,000 particles, and our particle is going to be, what's our particle going to be? It's got to be something from the spreadsheet dictionary. So let's get colorized sprite. I don't know exactly how to specify this. MISC/enemy landmine. We need a pixie wrapper in here. This is so stupid. And then 2 colors. So let's just do 2 random colors. This may be terrible. In fact, I'm pretty sure this is going to be terrible. So color 1 and color 2. So tint, we don't care about that. Anchor, whatever. Scale, sure. That's fine. What else do we have? Dude bounds padding. Sure. Let's try it. Let's see what this looks like. We should have 10,000 enemy mines floating around. We don't. What did I screw up here? Can already property set of undefined. Dude.anchor.set get colorized sprite. Oh, there's got to be a sync function. There, sync. Cool. So we'll just put that right here, and everything will magically work. Nope, still not yet. Tried to get sprite sheet ID equals undefined, but it wasn't loaded. I don't believe you. That's not how you do this, is it? There's something in the arena that has enemy landmines here. Enemy mine, not landmine. So wait, if that's undefined, then it probably means tried to get a sprite sheet with an undefined ID. This typically means you specified a sprite that doesn't exist. There, and let's just make this. Great. This game doesn't seem fun. Are you talking about me refreshing this all over and over? Or the actual game itself? Because I think it's fair. I don't think this kind of game is going to be for everybody. Yeah, this is still screwed up, but how? Because I didn't need to do any of this. I just did this anyway. Misc enemy mine. I wonder if there's something else I should have done here. This should work. It will have been loaded by now. Wiggling like maggots. Well, as soon as I figure out where this ID came from. This should just be the enemy mine sprite, which should exist. Oh, it's trying to get the mask. Oh, you can't colorize those. Oh man. All right, never mind. I understand what happened here. No, sometimes this is because you tried calling get colorized sprite on a sprite that has no mask image. Great, so I know the problem, and all we need to do to fix this is not call it get colorized sprite. Or we do, but we call it with something that actually exists, such as this. So instead of maggots, we can have wasps. Are you ready? Done. 10,000 wasp images. See? Do you see them? I didn't do it right. Oh man, how am I still screwing this up? Or I didn't just wait long enough there. No, I'm still screwing it up. How is this any different from this? Oh, we have to pass in. I made this very complex. Very, very complex. Got it. So many wasps, the sky turned blue. Alright, now it's just going to lag because it can't create 10,000 of these and probably crash my browser. Oh, there it goes. No, I don't show it. All right. I don't think that's any better than what I had. So we want this up front. So here. Best feature ever. Well, I wanted particles. I don't want them to look like that. And also, what happened? The color should have been... This did not work how I would have expected. We should have all different colors for these things. And we don't. I wonder why that didn't work. Well, fine. I'll just change it to the Quetzal head. You guys will stop complaining. So then next we need to figure out how the colors didn't work. Get colorize sprite sync. Primary color, secondary color. Why would that not work? If I specify just pink here, how does that work? OX, FF, OO, FF. Okay, so that's definitely working. So for some reason, this part it doesn't like. Why? Oh, tint. That's why. Well, maybe that's why. That's probably not why. Yeah, they're all the same color. Const cough? No, that shouldn't be a problem. Let me try something out of curiosity here. Right, this shouldn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Something is... I think the way that particles work is it uses the same texture for all of them. So I don't think you can have different colors for these. Yeah. I think that's the issue. I think it's how particle container works. Let's take a look. Does it explain this? Really fast version of the container built solely for speed. So when you need a lot of sprites or particles, the trade-off is that advanced functionality will not work. It implements only basic object transform. Anything like tinting, masking, etc. will not work on sprites. Okay. Base texture. The texture used to render the children. Yeah, it just takes the first child's texture and uses that. That's why. That's how this works. Yeah, so none of the caller logic would have mattered. Okay, well that's fine, but then why do they even have you pass in a bunch of different sprites? No, I guess this doesn't matter. But they also said tinting could be different. Does this actually work? So if we just pass in white for both of these, and then try tinting these differently, would that work? Because this should use the cache sprite a million times, which would make this dialogue load way faster. It certainly looks interesting. Actually, this would be a pretty cool effect, right? As it's unboxing the cosmetic piece, if it just showed particles for all of them. They set the tint twice here, though. And I don't think tint actually matters according to that comment. And that definitely seems to be the case because we're never seeing a different color. So we need to tint them here, which we could do, but it would just be once. We could also just make a bunch of different particle containers if we wanted. Why would total sprites... Shouldn't we just say like one sprite? Does it matter how many sprites we make for this? Oh yeah, it does. Okay. Just make these arena backgrounds. Okay, so that clearly matters. Why does that matter? The maximum number of particles. Oh, I don't care about the maximum. I just care about the total. This is modern art. Yeah, so we could make 3 particle containers with the different items that you have. This is a great idea. Take a look. Let's do this. So we have primary color and secondary color. We'll put these here. Primary color, secondary color. We'll get rid of... Yeah, these are fine. Padding, sure. So go through, I guess, all of the particles. So const particles equals this. Do we have particles defined already? No. So we'll get rid of this maggots. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about really any of these things. Where did you get the bounds from? Oh, they make one rectangle for it all. We're not going to be able to do that exactly. What if someone DDoSes your servers? Eventually, more protection against that. Right now, I don't. So yeah, they'll just go down. Hey, Vognar. So we want 3 of these containers. I really shouldn't do this here. This is silly. We can say... So head sprites, torso sprites. This is gonna look pretty weird. So let's do this. Const location info. So you want an array of 3 things. Character, head, and then this would be head sprites. Head, torso, and I think it's, yeah, foot. This is a great idea. I'm just messing around. I think this will look interesting at the very least. So let me put this up here. So we get location. Actually, we should just get the... There. So this becomes location.sprite name. No, I haven't heard of that. Does that happen now? Yeah, Vognar. I think that would be pretty bad. I do have a fire extinguisher and I do know where it is, yes. Okay. So we're done. All the bounds are going to be wrong, but let's try this out and see what this looks like. This will still look ridiculous. Wow, it worked. It looks really stupid, but it worked. And like I said, the bounds are wrong, so they're kind of just like disappearing at random points. I don't understand why it was done this way exactly. we need to make this much larger. Try that out. It's perfect. Okay. So when you get a piece, what we could say is that one of these things floats around in the background. I don't think this looks good or anything. And then we could show the fully rendered bot up front. So head sprite name, we can say you got the Quetzal head, the wasp body, and the ladybug foot. And then we put these things here. There. Oh, it didn't work. What did I screw up? Oh, because that's gotta be different. Yeah, I need this. Actually, I need all three of these. There. Done. So check it out. We made this bot, and you can see the pieces flying in the background. I'm a genius. It's so stupid. It looks like he's being haunted by his father. Okay, we're done with this. I wanted to make an effect that looked better than just you got these pieces. But I told you guys this at the beginning. I'm not very creative, so this is just copy pasting some code. It's a proof of concept. Yeah, you're right about that. You are right about that. So let's add in way more sprites, and let's make them way smaller. Then they'll be real particles. Perfect. What is doing that? Scale.y is what's changing. And we should eventually try to add a custom filter that makes this thing glow. I don't know, guys. I don't know what I'm doing. Can you change their opacity? Yeah, you can. Dude.alpha equals 1.0. Dude.alpha equals math.sine dude.direction. Wait, not direction. What changes? Oh, direction changes. Okay. That would be good, Hideo. I think it's a great idea. Isn't there a flying toaster screensaver? Yeah. I don't know what relevance it has. /10 looting interface. Yeah, EOJ, what I wanted to do, and I just didn't do this, I wanted to just see originally how particles would look here, and I need a graphic for them. So I should still do that. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to have like the headpiece fly in and the torso and the foot and they all connect. It's looking like an asteroid belt. I mean, you could change your colors so that it maybe looks a little bit better. Something like that maybe. And now you click that button. Oh, apparently you need to refresh the page. Oh no, I hard-coded the colors. What am I doing? That won't work. Right, the colors are specified here. There we go. Well, now I need this to match whatever colors used to be set. Oh well. Yeah, so cool. This will show you eventually what pieces you unlocked. And again, I can set these to whatever I want here. Fire, earth, and air. And then they'll just automatically get updated in the UI. Yeah. We just need to make this look a little bit better. Ooh. Well, today was a pretty full day. I have no idea what's going to go on tomorrow. I need to clean up what I just did here. So this at least worked. $171 games of Botland played today. I'm gonna shut this down now, actually, or well, like right when the stream ends. Hey, stream. Okay, well, thank you guys for watching. The game comes out, you're gonna support Gecko and WebKit. I'm gonna try to support as much as possible, but it's gonna be a cost versus benefit analysis for really all of that stuff. Tomorrow we're gonna finish up what I started here at least, and then maybe we'll work on one of these 4 things. I'm not sure what. Maybe missions. Maybe missions would be the easiest thing to do. So that's it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for joining. I'm gonna leave you with Hardly Difficult. Bye.